Good morning, everybody. Good morning. We're going to get the program started. Thank you so much for attending. Welcome to the Baker Institute for Public Policy here at Rice University. This is a phenomenal turnout, and I'm excited to share the program with you here today. We have a very dynamic and diverse program, and a lot of the topics that we're talking about today are things that we've been exploring quite extensively, and others that we've been looking at, and we're bridging all of those together under the umbrella of our sustainability initiative. And we are completely sold out. And why? Why are we sold out? Well, besides the fact that the Baker Institute is the #1 public policy think tank globally, and the Center for Energy Studies is the #1 energy and resource think tank globally, we are sold out because sustainability still matters. And it is something that we are leaning into heavily. We're looking at the reality of sustainability in a way that challenges conventional norms, so that industries and governments have the tools necessary to navigate the complexity of the system. With the world in an uncertain time, the geopolitics, we are helping industries and governments build that resilience into their decision making. And we are also, let me just advance the slide here. Hold on a sec. Let's see. Guys in the back room, Kevin, could you key up the, okay, wait, no, the other one, the opening slides. Okay. All right, but what I want to, because I'm going to introduce the president of Rice University, Reginald DesRoches, and what I want to say first about sustainability and what differentiates us is the fact that we look at this differently. We look at entire systems. We recognize the complexity of the system, and hold on, let me advance the next slide here. And we look at it from a systems point of view, where we understand the dynamics between the 3 critical pillars of sustainability and the necessary balance that it requires to look at this. And we are all familiar with the sustainable development goals that are right here. And by now, it's something that's familiar and that we see quite often. But what we don't quite understand as a society is which one of these are the priority, and how do they interact with one another, and who decides which is more important than the other. And that's where the challenge is here. And so we are looking at this, like I said, across the system, and we are not just generating research. We are translating this into decision-making relevant insights that industries and governments use to make decisions. And facing the reality of sustainability is hard because there's always going to be trade-offs. And we look extensively at the trade-offs, the market dynamics, how research interacts with this, innovation and technology, and of course, all of this is underscored by policy and economics. And here at Rice, we are advancing a vision of sustainability, and we are taking a leadership role in this space through our 10-year strategic plan known as Momentous. And so without further delay, I want to kick it off to the president of Rice University, Reginald DesRoches, who will kick off our event and deliver opening remarks. So thank you so much. And let me just...
Thank you, Rachel, for the warm welcome, and thank you all for being here. It's a pleasure to welcome you to the Baker Institute's 2nd Annual Sustainability Summit. And I want to thank everybody for being here, particularly our partners from the University of Houston and the Recycling Science Council, our colleagues from industry and government, members of the Rice community, and especially our students whose ideas and energy are so vital to the future we are working to build here at Rice and in Houston. I want to begin by thanking the Baker Institute Center for Energy Studies for organizing this important gathering. The Baker Institute has long been a place where rigorous scholarship meets real-world impact, where complex challenges are examined not in isolation, but through the lens of policy, economics, and society. This summit reflects that tradition at its very best. Sustainability is one of the defining challenges and opportunities of our time, and it is by its nature a systems problem, as Rachel mentioned. It requires us to think across boundaries, across disciplines, across sectors, and across communities. It asks us to consider not only the environmental conditions or dimensions, but also the economic and social realities that shape how solutions are developed and adopted. The systems level thinking is something Rice is deeply committed to advancing. Through our strategic plan, Momentous, Personalized Scale for Global Impact, we are investing in research and education that brings together engineers, scientists, social scientists, humanists, and policy experts to address complex global challenges. Whether we are working to generate sustainable energy solutions, develop new materials, design resilient infrastructure to better understand the human dimensions of environmental change, our goal is the same, to move from discovery to impact. And there is no better place to do that work than here in Houston. Houston is the energy capital of the world, but it is also rapidly becoming a global hub for energy transition and sustainability innovation. The partnerships represented in this room reflect that evolution. When universities, industry leaders, and policymakers come together, as you're doing today, we create the conditions for meaningful, scalable solutions. That spirit of collaboration is at the heart of this summit. Over the course of today's discussions, you will explore innovations in circularity, supply chains, and sustainability systems. You will examine how research can inform policy and how policy can accelerate adoption. And you will identify strategies that are not only technically sound, but also economically viable and socially responsible. I'm particularly excited about the student poster session. One of Rice's greatest strengths is the opportunity we provide our students to engage in research that matters from the very beginning of their academic journey. The work you will see on display today represents the next generation of leaders who are already thinking boldly and creatively about sustainable solutions. They are not waiting to make an impact, they are making one right now. And initiatives like the e-waste collection taking place alongside this summit reminds us that sustainability is not only about big ideas, but it's also about everyday actions. Building a more circular economy requires both innovation and participation, and it requires all of us. As we look ahead, the importance of gatherings like this one cannot be overstated. The challenges we face are too complex for any one institution or sector to solve alone. They demand continued dialogue, continued collaboration, and a shared commitment to turning knowledge into action. My hope is that this summit continues to grow not only in size, but in impact. That it remains a space where new ideas are sparked, partnerships are formed, and solutions begin to take shape. And that together we continue to position Rice and Houston as leaders in advancing a more sustainable future. So thank you again to the Baker Institute and the Center for Energy Studies for your leadership. Thank you to our partners and participants for your engagement. And thank you all for the important work you are doing to build a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable world. I look forward to the conversations ahead and welcome to the summit. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Reggie, for the opening remarks, and thanks again, everybody. I want to, before I turn it over to Debalina, our partner of this, I want to thank the Baker Institute staff and my colleagues for helping me bring this together. I want to thank the Center for Energy Studies, all of my colleagues, the fellows, our support staff who have worked really hard to help me turn this vision into reality. And I also want to thank the students, both the students that are participating in this event today. We have 31 graduate students who are delivering poster sessions today. And so I encourage you during the breaks, during the networking session at lunch, and during the closing of the event and the reception to check out the student posters. And they're all tied somehow to the research that they're doing in sustainability. And we have everything numbered. And so you can scan the QR code and scroll through and see what interests you. But thank you, students, for being a part of that. And thanks to the student interns that we have at Center for Energy Studies and the Baker Institute. Your work is, I mean, you guys are brilliant. And so we couldn't do this without you and your help to make us into a world-class research institution. And for the students just that are here in the audience, thank you for supporting this. I also want to thank our collaborators. We have many partners at the Baker Institute and the Center for Energy Studies, and they're all important, and they all bring different dynamics that elevate our research. And so I want to thank the and acknowledge the Recycling Science Council. And so they are co-hosting this event with us. And we are a group of independent scientists and engineers who are bringing clarity and education to a very complicated and polarizing topic at the moment, and that is recycling and plastics. So I want to thank my colleagues. We have just about all of our council members here today, and if you guys could raise your hand, and the support staff of RSC. I mean, so thank you guys so much for, yes, there you are. Thank you guys so much for all that you do to help elevate all of our research together. And our partners at RSC are listed here, and these are our thought partners. And I also want to add that as of last night, it's official that the University of Houston is now a thought partner for the Recycling Science Council. And so we really look forward to all working together, the Baker Institute, the Recycling Science Council, with our members. And then also, I wanted to acknowledge something very critical and important that we finalized. And this is something that we've been working on for a while, and been really building the relationship with the University of Houston for the years, and we have so many crossover interests between the two institutions, and we see each other at many similar events. We do a lot of work on plastics and advanced recycling and circularity and all things sustainability, and so it made sense to me to conjoin these efforts, and because we could have greater impact together. And instead of working as competitors, let's lean into our competitive advantages, and we could do greater things together. And for what we're working on with the expertise of both institutions, we are really taking a leadership role in a circular plastics economy, and that is our first initiative that we are working on. And Houston, I mean, there's no better place to do this than Houston, Texas. Houston is known as the energy capital of the world. We are the global epicenter for plastics and petrochemical and infrastructure and intellectual capabilities. And we could have massive impact in Houston, throughout the Gulf Coast and beyond. And so we're really excited about that. It brings together two major research institutions to align on science and policy, technology, and execution. And it really is about creating an ideal test bed where we can unlock value, commercial value, and scale, and create something that is really, truly investable, all while looking at the implications and the challenges across the entire system. Again, going back to that three-legged sustainability stool, looking at it from a systems point of view, understanding what the social constraints are, the economic constraints internally within an institution or technology, and then also externally within society, and then all of the different environmental considerations that we have to think about when we look at sustainability. And so we are systems thinkers here. We understand the complexity of the world and supply chains and the market dynamics, and that is something that we lean heavily into. So for those of you all that are familiar with my work, I've been at the Baker Institute for 8 years, but you all know that my interests and my passion are in system sustainability, and that is very different than the sustainability that is characterized by media and others today. We take a very broad look at that. And so my idea of sustainability embodies my 30-year career working across different industries and sectors and working across the world. And so I am bridging all of that together in the sustainability initiative that is what we're showcasing today. And we can't bring that systems level thinking to you without the resources and the partnerships and the sustained support that many of our partners bring. And so the Baker Institute events are powered by the generous donations and support of many of our partners and supporters. And your support also helps fund the brilliant work of our research staff and the student interns that we have. And so events like these are what showcase that work. And so if this is something that is meaningful to you, if you find value in this program, I really encourage you to help support our sustainability initiative. And there's more to come with that, and especially now that we have this partnership between the University of Houston. So we really look forward to that. And again, thank you all for attending our summit today. And thank you all to our partners, RSC, University of Houston. It's great to collaborate on this event, and I look forward to future events like this. So I will now, whoops, that is not what I wanted to do, but Debalina, I want to introduce Debalina, she is the Associate Vice President and the COO at the University of Houston and the Energy Transition Institute. So Debalina, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I don't have any slides, but if I have spent the last 20 years or so in sustainability, I don't think we will need many slides to talk about sustainability. But I would just pause and think about where our world is going and just the sheer value that Houston brings to the world dynamics. We are the energy capital of the world. And as two universities working together in the Houston ecosystem, I think this partnership is the biggest show of how we should be thinking about the world in the future. So I just want to take a pause here and just make sure that we realize what power we have in this room. Sustainability has been part of my lifeline for the last 20 plus years, working with EPA and working in Texas for the last 12 years. Most of the things that Rachel said about systems thinking and sustainability, the biggest thing that we bring to the table is quantifying that sustainability aspect. It's always good to do things that you think is right, but also quantifying it at the same time to make sure you are covering it with data and analysis that would inform the policy. And that's what Baker Institute really does. That's what University of Houston also really works towards. It is the science, it is the technology development. So when Rachel and me, we started talking, we are like, we shouldn't be competing, we should be collaborating, and this is one of the first events that we are doing collaboratively. We look forward to this partnership not just for a one-off event, but we want to showcase what the power of two really great public and private universities can do in the city. Going beyond the city, I would say that we at the University of Houston are focusing on energy transition. The Energy Transition Institute has been in operation for about 3 years now. We did start with a generous donation from Shell, and we have grown from there with a lot of other donors. So really, echoing on Rachel's thoughts, we are really thankful to all of the donors that have helped us get established and still support our efforts and events like this one. In terms of what lies forward, I would really like to highlight some of it. We are going to show you a video on the University of Houston's efforts towards circularity during lunch. But primarily, we are putting some of these science and technology into action with our dedicated research labs, research and development labs. We are doing an advanced recycling upscaling facility on campus at University of Houston. And that is, of course, supported with policy and education workforce development. We are also leading one of the largest workforce development pieces in the circularity pillar. And I'm just touching base on the circularity aspects because that's primarily the theme of today's summit. But we do everything energy in this space as well. But in terms of circularity, I think the biggest keyword that Rachel has already said is systems thinking. So it is bringing it out from the science and research domain, to application and establishing it both in the state but also nationwide. So I think with that, this is the start of great things that are to come, and we really want your support. A full house like this really helps us to bring the word out to the public, so please let us know what we can do to support you in achieving your own sustainability goals. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Debalina. And all right, so I was looking for a keynote speaker for this, and I'm like, well, who else has that systems point of view, somebody that can describe sustainability in a way that does justice to the world challenges that we face, somebody that understands the interaction and the multidimensional nature of sustainability and leans into the balance between the social, the socioeconomic, the economic, and the environmental aspects of sustainability. And I've known Adam, and Adam Wozniak, run in similar circles, and I've seen him speak, and we've had conversations, and he was the first person that came to my mind. There's very few people in the world of sustainability that has the systems level point of view, and Adam is one of them, and what he says applies to any industry in any sector, I mean, as sustainability should, because it is not just a climate-focused endeavor. It is not just about climate change. It is about balancing the risks and the trade-offs across an entire system, understanding that there's going to be trade-offs, while understanding that economic viability across life cycles is equally important. So I want to introduce Adam Wozniak, who is the Director of Sustainability at Ravago North America. Adam, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Rachel. Really appreciate that. It's an absolute honor for me to be here today. What I'd like to share with you is I'd like to share so much. If you gave me 4 hours, I would speak to you for 4 hours because sustainability is something that we're all so passionate about. What I would like to do, though, is thank the Baker Institute. I'd like to thank Rice University, the University of Houston, the Recycling Science Council for having me here today in this collaborative environment. It's an absolute honor, and it's a pleasure for me to be here. It's definitely something that we all enjoy and drives the passion within us. But what I do want to talk about is I do want to talk about balancing sustainability in a complex system. And as you can see here on this slide, I can only fit so much on one page. But what's really important for us to understand is that there are direct trade-offs and how these are collaborating with each other on a daily basis. It's not just about the environmental impacts. We have to take into consideration the economic. We have to take into consideration the social impacts. And with a three-legged stool, if you remove any one of those pillars, the whole stool falls. So it's important for us to understand the impacts of not just having a circular solution, but understanding those overall economic impacts that are played within those components. Furthermore, I want to talk about, in some cases, the geopolitical situation that we have today in today's overall environment, because it not only impacts the plastics industry, which I come from, Ravago comes from. And I'm a moving speaker, so I apologize. It's hard for me to stay stationary here too as well. So I may walk over here and yell at everybody during the process. But it's important to understand, though, how interconnected we are as a global economy. One thing that does link us all together, whether we come from the electrical, the electronics industry, whether or not we come from the petrochemicals industry, whether or not we come from other market spaces like the healthcare industry too as well, is it's the human element that binds us all together. And it's something that from a human element perspective that we need to take into consideration. And humanity makes up all of this. If we don't have good economics, we can't survive, we can't thrive. If we don't have good social situations, it impacts all of us, not just on a working level, but in our home lives, in our general lives. And when we talk about the environmental impacts, it's not about just today. It's about tomorrow and tomorrow's tomorrow beyond that we have to take into consideration. So this balancing act is not only complex because of the overall global perspective, but it's complex about all the systems that are interacted with each other. Thinking about it like a human body, all the systems that we have that have to work together simultaneously to be successful. And just as that, we have to work successfully together in a complementary fashion. We have to collaborate together to be successful moving forward. So one thing that I do have to talk about, because my legal counsel would be very upset with me if I didn't put this up here first, is that number one, we're not going to share information with you that is false or that we believe is false, but we do the best we can to vet this specific information. We don't want to imply warranties, and it's very important for all of us to review the data with our internal legal counsel as we move forward. That being said, though, we're going to do the best we can to drive this message forward. We're going to do the best we can to have forward-thinking capabilities and talk about how these systems work together and link together moving forward, too, as well. So when we talk about the sustainability market space, I mean, it is a strategic necessity in today's global economy. And why is that? Because sustainable systems thinking really helps to empower transformative. And transformative is a big word, but we need transformative thinking. It helps us to build a versatile supply chain that can pivot quickly in ever-changing market spaces. You know, what we have to look at is it serves as a key differentiator, because basically if we're not acting sustainability, if we're not looking at life cycle assessment, life cycle inventory, we need to be aware of how that impacts our overall supply chain. And those that are actively involved in life cycle assessment have a massive competitive advantage in situations like this. So it helps us to weather unrest and instability. And what we also need to look at is it's about thriving. It's about not just surviving, because we live in reactive society. We are a reactive society, but we need to be proactive in our thinking. We need to incorporate intelligent design. We need to be thinking about how we can diversify our supply chains to weather these storms, because otherwise it's just like walking into a casino every day and just hoping that your bets pay off. At the end of the day, when we look at things from a systems level, we understand the full scope. We understand the full scale of our products and how the supply chains interact with each other so that we can be successful moving forward. So what I do want to talk about is just a mission from who I work for, Ravago. So Ravago is a family-owned company. It's probably the biggest company that you never heard of. We are privately held, and it started in this little house in Belgium. It's ingrained into our DNA. So since 1961, and if you notice 1961, that's also somewhat similar to other things that happened in our world, in our society. I like to reference it towards the race to space, right? You know, circularity and sustainability is our generation's race to space. And in 1961, we started as a recycler, taking piping and other components that were going to be wasted and turning them back into new products, giving new life to these products so that they could be used again and again and again for generations to come. And it really all started here, and this is where our foundation began. So I'm going to give you a little video so I can drink some water, but at the end of the day, this is my hype music. This is what makes me excited. This is what brings me to a place, and I'm honored to not only work with a company like this, but to be able to collaborate with individuals like you on a daily basis. Because again, it's the humanity that brings the light into all of us, and it's the humanity that links us together. And I'm honored to be here to share with you some of our backgrounds.
A tree, symbol of life, symbol of our lives. Like a tree, our roots run deep, a solid foundation that keeps us grounded and allows us to grow for generations to come. With our feet firmly on the ground,
The Eagle has landed.
but our head in the clouds.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Never not dreaming of a future that's better, never not empowered to expand our dreams. The impossible is what drives us to excel without holding back. Encouraged by curiosity, fueled by positivity, we reach for the sky. We go beyond our own scope, with an open view and an open mind. The curveballs, the setbacks, the hard choices, they make us grow. Grow together. Grow even stronger and wiser. We value a future for our lives and yours, for the lives of those we hold dear, far, near, or not even here yet. Forging lifelong friendships and building a home for a strong global family. On solid historical foundations with unlimited potential to craft the future, we aspire to create sustainable solutions that bring value to some and touch the lives of all. Believing in the ability to sustain, survive, and uphold the great culture we nurture. A culture of giving back to the world what it has given to us. Being the chemistry between people and polymers. Loyal and headstrong. Humble and proud. We've come a long way, but we'll never stop dreaming. Dreaming of a new creation with a lasting impression for lifetimes to come. With our world at the heart of your life. Ravago.
So you can tell why I get excited every day to come to work, to be able to contribute to a company, to an organization, to a society, to humanity, to make a difference. And it's definitely something that we're all passionate about, and it's something that I'm not lacking, and it's something that I strive to continue to improve on a daily basis. And it's through these systems thinking and through these capabilities as we grow, as we collaborate, because human contact is important. It's collaboration to where we can actually open doors and build and empower transformative pathways to things that we never dreamed of, that we have to focus on. And it's through being enabled by organizations like this that we are never not dreaming for a better tomorrow. Honestly, I'm dreaming for a better next 5 minutes sometimes. But at the end of the day, though, all of us in this room are always dreaming for something better, and it's something that binds us together, whether we're part of one political aisle to another, where we live, what religion we're a part of, what geopolitical locations we're involved in, and what we do on a daily basis. It's human nature. It's the DNA that binds us together, and it's that light that drives us forward that we need to continue to focus on. It's very important for us to continue to focus on giving back to the world what's been given to us. It's a privilege that we need to not take lightly, but it's a privilege that we need to expound to others and share with others to ensure that we have a better future together. So Ravago, we are, again, the biggest company that you may have not ever heard of. One thing that's really interesting is we've got 10,000 employees, more than 58,000 customers, but more than 60,000 product references. So the reason I bring this slide up is not just because of the characteristics and the statistics. The reason why I bring this forward is to understand when we talk about systems thinking with circularity, we have 7 resin identification codes, RICs, right? And we've got these 7 symbols, and most people don't know what they mean, but we've got more than 60,000 product references. So if sustainability and circularity was easy, we would have solved it when The Graduate with Dustin Hoffman was still popular. It's still popular today, and we still talk about it. But at the end of the day, we need to be aware that the dynamic characteristics of plastics are fantastic, not just because they're used in Barbie dolls. Petrochemicals are fantastic because they're not used in everything that we do. They're fantastic because they can be modified and manipulated in so many different ways in an economically and environmentally friendly standpoint. So we need to find better ways to collaboratively put these together, develop new circular systems to where we can improve these processes as we move forward. So you guys are going to get hit in the face a lot with the sustainability stool, but it's important for this to echo forward. And we look at these things that are circling around it, and they all have massive impacts for these sustainable development goals that have been set forth by the United Nations. So what we need to be aware of, though, is that this is the foundation of what we do. When we come to systems level thinking, we have to take into consideration all of these pillars. Because once again, if one of those pillars is missing, if the sustainable material we deliver is not economically friendly, the stool falls over. If the sustainable material that we're offering to the market space doesn't give the social impact that we were hoping for, the stool falls over. We have to think about how environmental impact, how social impact, and overall economic impact play a major role in what we do on a daily basis. So humanity is very important. And what I'd like to share with you is a little bit of humanity and how I am human and how I exist in this specific environment today. But what's really important is that, all of us are continuously dreaming for a better tomorrow, and we must be empowered to enhance upon those dreams. I'm the net benefactor of this intelligent design. So most people don't know this, but I'm a type 1 diabetic. I was diagnosed as a type 1 diabetic when I was 26 years of age. I thought I was going to be a professional soccer player. I thought I was going to be a pediatrician. Now I turned out to be a chemical engineer with a marketing degree, all built into one. So we all have different pathways in how we move forward. But I benefit from the humanity and from the development that we do from intelligent design, from the electronics, from the petrochemicals, from the plastics, to miniaturize the devices that I wear that allow me to be here today. Because if it wasn't for these devices, I would not be here. I would not be surviving. I would not be thriving if it wasn't for these advancements and the collaborative development that we have as a community to move these processes forward. So let's keep in mind, it's the human element that binds us all together. I come from a politically divided household, but you want to know what? We connect on humanity. We connect on what our children and our children's children are going to need for the future. And as long as we think of ourselves as humans, citizens of Earth on this Earth Day today first, we will succeed. We'll work collaboratively to make a difference as we continue to move forward. So what does this require? It requires transformative thinking. It requires intelligent design. But what we have to remember is that circularity does not begin at the end of life. It begins upon inception. The Ellen MacArthur Foundation had a stat out there, and again, these continue to be challenged, but more than 80% of your environmental impact is determined in the design phase. So if you're going to make differences in your product, we need to be thinking today, forward thinking about what your electronics, what your healthcare devices are going to be, and how they're going to make their way back into the economy once again. How do we design for circularity? How do we design intelligently? And what we have to do is when we look at intelligent design, we need to link this to scientific data. The science and the data will always set you free. Remember that. The science and the data will set you free. So if you back up what you do with science, you have the ability to defend those informations. You have the ability to defend your product in the public. And backing it up with third-party certified products is massive. So not only do we need to be thinking about rethink, so reduce, reuse, recycle. I like to say there's not just 3 R's, there's 4 R's in recycling. Reduce, reuse, recycle, and Ravago. So, but these are things that we need to think about. But overall, though, we need to think transformatively on how we redesign, how we design for reuse. But when we cannot design for reuse, we need to think about how we can actually use recycled materials, how we take products that have reached end of life and turn them back into something again. Now, that has your best overall environmental impact, but beyond that, we need to think about complementary technologies that we can pull together. So if that doesn't work, we need to be looking to other complementary design elements that can help us move forward. So chemical recycling, advanced recycling, biocircular, bio-based, biocircular solutions. That's a mouthful. But we need to be thinking about all of these complementary technologies because they are truly complementary. It's complementary with an E. I learned that the hard way presenting. Someone told me I spelled it with an I, and complementary with an I is like, hi, nice to meet you, you're a very nice person. Complementary with an E is, the way I think about it is that these components work together effortlessly. So again, we work in the same market space and we might be competing for the same bottle on how we produce it with a biocircular or an advanced molecular recycled or a post-consumer recycled material, but these are complementary to each other. So keep in mind, when we look at all these other components and we think about it from a systems level, post-consumer first would be great, but we can't use post-consumer currently in sterile barrier applications. So what's the next option that we have that would be the lowest overall environmental impact? We need to look at these other complementary technologies. And in those particular cases, those are the defining moments of how we choose which materials will be best suited for those specific applications. So again, complementary technologies. Furthermore, I can only recycle this bottle 5 to 7 times before the physical properties take a huge dip in characteristics. So what we need to do is we need to incorporate advanced recycling to where we can recycle this into a new product as a value-added resource that can have endless life cycles for infinite possibilities. It's too valuable to let go to waste. So taking these hard-to-recycle items like textiles, taking components that have reached their end of life, reached their physical property characteristics, and turning them back into new products is definitely important for us to understand as we move forward. So we wouldn't be here today if we weren't all thinking collaboratively, but it's collaborative partnerships that are going to drive the market space forward. It not only helps to reduce the overall risk we take, but it accelerates the circular outcomes as we come forward. And so what I want to do is highlight one collaborative partnership that we play a major part of and show you how it actually drives the economy forward and how it drives circularity forward in many different ways. So from a collaborative partnership standpoint, our organization, Ravago, has partnered in a joint venture with Republic Waste Services. So Republic Waste Services, if you don't know them, they're one of the largest, most dynamic waste recycling companies in the North American market space. And again, Ravago, we're the biggest company that you never heard of, right? Soon to be almost the largest recycler in North America, depending upon how our assets continue to pan out. But thinking about this is a collaborative partnership of private and public investment. So we get the best of both worlds. We get the strong foundation of a family business, but we get the strong market presence of a public company that has diverse infrastructure. So we're gaining from the components that are there. So why does this matter? We need to reinvent what recycling means. We need to look at it from the ground level up. And we need that infrastructure, because without that infrastructure, we can't succeed in driving better purity, better consistency, better quality of products as we move forward. Furthermore, having the most transparent chain of custody in the industry. So what better is it than picking up the recyclables from your home and turning them back into the very same products that you know and love, back into your kitchen once again? So consistency, availability, regionality. So when we look at the overall characteristics, location matters not just in real estate, but location matters in sustainability too as well. Now, I'm going to give you guys some fun facts, but if 1 ton of plastic or 1 ton of whatever you want to ship travels in a 53-foot diesel truck in the United States, that equates to 161.8 grams of carbon emissions. So location matters not only just because of distance, but it also matters based on weight. That's why plastics can be more economic than metals and other components that are in the market space. But we have to take into consideration location. We have to take into consideration where they travel and the distance that they travel to get to those particular components. So transparency is key to this collaborative partnership. So picking up from your home, turning them back into new products that have new life once again. And it has a visual key to where we actually see these components in front of us on a daily basis. We can see them turning back into something new once again. And at the end of the day, we have to design for circularity, right? We need third-party certification that supports the science that this was recycled, that supports the chain of custody that it came from your home and now is being turned back into a new product again. And having those third-party certifications are key as we continue to move forward, because the public, legislators, and we as a community, as a science community, need to see the evidence that backs these things up as we continue to move forward. So talking about life cycle assessment, the complex system that we have, life cycle assessment is important for us to understand. So life cycle assessment is just not a process that we go through just to evaluate all the characteristics of our product. Life cycle assessment is necessary to show the science behind the data of what we create. It's not just a benchmark, it's a dynamic benchmark on the pathway to sustainability. And the reason why it's dynamic is it's a benchmark in time. So if we take a life cycle assessment from 2017 and we compare it to a life cycle assessment from 2026, you're going to see different values, because we learn from our overall evaluation of what the impacts that we have on the environment. We learn from the efficiencies of the energies that we use to produce the materials that we create. We learn from the data that we collect on how it travels to the end user. So then we can build a model in which we're creating products at the right place, the right location, the right price, and the right sustainability to weather the dynamic market space that we live in today. So this is a fun thing just for everybody to walk out of here and see today. So most of us wear shoes, right? And it's important to understand that if I'm going to make an impact on the overall products that we have to look at the entire system of how this product is actually delivered. So one running shoe equates to 17.8 kilograms of carbon emissions equivalent. So one running shoe. And as you would think about that, most people think, well, it's the energy that we use to produce it, or it's the production level. Well, the truth of the matter is the materials that actually equate to more than 60% of the overall environmental impact of this particular product. So where are we going to make the biggest difference? Where are we going to be able to make the biggest difference? Well, the truth is it's in the materials that we choose to design these particular products. It's in the systems that we use to create it. And yes, there's opportunities for transportation, and there are opportunities for production, and there's opportunities for end of life. But if it wasn't for the life cycle assessment of these particular products, we wouldn't understand what is needed. So understanding the overall life cycle assessment of your product allows your organization to better position and identify vulnerabilities. So where are we most vulnerable? Where are we most reliant upon? And where can we make the biggest difference and the biggest impacts moving forward is really important. It allows us to rapidly pivot, especially to alternative materials or strategies once we identify those overall components from a life cycle inventory as we move forward. And really what I want to leave everybody with is that, listen, humanity and the earth cannot continue to shine without the light that binds us all together. Overall, let's continue to talk and take the small steps that humanity needs to make the leaps for a better tomorrow. And together, collaboratively, we can create new creations that have lasting positive impacts on economic, environmental, and social impacts together. So I thank you guys. I appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I look forward to collaborating with you guys further.
Do you have, we have time for questions if.
I'd be happy to answer questions.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. So Kevin, Andrew in the back, do we have the QR code that we could bring up? We're using Slido for Q&A, but I mean, if we don't have that readily available, just raise your hand. I can run over there with a mic if you've got questions for Adam.
Should I just belt it out?
Yeah.
Let's go.
So when Rachel,
So first, thanks for coming and speaking. And when Rachel introduced you, one of the things she said was that you were really good at quantifying the system improvements. So, and we've seen a stool, we've seen 3 legs, the legs don't touch each other. What are the measures that you put in place, and are there measures that cut across the 3 stools, or are we really defining the system by the individual parts?
I think it's actually both. I mean, to be honest, they're actually interconnected to each other on how we do. So when we look at actually defining the overall characteristics of like the materials that we look at and what we produce from the overall social, economic, and environmental impacts, you know, that actually helps us to understand what the missing links are in the components that are there. So one of the things that we didn't talk about with blue polymers that was important is actually to understand the overall impacts of how we can actually improve the overall system. So to improve and boost the characteristics of recycled materials. And what we found is that, you know, with Republic Services, we have over 75 material recovery facilities. We like to use acronyms, so we'll say MRF. But then there's the PERFs, the polymer recovery facilities that are truly the missing link that are there. So when we evaluated the geography, when we evaluated the social impacts, when we evaluated the overall environmental impact, we actually realized that we actually had to have a regional game. We had to actually have a regional solution. So what we found is that we needed to create these missing links, these polymer centers, that had better sortation. So, because we needed to drive the purity of the materials up. So when we evaluated some of the downfalls, some of the pitfalls to the materials is, we can recover materials and we can make them black. We can downcycle them into multiple different things, but what can we do to upcycle those better into the systems? So what we found is we had to have better sortation. Instead of having 5 to 7 optical sorters, we needed 19 optical sorters. But not only did we have to sort by color, red, orange, yellow, natural, black, every color in the rainbow, we had to be able to sort those out effectively with the technologies that were available. So this partnership and this collaboration with Republic Services doesn't just start with one handshake. It's thousands of handshakes along the way. And what I can say to you today is that now we can actually take a milk carton or a laundry detergent container, which are made out of the very same material, but by color, size, shape, we can actually identify that material as FDA and non-FDA. So we can boost the purity of those materials, yielding better environmental impacts for the overall social recipient of those particular products. So, the truth is that we have to look at them from a systems level standpoint, but they are still directly interrelated with each other, because if you do not focus on all three, the whole system falls through the floor. So again, looking at those impacts, though, we have to do these life cycle assessments, do these life cycle inventories to understand where those missing links are. And then furthermore, when we talk about the economics that are there, we also understand that we need to be able to produce at a scale large enough to support the need, the demand from the brand owners in the society, but we also needed to produce at a scale to where we can be economically viable too. And again, today I mentioned the term kind of like a casino. When it comes to recycled materials, when it comes to sustainable products, we have everybody coming to us today when we have this geopolitical unrest, when we see energy prices skyrocketing. So now that scope and scale is actually becoming closer. We're in striking distance to these virgin materials that are subsidized. So we need, from a legislator, for all the legislators that are out there, we need subsidization. We need subsidies for recycled materials. We need to be able to find these particular materials to where we can actually reduce the overall cost so that they can be competitive. I'm not saying to make them cheaper, because it takes a lot of energy, it takes a lot of engineering and a lot of technology to purify these materials, to sort them effectively. But at the end of the day, what we need to do is we need to at least be within striking distance to those costs. So again, they're still interrelated. I can't segment them out one by one. We will break them down in the life cycle inventories, but we need to understand the interrelation between all of them together. So we can't forget about them.
Yeah, and I think it's also important to underscore to your point, and Adam understands as well, is like not everything can be easily quantified into very clear numerators and denominators in sustainability. And so it's factoring in the qualitative versus the quantitative, being clear on what the scope and the boundaries are, and being transparent about that. And again, I mean, it's when you look at things from a systems point of view, it gets pretty complicated, but not everything is quantifiable, especially when we get into the human and social dimensions, because a lot of that is our value kind of positions.
But scope matters too, right?
Scope and boundaries matter.
Yep.
Okay, we've got a couple questions for you here. One is, are there any international markets that Ravago uses as important case studies and basis to shape their recycling measures? For example, Brazil.
Again, we look at the boundaries of what's available from a technology perspective. So, we are always looking at opportunities that lie. And really what we have to look at is we have to look for collaborative partners that can support those systems too as well. So as of right now, our focus is here domestically within the United States, because we have the collaborative partnership. We need more collaborative partnerships. And yes, we are being successful in Europe, but we still have shortcomings when it comes to the competitive natures. We are looking at Latin America as potential opportunities as we continue to move forward. But currently, we're focusing on the ones where we actually have the most capability from a technology perspective and collaborative partnerships that can support it. And I think that's the important thing to look at too as well, is that we have to scale what collaborative partnerships are available to us in the market space. They have to be dynamic, they have to be flexible, they have to be forward thinking. And finding those right partners takes time. So again, we are not turning a blind eye to any specific geography, but at the same time, though, we are looking at the opportunities as they lie ahead of us as opportunistic characteristics to where we can be successful, not only creating better circularity, but be successful in regards to an economic perspective too as well.
There's a lot of questions coming in, and we have 2 more minutes. And so I've got one last question for you, which is relevant to the Baker Institute and why we're all here. Is why do policymakers struggle to understand the full systems lens, and what can we do to change that?
Yeah, I think that's a mouthful. Unfortunately, I have the fortunate perspective of not only just being a consumer, but have the ability to be an engineer directly involved in how these materials are processed and created. So I've served 25 years in the industry, not only just from a chemical engineering perspective, but also from a design, development, physically watching these particular products be created. And what I would say is that we need our legislators to be more educated. So first thing I would have on the list for a legislator is go visit a material recovery facility, see what happens. But then go to a polymer recovery facility to see exactly what happens there on that secondary level to understand the missing links. But we need to follow the chain. We need them to be involved not only on the manufacturing side, but we need them to see what happens when this product reaches end of life. And so from an education perspective, education is key. Having a wide-ranging understanding of all the systems that are interconnected to each other, it's complex. it's dynamic, it's diverse, and there are so many different components when you break it down. Broken down by industry, broken down by segment, broken down by manufacturing, there are so many different dynamic characteristics. So what I would say for our legislators, if you'd like to take a tour from the inception of a product all the way through the end of life, please call us. Let us know. I mean, this is why the Baker Institute is here. This is why all of us are in this room as educators first, to teach people about what it takes to actually create a product, what it takes to intelligently design a product, and what the overall impacts that are created by your design decisions. So it's not just the number that goes on these particular components. It's the color, it's the size, it's the shape, it's the material that makes a big difference. And so we need to understand that more fully. And if we can get that in front of educators, and if we get that in front of legislators, but then we need to tie it to humanity, right? We need case studies. We need those end markets to talk about too as well. So
Adam, thank you. That was great. Thank you so much.
thank you again. I appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Yes, yes. And Adam, you're here for the day.
Yes, ma'am.
And so there are a lot of questions that came in for Adam, and so he'll be here. Ask him, find him. And this goes for the rest of the summit. We are capturing all of the questions here, and those that we don't get to, we'll find a way to push them out through FAQs or some other format. So without further delay, I want to introduce our next panel that I'm very excited about. And let's see, do we have everybody in the panel here? So the next panel, let's see, yeah, here we are. Gabe Collins, our fellow here at Center for Energy Studies, is moderating this panel, and I'm really excited that we're able to get this topic off the ground. I mean, so we're talking about sustainability, we're talking about different materials and metals, supply chain resilience, and we don't just focus on plastics, we look at all materials and all commodities, and an area that we are deeply involved in is metals and materials. And so I would love to hello, Ashley. You made it.
I wasn't smart enough to get the door open right there. So yeah, we had to go.
Okay. I was starting to sweat. All right, so Gabe Collins is going to moderate the panel. We have Ashley Zumwalt-Forbes. She is the former Deputy Director of Critical Minerals at Department of Energy. She is now a non-resident fellow here at the Baker Institute. We have my former geometry partner in high school, Pete Ladwig. He is now the Vice President of Technology and Engineering at Niron Magnetics. And then we also have with us Bryant Falk, who's the Managing Director of Aventine Partners. And so thank you guys for joining us. Please take a seat and oh, and here's your for Q&A.
For the Q&A.
Yeah, listen.
Okay, because I'm happy to just let them ask questions, or do you want to do it through?
You can ask questions. Yeah,
We could just do it live.
Yeah.
Or if you're comfortable with that. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so I'll just give a real brief intro there. We appreciate y'all being here with us. It's great when you do China geoeconomics work to actually sit down with real implementers, because we talk about, okay, here's strategic framework X or Y to try to reduce our vulnerabilities, and these three folks here that we're fortunate enough to have today are on the pointy end of the spear for implementing that. And we'll start here. Peter will probably correct me, but I think of these guys as sort of the Haber-Bosch process for magnets, where you take two commonly available elements and apply energy, and you get a wonderful world-changing product as a result. We've got metal mining expertise and all kinds of other insights on the space here. So without further ado, we'll start off with Peter here. He'll have about a 15-minute presentation, and then we'll move into the panel discussion, and I'll ask a few questions of these folks, and then as soon as you guys are ready to start asking questions, please fire away. I'm a lawyer and a litigator by training, so I can ask questions all day long, but I doubt you came to hear me ask questions, and I'm guessing y'all have a lot. And so as soon as we transition to the panel phase, if you've got questions, put your hand up and we'll get you into the rotation. But thank you, and with that, Peter, the floor is yours.
All right. Gabe, thanks for Thanks for the introduction. Thank you all so much for coming here and to listen to an important topic. Thanks to my other members of the panel. Great to meet you for the first time right here. Rachel, thanks for inviting me. It's fun how our lives have continued to intersect. And I want to talk about something specific. I want to talk about an important subject, my favorite subject, and a very attractive subject, magnets. So, Adam, I think you said it very well in the sense like when you think about sustainability, it starts with intelligent design. And magnets are in so many things, and you can have a real tangible impact to final products if you think about your magnets and think about sustainability up front. So to introduce the problem and also my company, we'll start with a video.
Earth magnets were invented over 40 years ago. In years since, production has shifted overseas.
China now controls 90% of global rare earth processing.
The Chinese government has weaponized the rare earth supply chain against the United States.
Today, rare earth-based magnets are dominated by concentrated global supply, creating security and reliability risks that impact nearly every advanced industry. Nairon Magnetics exists to change that. Nairon is an American manufacturer of next-generation permanent magnets, with more than 150 employees operating a proven end-to-end manufacturing process at our pilot facility. At Nairon, a fundamentally new approach replaces convention. By combining iron and nitrogen, basic commodity inputs are transformed into finished rare earth-free permanent magnets using industry-proven, scalable equipment already deployed across major manufacturing sectors. Free of constrained global supply chains, readily available inputs, domestic sources, a fully integrated process under one roof with a fundamental manufacturing advantage and a clear path to commercial scale.
As we break ground on Plant 1, we are not just building the world's first iron nitride magnet facility, we are launching a new American industry.
Their technology delivers the performance we need, and that's why Stellantis invested in Nairon 2 years ago.
1,500 tons of planned annual capacity is currently under construction. Meanwhile, fully scaled commercial magnet presses are in operation with zero reliance on Chinese manufacturing equipment. Nairon operates one of the leading magnetic characterization facilities in the Western world. Every magnet shipped undergoes in-house characterization and quality control. Customers are receiving magnets today and preparing for future supply. Born out of successful DOE research over a decade ago, today Nairon is backed by leading global manufacturers. Nairon's iron nitride magnets are a breakthrough innovation, proven for defense, industrial, and broad commercial applications, delivering performance and reliability advantages that redefine what's possible in magnet technology. By producing rare earth-free magnets for customers globally, Nairon secures supply, scales rapidly, and establishes an industrial foundation that competitors cannot match. With technology, capacity, and capability already operating today, Nairon is positioned to leapfrog the competition and change the rules of the game. Magnets power the future of everything. Nairon is the future of magnets.
Next slide here. Is it this one right here, Rachel?
No, I toggled because I didn't figure it out.
Okay, I'm just gonna randomly hit buttons and panic here until something comes along.
It was just the video.
Oh, there
we go.
There we go. And then if we can get to that next slide.
See, we build in little tests for you. We have locked
I'm
doors. We'll
failing.
have the slide taken.
Yeah, maybe the guy, Kevin in the back, if you could advance the slides.
Thank you.
The slide deck. It was just the video.
Oh, it's just.
Okay. So, let me wing a couple of things. Let me make a few points, and then we can get right to the panel. So the slides, the beautiful slides I had presented, to say a few things. First, magnets are everywhere. Most of us think, when you think of magnets, at least I did before I started at Nairon Magnetics, the primary use of magnets was to stick my kids' artwork to the fridge. And I've come since to realize magnets are in everything. Basically, if you use electricity to move something, there's probably a magnet involved. If you use motion to create electricity, there's a magnet involved. And so they're in everything from your refrigerator, and the compressor has those. Your everything audio, every speaker out there is uses a magnet, or I should say the vast majority of speakers use magnets. And then you have emerging applications, which are going to be huge. If you look at robotics, all the distributed joints are going to have magnets in them. If you look at drones, data centers are going to use a lot of magnets. Why? Because over 10% of the world's energy is consumed just moving fluids from one place to another, pumps and fans. And there are a lot of pumps and fans in this world. And so if you look at today, the overall size of the industry, it's on the order of, it's the size, it's about $25 billion industry going to a $100 billion industry. And if you look at the growth in magnets that will be consumed between now and the year 2040, it's conservatively projected the increase in the amount of magnets that we're going to need is double the current world supply. So what's the problem with that? All of the powerful magnets today are made with rare earth elements. Rare earth elements are the lanthanide series. If you look in your periodic table, that little inset down on the bottom. And in there, particularly neodymium is the base. Neodymium iron boron magnets are the base magnet for all the powerful magnets that are out there today. But neodymium iron boron magnets degrade significantly with elevated temperature. So they have dopants such as dysprosium and terbium in there. And those are needed to stabilize that with temperature. Those rare earth elements, they're not that rare. What they are is very diffuse. If you look in the world's crust, the concentration of these elements is very low, to the point where you have 1 kilogram of starting material to make a magnet comes from over 1,000 kilograms of ore. So you're really just pulling the needles out of the haystack here. And so that has an incredible environmental impact. And if you look at certain places where they mine this material, and the cheapest way to mine them, like in Myanmar, is basically wash down the mountainside with acid, collect this stuff, and then that's where the processing starts. All these heavy rare earths come with other elements around them in the periodic table, as most mined things do, and a lot of those are radioactive. So now you got to separate all this, and you have this large volume of radioactive waste and a lot of energy that you have to put into that. So that's where magnets come from today. What we offer at Niron Magnetics is a rare earth-free permanent magnet. And we use iron and nitrogen. So iron is the most recycled material or metal out there today, and nitrogen is 80% of the air we're breathing. And so we can make a powerful magnet out of that. So the tough part is that we have to make a certain crystallographic structure of iron nitride that nature doesn't readily want to make. It's the alpha double prime 16-2 ordered tetragonal phase of iron nitride. That's a name that material scientists like me give to keep our jobs. It's, but think of it like graphite and diamond. So graphite's 100% carbon, diamond's 100% carbon. But they have tremendously different properties. Graphite's so soft we use it in pencils to make marks on paper, and diamond's the hardest material known to man. What's the difference? It's just the crystal structure. So this particular crystal structure of iron nitride has been very difficult to make. A little bit about the history. So there is in Tohoku University in the 70s, there's a father and a son that as the urban legend goes, they don't get along, and they didn't get along because one of them believes this material exists and the other one says it doesn't. Fast forward to 2013. In 2013, there was a Chinese fishing vessel that wandered into Japanese waters. The Japanese confiscate that fishing vessel, and the Chinese respond by saying, "No rare earths for you." And that led to the first rare earths crisis. The US government woke up and responded, and in 2013 created 12 projects, of which only the ARPA-E put in the seed money to create 12 projects, only one of which still exists today, and that's Niron Magnetics. A little aside to the students in this room. Niron in 2013, we're like a 12-year overnight success. the majority of that time was struggle and failure. So students out there with posters. Nairon Magnetics was a poster out at the University of Minnesota with in Jianping Wang's research group. Students, the things you're working on today, they're going to change the world like Nairon is changing the world today. So I'm excited to see the poster sessions later today. So if we started there, ARPA-E, and this is the important role the government plays. Because you saw up there, we have Stellantis and GM and Samsung. None of those people were there in 2013. It was ARPA-E and some of the visionaries there at the DOE that invested this money in Nairon, and we struggled and struggled and struggled until about 2018, 2019, inventing the nanoparticle route to make this, and to be able to simultaneously process trillions and trillions of nanoparticles at a time, where we can now make this magnet, we can make this phase. This phase is stable for the vast majority of magnet applications up to 150 degrees C, and we can do it with scalable processes. And so the advantage that we have is that we have commodity inputs. We can use scrap iron, and it's a circular process. There's no dirty backstory to our process. Our main waste coming out of our factory is sodium chloride, table salt, and water. So we start with scrap iron, we process the nanoparticles, we convert them to this alpha double prime phase, we compact them into magnets, and when our magnets are finished with their use, they can go right back in the scrap metal bin. And it's a completely circular process without a dirty backstory, like a lot of electrification stories are. They're a great product that enable electrification, but there's a dirty backstory in how they're made. Not so with iron nitride. Oh, we got more slides. Oh no, I'm just looking at them. At least I can see them. I'm excited to get to the panel. I think I've talked about a lot of the backstory of the rare earths, what we're doing that's strategically different. It's inherently stable by design. And because of the intelligent design, maybe we'll just fast forward to, I think I spoke to most of this. China controls the vast majority of supply, not just the mining, but all of the steps in between. We're made of iron and nitrogen. We talked about this. This is the rare earth supply chain. There's so much energy and so much waste involved in just creating the rare earth metals, where we can start with scrap iron. And even though the magnet industry is huge, even if we're enormously successful, we'll barely make a dent in the scrap iron business. There's just that much iron out there. So sustainable dye design, here's where I wanted to spend most of the time. We start with scrap iron. We make iron oxide nanoparticles. We make rust. First step is we make nanoparticle rust. We convert that to alpha double prime 16-2 iron nitride. Then we consolidate that into a magnet, shape them, finish them, polish them, coat them, send them out for use in specific applications. And when they're finished with that application, they can go right back in the scrap iron bin. So I think we talked about a lot of this stuff. I do want to point out that the White House ordered a full review of the national security risk with our reliance on rare earths from China. There was only one alternative to rare earths mentioned in that Department of Commerce report, and that's Nairon Magnetics and the iron nitride magnet. We talked about how we made this, the material. Went through a bit of the history here. Funding from the government, the seed money from ARPA-E, the students at the University of Minnesota who worked on this to make this something, and that created Nairon Magnetics. And so now we're at 150 employees. We're scaling this material. We're backed by the Departments of War and the Departments of Energy. We have 148 patents granted and 48 patents pending. 120,000 square feet of manufacturing space in Minneapolis, Minnesota. This is the pilot facility where we're seeding all of these magnets out into industry for applications. And we have, as you saw in the video, over 1,500 tons per year of manufacturing going in Sartell, Minnesota, with a lot of supplies coming from the near area. And site selection underway. This is my last point I'll want to make here. We're doing site selection for our 10,000 ton facility. We have to scale this up to to have really any real impact on sustainability, to really displace a significant amount of rare earths, we got to create over 10,000 tons of magnets. And even that is just a smidgen of the overall magnet market. So to get to that takes significant investment. This is a heavy industry. This isn't like software. You've got to invest hundreds of millions of dollars in a company, into an industry you believe in, that's not going to generate profit for several years. And we're at the point now where we're taking off. We'll be putting in products in customers' hands in devices that you can buy next year. But there was so much that led into that. And so the work that's done here at Baker, the systems thinking broadly about problems, identifying them early and investing in them is key. And that's what made Nairon a success today. We're coming of age at just the right time when we're really needed, but it couldn't have happened with all that forethought. So with that, I think I'm just going to skip through and get to the panel and questions. If you have any questions for me, here's my contact info. And with that, I'd like to sit with the panel and get some more questions.
Absolutely. Come join us. So thank you, Peter. That was wonderful. And I apologize for separating those files. I forced you into a Shark Tank moment, which you meant. You met that phenomenally. That was a great presentation. And thank you to our AV folks, Kevin and Andrew, for quietly fixing my mistake there. But that was absolutely amazing. Now, something I wanted to ask you is, I think you very well laid out. We see with, and I'm just going to start with one question because I see we have a whole bunch of other ones coming in here that are probably better than mine. You talk about you avoid the waste problems that we see with some of the rare earth-based manufacturing. We avoid the China dependence. What are the potential pinch points for scaling this? Like if we were looking at your process in general, obviously there's lots of iron. This air we're breathing is 78% nitrogen. What is sort of the pinch point? Is it electricity? Is it just getting capital to scale up? What does that picture look like?
It's getting capital to scale up. It's getting enough people to believe in the idea early, to put the money in. It can compete on its own, but it needs hundreds of millions of investment. Thank you, Rachel. And then the other thing is, it is electricity. So you can start with the key inputs. You need iron that's readily available. You need nitrogen. There are various sources of nitrogen that you can use. You can use ammonia, which is put on fields in Minnesota in vast quantities, far more than we would use. But you're trying to create a phase crystal structure that nature doesn't readily want to make. So what does that mean? You got to put energy into that system, and it does mean electricity.
Okay, that makes sense. Now, before we move into these questions, one thing I do want to do is allow Ashley and Bryant to briefly introduce themselves. And ladies first, we'll go on Texas principles here.
I was trying to hand it off to Bryant here, but hey, I'm Ashley. Wonderful to meet those of you who I have not met previously. As Rachel kindly walked through, I'm a non-resident fellow here at the Baker Institute. I live in Austin, so I came in this morning. Apologies if I kind of feel like I'm sleepwalking. I also am COO and director of 2 NASDAQ-listed SPACs. The tickers are EVOX and MEVO. One is $240 million. The other is $300 million. So looking for targets in the critical minerals space.
She's also been known as the Queen of Nickel, if I have my recollection right. So.
I got a lot of nicknames. Not all of them good, but yeah, y'all can be the judge of that.
Brian,
I'm Brian Falk. I'm a managing director at a decarb private equity fund, Decarb Energy Transition private equity fund here in town in Houston. I live here in town, got my MBA at Rice. We look at investing in a broad spectrum of opportunities, but one of the things we spent a lot of time on 2021 through 2023 were circular solutions. Personally feel strongly about decarb, but at the fund, we're purely economic animals. And so it was really interesting to watch the first talk. We think about circular solutions as a way to expand margins. We have a couple of investments. The first one that comes to mind is called D6. It's one of the largest recycled PET thermoforming businesses. It actually is an off-taker of the Republic JV, Blue Polymers, so has scaled infrastructure across the country, and offsets something along the lines of 500 to 600,000 barrels of oil a year, and makes a bunch of money. Its biggest customers are some of the big box retailers. So those are the kinds of things we invest in. At this point, you might be asking, what am I doing on this panel with rare earth magnets? I have been involved on the board of a business called Novion Magnetics since, I guess, formally April of 23, but have known the business since December of 21. They're located in San Marcos, Texas. They are a manufacturer of rare earth magnets. They ship product to customers like GM, ABB, Electric Motors for a big company called Nidec, et cetera. There's several others. So they manufacture traditional virgin rare earth magnets with non-Chinese source. But the company started on a mission for why aren't these magnets recycled, I think 13 years ago, so very similar kind of timeline to Neuron. The founders, Scott Dunn and Peter Afuni, have patented technology. There's something commonly known in the space as grain boundary diffusion. They have something called grain boundary engineering that allows us to incorporate end-of-life / recycled feedstock, both our own and third party, into the products we ship. And that's been commercially proven to date, and we incorporate some of those volumes into some of the products today. So you'd find those magnets inside of like GM trucks. There's some warehouse robots that have Novion magnets in them today, et cetera. So views today are my own, but I involved in that business.
So as I look at some of the questions coming in here, I see we have lots of interesting costs, and obviously magnets at the end of the day, even though there's very intense intellectual property that goes in, you're selling into a fundamentally commoditized market. I'm going to ask this question because I'm conscious there may be proprietary information or something close to it, so we're not going to talk actual dollars and cents. We'll borrow a page from the algebra playbook and just use X as our starting point. And so if we're looking at nylon magnets, rare earth magnets sort of made directly from ore and materials the way we'd see from China, and then to your point, Bryant, magnets that are made from recycled materials, what is that, and I'll let each one of you take a crack at this, starting with Peter, we'll go down the row. What does that cost curve right now look like, and how does that change as you guys scale?
Yeah, so it changes dramatically with scale for us. So we have very low cost inputs, but and you're starting with nanoparticles and you want to process them simultaneously. So you got to scale this up to very large reactors, and that takes a lot of capital. And then you can get down the cost curve with our projections, that number X. What is that X, and what is that relative to Chinese rare earth magnets, and what is that relative to the true cost of those? Because the price of those is manipulated, and Bryant, I think you probably can speak to this better than I can, and maybe someone to I know that some of the legislation that has set a price floor, so I'll leave that for you. But in the end, when at scale, iron nitride magnets can compete with Chinese rare earth magnet costs.
Yeah, maybe to set the scale, this is probably a broader theme for today. It's difficult to talk about circular solutions, cost, sustainability, this systems-wide thinking without talking about Asia and really China, right? So until April of last year, the input for, when you're making a traditional magnet, you'll buy something called flake, and then you'll convert the flake into a powder and press it into a magnet, kind of a dark art to that. Chinese sourced flake costs something along the lines of $55 a kilogram a year ago. This is a big event, it happened last April that we'll get to. They were selling the magnets themselves for like $52 a kilogram. So you might be thinking, well, like, how is that? There's a whole lot of energy and time and people involved to convert the flake into the magnet. So they're just dumping it and subsidizing a cost. Now, why would they do that? A cynicist or a pragmatist might say, to enable Western economies to build huge amounts of economic activity on top of a lever that they could then pull, right? Which is what happened, and to their credit. I mean, a wildly great playbook that was thought out 30 years in advance, played to perfection. We get into an economic war of sorts, and last April, even though everyone's been aware of this kind of flashing red button for years and years and years, that's why things like Neron and Novion were started 13 years ago, they finally pushed this button. Magnets stopped getting shipped to the US, and prior to that, as you might expect, a lot of American and Western companies were very interested in sourcing magnets, people like Neron and Novion, but everyone wants to do the good thing until, hey, they're paying $55 a kilogram, and you're like, it's going to cost $100 or $200, and they're very interested, and they kind of string you along, but they're not buying in bulk. All of a sudden, last April happens. Now it's not even a question of price. You couldn't even get it. So, like as an example, a very large auto manufacturer, well, several actually, were losing something along the lines of tens of millions of dollars a day because they couldn't get access to dollar magnets that go inside of $80,000 or $100,000 SUVs and trucks. So this wasn't even like an EV thing. This is just an ICE vehicle thing even. So the cost went up, the ability to pay went up, and so you'll see costs today ranging from anything of $75 a kilogram to $200 a kilogram for non-Chinese source magnets. If you can get the Chinese source magnets, they're still in this kind of $55 to $90 a kilogram range. And we could talk about the White House lifting a floor price. They set a floor price with a business called MP Materials, which kind of has a trickle-down effect through the whole system. And so as a result of that, you'll probably see magnets costing anything from $100 to $200 a kilogram, depending on the composition, price, and application.
And so just the commonality, I don't have a dog in this fight. I don't sit on the board of any magnet company, but really just to draw a commonality across this. When we look at broadly critical minerals, not even just rare earths and not just permanent magnets, as we compare US or Western pricing to Chinese pricing, it isn't just a simple calculation of COGS plus a margin. It's very much a price manipulation. And so we get into a very dangerous situation, and we are in a very dangerous situation where in a capitalist environment, we quite simply cannot compete on a head-to-head basis, particularly with a state-backed monopoly. And so you start hearing government officials and companies talking about things like leapfrog technologies, and that's really exciting. We need to be able to scale these technologies in order to deliver materials. We also start hearing officials really talking about price floors, equity investments, direct offtakes, building the word has escaped me, but building a kind of resilient supply of backup material within the Department of War. This is not the first time this has happened. Peter referenced the prior incident of China restricting export of permanent magnets. Japan learned a lesson from that and built a deep stockpile of these materials as well as some domestic capability. We frankly did not. We did not learn a lesson from those original events. We certainly started to invest in earlier stage technologies, but there is much room to go. Much investment is needed, and we truly do have to think about it in different terms than head-to-head economic competition, because that is not the current picture.
Not the topic of this panel, but everything that just got said, you could apply to solar panels also, and batteries.
Preach.
Yeah, it's sort of the repetitive theme, I guess, when we're talking about trying to decouple from these China-centric supply chains. We're getting a range of questions here that cut toward the application of these magnets. Are these iron nitride magnets a one-for-one replacement if I'm moving away from rare earth magnets? or are there wrinkles that manufacturers have to factor in as they bring this into their supply chain?
Both. So magnets are, there's a phrase that you can learn, 80% of what you need to learn about magnets in an hour, and the rest will take you the rest of your life. So magnets are simple, but also really complex. So there is, the total, the density, energy density of a magnet in MGOE. There's the remnants, which talks about Tesla. How strong is that magnet? And then there's coercivity. How hard is it to flip that north and south pole with an opposing field? So if we look at our generations of iron nitride magnets, now iron nitride, the material, has a saturation magnetization that is very high. But our initial offerings are drop-in replacements for some applications, for audio and some motors. And then there's the advent of some other types of motor designs, like variable flux memory motors. Variable flux memory motors, if you look at your EV, at high speed, the magnetization of the magnets actually works against you. It creates a back EMF, and that reduces the efficiency of the motor. So the variable flux memory motor, if you have this coercivity just right, or the Goldilocks coercivity, if you will, you can then detune the magnets at high speed and then pulse and remagnetize them in 5 milliseconds at low speed to get the torque when you need it. So there's an application for some advanced EV motor designs where you can get increased efficiency by using the iron nitride magnet and thinking a little bit differently. So the answer is really across the spectrum. There are some drop-in replacements. There are some redesigns that can optimize the properties of this specific magnet, and also our offerings are a moving target. We're improving our properties with every generation that we release.
So is it fair to think of this as really there's two areas that need to scale up? There's not only your factory floor, but there's also potentially some of the downstream markets that would absorb those.
Yeah, insightful question, and in some areas, yes.
Okay.
I would also like to draw a parallel again to the Chinese market. China has done, as Brian outlined, a phenomenal job of really controlling the permanent magnet manufacturing process. Because they own each step of the value chain, they've been very successful in iterating designs that are very successful in end use products. And they can very quickly validate those new designs and deploy those new designs. Because it's something that we are trying to stand up the entire supply chain at once. So mining, separation, metallization, making magnets, making end products. It's not something that it's quite so simple to iterate quickly on designs and deploy those into new uses. Do we want to get there and do we expect to get there? Absolutely. But that is a situation where, again, China does have a fundamental advantage because they have co-located and in many cases vertically integrated all the way from mine to end user. In the West, we have done something that makes sense from a scientific perspective, but we've kind of chopped up the supply chain into bite-sized pieces where not only do we have transfer pricing across those entities, but we have margin stacking. In order for each piece of the supply chain to continue being a going concern, to attract investors, to build their manufacturing plant and not go under on day one because each widget is losing money, you have to have a margin, right? And so that is the system in which we're operating, and those are the constraints.
Yeah, well, one comment I would make on choke points or kind of plateaus you get to, this is relevant for solar panels, magnets, batteries. There's just so much tribal knowledge in China, and the analogy I use, Ashley and I are oil and gas people from a life far away. A lot of Asian businesses came here to learn about shale, and we drilled a ton of wells and knew all about it. And it was a little, humorous. Like, you would spend a whole week with them and how little like they understood. The inverse is true in this world. So like, as a specific example, in magnets, one of the main steps is, there was a beautiful picture of one that I'm now a big fan of, these equipment called jet mills. You have to get these particle sizes down to a very tight particle size distribution because it impacts the physics of when you're starting to press that magnet. You need perfect sphericity, and ideally the particles are all the same size. As an example, when you go to large-scale production to scale, that seems very simple. You boop, boop, boop into the PLC of the machine, and it's very difficult. And there's all kinds of nuance to it. And someone can show up from China, hold the powder in their hand, and tell you, oh, this is how you fix that. The other one that comes to mind is once you get to large-scale production of end product, we call that parts production, which is what a customer is ultimately buying, not blocks of magnets. And they had some really nice pictures of finished magnets in there. These shapes can be very difficult. The wire cutting of these things is very delicate. There was a beautiful kind of disc shape in that video. If that is chipped, you're talking about spec for these end product users, your customers, like down to sometimes nanometers, but definitely like parts, decimals of millimeters. So it's not even these things. We refer to all the magnet stuff as like the edge of the envelope of physics. You get past that, it's all of these little processes and like the craft of the process. That's what they have like a huge lead on, and we're trying to build that, add flesh to the skeleton, is the term Sky uses.
Here's a question on this tribal knowledge aspect. Is, we've seen so much discussion recently from NVIDIA and others how the next big leap for AI is into the physical world, into factories and all these other things, and then you run that back into your models. Are there ways that this evolution could be leveraged to help us close that tribal knowledge gap? Or conversely, is it something, because the Chinese are doing the same thing, that risks putting them further ahead at the same time we're trying to catch up?
That's actually, so like if you think about humanoid robots, I think is a good example. That's actually a situation where I think a company like Neuron could be set up to do well. And here's what I mean by that. I'll make up a company, but we don't have any interactions with it, like a Toyota. Toyota, you have a tension between the design engineer, the person in procurement, and the executive in the C-suite. And that tension is, you tell the design engineer, right? The executive tells the design engineer, I'm running a really fast car that's going to sell a lot. And they're like, great, I'm going to assume there's a magnet that's never been created, that's wildly efficient, and I'm going to put that in my drawings, and there we go. It goes over to procurement, and that guy's like, that thing doesn't exist, we're never going to make money inventing it or selling it. And the executive's like, I thought this car was getting delivered last month, and you're telling me it's 4 years out. And so how you manage that tension is a real secret sauce, even if you have perfect magnet in Novion or a perfect magnet in Neuron. This is something we've dealt with for years and years and years. When you're designing a new product, like I imagine a humanoid robot that is several years in advance, you can engineer that solution alongside your key provider, like a magnet provider, over the course of several years, presuming Elon Musk isn't yelling at you every day to get it done. And so in that instance, I do think there was a good statement from the Ravago deck on like, look, it starts with inception at design and inception. And so I think in those cases, you have a lot more flexibility to work with the end customer. Today, like the products we're selling, this is the spec, this is what we need, you hit it or you don't. It takes 2 years to get through PPAP, and you can sell or you don't, and you can hit costs or you can't. These future applications, of which there are many, I think there's lots of opportunity to engineer to design.
I would just, I think that's a great answer, and we're seeing that also on the manufacturing side, taking advantage of AI to scale this factory. So I spent my entire career scaling technologies before coming to Neuron, and just in the case of like automation, used to automation in hard disk drives. Very customized. You have a team of engineers there. They're all making custom automation cams and things specifically for this product. And now with the advent of AI, robotics isn't quite there yet, but this is coming, where you don't need a team of engineers. You can use basically AI to get the data connectivity and to get more generic solutions. Humanoid robots aren't there yet. I wish they were. But when you're scaling a factory now, when we're looking at employing some techniques that are now available that weren't available to us 10 years ago. So even in scaling and manufacturing, AI and some of the new developments there are really helping us.
And in my classic fashion, I'm here to rain on everyone's parade. Yes, I agree with everything that's been said. I would like to reference one of the least sexy topics in technology, and it is IP. I think, particularly when you're looking at permanent magnets and specifically this supply chain, you are in a very IP constrained scenario where very few companies actually have patented processes or the ability to patent a process. There's also kind of, we're set up for, I think, a very interesting future as people try to determine where people are infringing on others' rights in the US and elsewhere. So yes, AI can absolutely help us iterate, get designs there faster. I question the legality to roll out those designs. And then quite simply the kind of trades capability to manufacture. It really is a bit of a black art, to borrow your term.
I think these are really good points because I'll let our private equity representative correct me on how I'm probably going to mischaracterize this, but it seems like we're talking about kind of what's the big competitive moat here. Is it IP that I can go sue you over and we've got a bunch of empirical evidence in court, or is it this tribal knowledge where the tech comes over from China, or in a few years you guys tech and can go with rare earth or with the iron nitride pair to like, yeah, we're good to go, or no, we're not? I mean, is that a fair characterization? Is that we're trying to figure out which one of these moats and how it works and how we can hopefully catch up?
Yeah, I don't think there's like a single mode. I think every company is different. Every situation is different. For Novion specifically, they had their own penumbra of IP, which was one of the only ones outside the original 6 licenses from the Hitachi Japan tree that fell apart. So we like that. But honestly, what we also liked from an investment standpoint was, at the time, the DoD, I don't like this DOW term, but the DoD.
I call DoD.
At the time, the DoD had given a grant to the point about the role government plays for, I think it was $40 million to build Novion at a beautiful 100,000 square foot facility in San Marcos that I went to go see. It was wildly impressive. So it was the combination of IP, that facility existing, and they were making commercial grade product that was being shipped in small quantities, but was being shipped and used. So that's all helpful. There are other situations where, like in a leapfrog technology, the IP is kind of, I would say, like table stakes. It's like we can't be a leapfrog tech without IP. And so then it's like, where's the progress? What are the proof points? And then really, where are these envelopes of risk? And I think, Ashley and I both looked at a bunch of these over the last 5 or 6 years. You can get your head usually around 1 or 2 envelopes of risk. There's mitigants and how do you define uncertainty. What starts to become difficult is if you start seeing compounding envelopes of risk, and that's usually difficult for investors to get their heads around.
Mm-hmm.
Particularly interdependencies across the supply chain. So fully agree, kind of across the board there. But if you're saying, I'm going to use the battery supply chain as an analog, because that was my job in government. And so, if you use that as an analog, if you say, all right, I am going to go build a PCAM facility in Texas, and then
precursor to a battery cell.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, there we go. So I'm going to go build a PCAM facility. Well, what does precursor go into? It's CAM. It's cathode active material. Do we have any CAM facilities? No. So then, okay, we have to sell to China or to a different country whilst we build a CAM facility. How do you finance the PCAM facility without offtake? Is it bankable? How do you underwrite that? Always, I'm going to say always, in project finance, there's a debt component. How do you put debt on something that you can't guarantee an offtake component? Additionally, when you start looking at new products, even heritage technologies, if it's just a new factory, off-takers have to go through a qualification process. Qualification processes can take years. Particularly for materials that require such specific and detailed accuracy. And that's after your factory has been built. It's generally not off of a pilot line. So there are multiple challenges to layer on top of these investments.
Yeah, and maybe one last comment on our end. We always like having like the customer relationship. We think you can drive down from the customer relationship, whether that's D6 on the thermoforming side. You don't want to, in our minds, and I think the market has yielded this, like it's a challenge to go up from the recycling to the customer. We feel the same in magnets and in all these lines of businesses. So a few years ago, there was a big push to be mine to magnet, and now you've seen the inverse. A lot of people are using this term magnet down to mine. And I've heard from others, you probably can't say it, but I've heard from others in the government, one of the reasons they're excited about Nearon is, to Ashley's point, you are eliminating these steps precursory to that. So while there might be some technological risk or application risk, the payoff for that risk is interesting because you don't have to deal with separation or mining.
So with this qualification risk, like, is this something like if I was sourcing Chinese magnets before and now I'm sourcing whether it's MP Materials plant in Fort Worth or, the recycling operation in San Marcos, do I have to go through that all over again even though it's the same materials because it's magnets from a different producer?
Yeah, it's at the line level. You have to produce at the line, be qualified at the line, and it's like there's a handful of parts I think we're about to start making on that it's been 5 years of PPAP qualification.
And it really depends on the market. That NPI cycle or new product introduction, you can enter at different phases. If you have a Me Too product, you can enter at a certain phase. If you have a new product, you got to enter in early. And it really varies across the industry from medical to automotive to consumer electronics. And you're right, it can be years. It can be as little as 9 months. And if you look at the reason why we have this pilot facility, to your point, we have this pilot facility, then 1,500 tons, then 10,000 tons. Why don't you just go to 10,000 tons? Well, you got to fill up that factory. You don't want it to sit there idle. And so in the pilot facility, you can get out of that 2-year cycle. You maybe can get that first year out of your pilot facility. But at some point, it's got to be made in the factory where they're going to come from. And so hence that factory scale that we're going with, and then to the next 10,000 ton facility. The big reason why it's one, the investment, but the other is just what you were saying. You got to get in that MPI cycle and fill it up.
I would say people have certain assumptions about the Chinese market, Chinese product, et cetera. Like the cost at which they're subsidized to produce at, I mean, it's that combined with the quality of that product it's wildly beneficial and advantaged. So you're not just competing on cost. It'd be one thing if it was like a cheap plastic toy, whatever, but they are very, very good at making it cheaply and like wildly effectively.
That's why I was asking, is I think of Chinese EVs, because I've gotten this question in the past, would you drive a Chinese-made EV? And I had to think for a second. I said no, but not because of engineering reasons, because of security reasons. To your point that we think of them as a source of, basically cheap, crappy, fast stuff, but that's actually not true in many of these areas.
Yeah, and it's, this rare earth magnet industry really started in the U.S., right? And I'm sure at Novion you have some of the few remaining people around. We've got a couple, the coveted few people.
The original couple guys, yeah.
And it's the people have left, the facilities left, the analytical capability has largely left the U.S. And so that's a challenge, I think a mutual challenge we're facing as we're trying to to.
That's
scale up
honestly
this
a great
industry.
point. We probably overlooked, but yeah, it was originally invented by GM before going over to Hitachi, and then China took it all in. I think it was like between 98 and 2003, and really 2007 to 13. I mean, this is all a pretty recent phenomena. As the video said, these things didn't exist until 45 years ago, so the material itself is relatively new. But yeah, America invented it. We were the leaders and allowed it to all leave, and now we have to spend a whole lot of money to get it back.
Well, this has been a phenomenal discussion. I've felt a hook approaching from my left side there. So I want to be respectful of time, but wanted to thank each of you. This has been such a great overlapping discussion that I think really gives folks a sense not only of the possibilities, but the challenges that we have to overcome. And my only regret here is that we didn't ask you to bring samples of your magnets. But other than that, it's been wonderful. And let's give our panelists a hand here.
Guys, thank you so much. We appreciate it. And we are now moving into a break, folks. It's a short break. It's a 15-minute break, but we do have posters out there. Take a look. Recycling Science Council. We've got posters with the University of Houston and the Office of Sustainability here at Rice. So I'll see you all back here at 11:05. That was really good. Wow, great job.
Like, not to be too sappy, but like events like this are important, like making sure that we're collaborating and learning from each other, to know like we need to be solutions oriented. And I mean, the production of electronics is not going to go anywhere. And I think we would probably all bet it's not going to slow down either. And so having, folks that have, diverse backgrounds coming together to really figure out how can we move forward sustainably and make these like collaborative solutions. That's how, the zoo functions in international wildlife conservation. And I think that model, shouldn't be lost on us here at home either. As we're, building policies, do indigenous communities have a seat in the room? Does wildlife have a seat in the room? Do folks from the areas that are impacted have a seat in the room? And that seems to work in our field programs. And I think that would be the way forward is like, not consuming anything is never going to be the answer. We can't tell people, buy less, use less. I wish it worked. But unfortunately, just trying to work together on a collaborative way forward is always it.
Natalie, go.
I was just going to add that I think, like was brought up earlier today, we have to start with the end in mind, even if the technology itself is sustainable, thinking about designing that technology to be recycled, to use recycled content. These new technologies have materials needs, supply chains, and risks associated with them. And so, bringing recyclers in early, whether it's like an EV to talk about, well, there's a whole infrastructure of automotive recycling that works really well, right? But how is that going to change when that vehicle now has changed its composition significantly and now has a battery in it? How does that work with kind of this automotive recycling system that we have today? Those kinds of conversations and the planning for it has to happen earlier. You are seeing things like solar panel, permitting now more and more incorporating like decommissioning plans at installation, right? So you know like what's going to happen to this at the end of life that can then turn into the sustainable material source for the next time you need to build something new. So I think that's really a key way to balance these often difficult conversations is by bringing recycling in at the very beginning and reuse as well.
Yeah, I just want to just add a quick note that, of course, recycling e-waste can give us all these environmental benefits, but I think in order for us to really build that industry, right, build that business, it also has to make economic sense, right? So, so I think definitely we need more incentives, right? We need better policies to really kind of, align all the parties, all the stakeholders' interests, right? So all the way from people who are collecting those devices, right? So I don't know if you guys know, but we simply don't have a lot of this collection infrastructure here in place, right? For example, if you want to recycle, let's say you want to drop off your old laptop, right? Do you guys know where? Do you have anything around your home that you can just easily do that, right? So I think we definitely have that first mile infrastructure problem, right? And then if you think about it, there is also this activation problem because for your daily waste, right? It's just very easy. You just drop them in your trash can. But for e-waste, it requires some dedication, right? You have to find the device, you have to dig it out from your drawers, you have to put it somewhere, and you have to remember to carry that with you on your way to those recycling facility, right? So if you think about all that efforts get involved, so again, just going back to the, I think definitely we need good policy, we need a good amount of awareness, right? We need good infrastructure to really increase sort of the, so basically we have this sleeping stock and we need to do a whole lot more to really activate that sleeping stock so that we can convert that sleeping stock into something we can actually utilize.
Yeah, but I mean, there actually is no federal policy on e-waste. And I mean, unless it's classified as a hazardous waste, then it falls under that. And then here in Texas, e-waste is just regulated through, I think we regulate televisions and computer part, and that's just a fraction of what it is. So I want to talk about recycling because recycling is seen as the primary mechanism to curb some of these issues, as well as reducing mining. But recycling in and of itself is not a benign process. It's not innocuous. And so, Jason, I wanted to, because your research focuses on some of that, and then if we reduce the mining, there's going to be some added environmental benefits. But if we look at recycling, and if you look at the impacts to recycling, and I mean, it uses a lot of hazardous waste. It has emissions, and looking at the entire end-of-life supply chain, you've got the transportation factor. I mean, so how do we look at that from, again, that systems on, like, so recycling can be a part of the answer, but then there's also other factors associated with that. Like, what are the other draws to the system?
Yeah, I mean, to me, again, I feel like this is really a holistic. We have to take a holistic view of the challenges that we're looking at here, right? So recycling and reusing, as our research suggests, it can give us a lot of benefits, but there are also a lot of these hidden elements that we cannot directly observe, right? So, for example, when you purchase a new iPhone, right, you may like to do that every year, but I guess a lot of people are not really aware of, kind of all the processes, right? Like where are they getting their materials? Are those materials sustainable, right? So again, it's to me, it's just of course it's a trade-off, right? But also we have to really take a holistic and also data-driven view of that problem. We have to understand, all the detailed processes so that when we make decisions to purchase a new equipment or to purchase a new cell phone for yourself, right? We can really kind of understand what are the environmental liabilities embedded in that device.
Right, and because we're looking at this from a life cycle perspective across the system, we know that there's impacts upstream on the mining and the processing front. I mean, that's been clearly documented. But then also downstream at the end of life, there's also impacts associated with that. And so it's like kind of finding that middle ground and understanding across that life cycle what the impacts are. I want to ask a couple of questions from the audience, and one of them had to do with your study, Jason. And it said, by stopping mining, it showed about half of the gain immediately, then the other half over 10 years. Why so nonlinear?
Oh, that's a great question. So yeah, I think I mentioned that during my presentation that when you stop mining, we will get immediate benefits, right? If you think about stop mining today, and we can stop destroying, or we can stop disturbing those species, right? And then, but again, if you think about that as over kind of a 10-year time window, it's really, as I mentioned, nature recovers, right? But it takes time. It takes a lot of time for nature to slowly recover, especially considering some of the environmental hazards mentioned by Telsa, right? So those tailings, those pollutions, they don't go away overnight, right? So that 10-year period of time, that 10-year benefits, that extended benefits is what we can harvest if we just leave that area alone for 10 years. So that's kind of the whole point of that study. So we're seeing immediate gains, right? If we stop doing this today, but if we stop doing that, and then if we again just keep those mining sites, unoccupied for a period of 10 years. I mean, of course, we can extend that to 15 years or 20 years, but I think our key message is stop today, leave that area protected for 10 years. It will give you double the benefit.
Got it.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do want to bring up export and trade. I mean, that's something that I look at a lot when we talk about hazardous waste management. And I mean, there is a role for trade, opening up entities to global markets. But there also is clearly the impacts of trade when things like electronic waste are improperly managed, irresponsibly managed. But Natalie, talk to us about some of the trade-offs with that, because as important as trade is, it also has a number of ramifications.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, I think first I do want to, kind of separate the issue of mismanagement and export. I think they are often put together, but there can be very well managed electronics recycling with export. And actually, exporting is a really important part of the recycling system overall. And I want to spend a couple minutes talking about why. So recycling in general, this is true for all commodities, is a industry where supply and demand are not connected the way they normally are in other industries. We are manufacturing something with an inbound feedstock that has no relationship to how much that is demanded. So you don't decide to recycle your iPhone because you've heard that the price of the minerals in it have gone up and there's more demand for it, right? You recycle it because you're done with it. And that's true of all different commodities. And so the supply of recycled materials to process is what it is, right? It's driven by factors like collection access and, turnover of materials and use and production and all that of that material. But then the demand for it is driven by completely other factors. And so for recyclers, we need to be able to go to where there is demand, and that's always going to be first choice domestically. That's preferable because it's closer by, there's lower risks, all of that. But sometimes the demand is somewhere else, whether that's because of the processing or there's a reuse market for something somewhere else that is not there domestically. And so having access to the global market is really important for recycling in general. But you absolutely right that if you're exporting to a place with lower waste management infrastructure or different regulations, different legal protections, where those communities aren't protected, then that's a really increased risk of negative environmental and human impacts. An important thing to know is that there's two main certification systems in place for electronics recycling, R2 and eStewards. Both of those systems are systems where recyclers are certified to those, and then they have to make sure that their downstream vendors are also certified to that, to make sure that they are handling hazardous materials properly, that they have transparency in their downstream as well. So if you're recycling, those are two important certifications to look at. And then we're also, I'm part of a group that's developing an additional standard called the Electronics Impact Standard that would harmonize reporting on other environmental and social measures to kind of harmonize across different sustainability reporting for the whole industry. So it is important to have the economics of recycling work, to have that trade and export as part of it. And then there are, kind of safeguards in place, but it's important to look for those certified recyclers.
Yeah, and to really get, so if 83% of e-waste is undocumented, I mean, there's a lot of work to do to get that 83% into formal tracking mechanisms and management frameworks. Okay, one last question I want to ask is really about an action or a behavior or belief on e-waste that could fundamentally change the system from your point of view. And Lily, like with your focus on consumer behavior, I mean, what are your thoughts on that? Because it was interesting, the survey that you took at the Houston Zoo, where people really care about wildlife, but like, how do you connect that to a behavioral change mechanism where that's going to change the way that they manage their waste, their electronics?
Yeah, absolutely. So Jason kind of mentioned earlier, excuse me, that
a lot of times behaviors that sound as easy as just recycling are actually kind of a complex chain of behaviors that require more effort on your part than it sounds like originally. So yeah, for electronic recycling, you have to know what you can recycle. You have to know where it is. You have to kind of finally let go of it. Did you clear your data off of it? Did you get your photos off of it and all of that? And then it starts the process of like, where can I take it? What do they take? When are they open? And just like is it going to cost me, or do I get money to recycle it? So it's this whole thing that we learned that most Houstonians are completely unaware of. I mean, before starting on this project, I also was like, well, I work at the zoo, so I know I can take my stuff there. But other than that, I'm not sure. And so really our job as experts in this is to lower those barriers as much as possible and increase the motivations. So the barriers are people don't know where to go, or realistically, maybe there's just not enough places. So the zoo is saying, hey, can we partner with community centers, which is great with the partnership with the county, or like grocery stores or local events where we can ask people, hey, here's a point where you can bring it in. Let's tell them exactly what they can bring, and then let's motivate them. So like I mentioned earlier, a lot of times it's Houston. A group of conservationists that message about flamingos have kind of coined this, you're holding a piece of flamingo habitat in your hand, which is kind of an interesting tie to the, all of the environmental and international impacts that we're talking about. So really the key is making it as easy and expected as possible to do the right thing. Social norms are very powerful. So if we can make it easy to do, make it the normal choice to recycle your electronics, then it definitely, by means of all other behavior change projects, should increase a whole lot. We've seen it in other areas, and there's some other parts of the world where e-waste recycling is a little bit more prevalent. So I always say more than 700 million people visit zoos and aquariums every year, and if each of them knew where to recycle their stuff, we'd be in a better place. So.
And you know what, like, just because something, I just want to make one last point, just because something makes it to a recycler doesn't guarantee that it's going to be recycled. A lot of it depends on the market and the value of the material and the metals, right? We see that with like cobalt and other things. And when we talk about dematerialization and removing some of those through regulation, that you lessen the incentive for recyclers to recycle. So I mean, so the point is like it's a very interconnected system. It's complicated, and there's a number of factors to get it to the point where we need. I don't know if you all had one final thought, 30 seconds or less.
I'll just add one, which is just the importance of design, and not just the physical design, but because of in electronics, of software design choices, how long a manufacturer will support software updates for things, even things like unenrollment of devices so that the next user is able to use it. So those design choices and manufacturer choices, not only of how the physical item, but how the operating system is going to work, is just a really key part of this whole to enable longer use and life of each of these items.
For me, it will be more like awareness. Everyone should be aware that there is no free lunch. That is the first principle in economics.
It's always trade-offs.
There is always a cost, and this cost may not be placed on you necessarily with the price, but maybe in someone else. So awareness and perhaps empathy, right? That there are many other people that are suffering the consequences.
To me, I fully agree with Telsa. So I think it's all about awareness, right? So I think to us, there are so many behavior barriers. Lily mentioned some, and if you think about it, a lot of people, when you think about your electronic devices, you still perceive it as $1,500 devices you purchased. You spend a lot of money up front, and then, somehow people, I think it's the perception is that, this is a valuable item and I just can't let it go, right? And also we talk about safety concerns when we talk about this so-called backup utility, right? I don't know of you, but sometimes if I have to get rid of something, I always think about, can I save this for future use, right? Does it have a backup utility? So again, all these behavior barriers, I think those are the driving factors for this sleeping stock that we're having. And I think, to me, I think awareness, right, really telling people, what's happening, right? Maybe the device that you perceive to have a high value may not really have that value at this moment, right? So, so that's my closing message. I think awareness, awareness, awareness.
That's good. Well, you guys, thanks for your time. And this is a really exciting topic, and stay tuned because we're going to be answering a lot of these questions through our future research and collaborations together on electronic waste. So thanks, guys. Okay, let me introduce you guys really quick.
Okay, and do you have the?
Oh yeah, the Q&A. Oh, and I've got your timer for this. All right, you guys, we are moving immediately into our next panel. Where's the rest of the plan?
Okay.
Oh yeah, go ahead. All right, hold on. Okay, stick with us, people. This is our last panel before lunch, and it is going to be an awesome one because we are doing a live adjudication on advanced recycling of plastics. And so I want to introduce our moderator, Jackie DeGroot. She spent her entire career at Dow, and we were lucky enough to recruit her as a non-resident fellow at the Baker Institute, so she'll be moderating this panel. And we also have with us Clint Thompson, who is the COO of Nexus Circular, and we have Aaron Doty, who is the former Chief Commercial Officer of Mira Technology, who is now an independent consultant, and we have Debalina Sengupta, who I introduced earlier. She's on here representing University of Houston, and then of course we have Marco Castaldi, who is at the City College of New York and is the co-chair with me of the Recycling Science Council. So excellent, and since we are live adjudicating, I'm going to keep you all on time to make sure that you don't go beyond, what is it, 90 seconds?
90 seconds for the first and 60 for the next two.
Okay.
All right. And are the questions, like my poll is for the end, but.
Oh, yeah, here, let's see.
So it's open for questions,
Yeah,
right?
it's open for questions.
Okay, perfect. Okay. All right, great. Thank you, Rachel. And as she mentioned, I did spend my entire career, 30 plus years at Dow Chemical. The first 15 to 20 years I spent finding applications for plastics and then, figuring out how to make new polymers for new applications. And really, to me, it was like this elegant symphony that happened about how we could make these very moldable, differentiated polymers do amazing things. And so then the next 10 years, they said, okay, simplify all of that and make it all recyclable. Okay, so then that was the next portion of my career. But truly, plastics and polymers, thermoplastics, the ones that we're mainly talking about here, started in the 1950s, where it's when they were introduced. And so that's 75 years ago. And they are embedded in so many aspects of our lives. And they are very elegant. For food packaging and food preservation, they have a tunable barrier that can be breathable for your lettuce and have a super high oxygen barrier for a subprimal meat cut or a shelf-stable, processed food product for your shelf. For healthcare, they manage moisture beautifully. They're breathable in drapes and gowns and in diapers, and they're also a liquid barrier at the same time. Kind of cool. In construction, infrastructure, transportation, they're super strong, they're weatherable, they just work so elegantly in so many applications. And they're probably not going to go away, but we do need to have a more sustainable future with them. And so advocates of circularity, which I hope we all are, purport that these products have a lot of value after their initial life. And so this is why we have recycling. We have mechanical recycling where, the products are basically, physically melted and re-extruded and cleaned in that process. But they have limitations on the types of polymers that they can take and the cleanliness of the polymers. And as it goes through a few times, those polymers start to degrade. And so they don't perform at the levels that they performed before. And so then there's advanced recycling, and that's what this panel is going to be all about. And that doesn't come with, or that comes with risks and costs as well. And so more recently, we've seen In terms of announced capacity around Europe and the US, just taking those two regions, an equal portion in terms of tonnage has been shut down versus what's going forward. So it begs the question, is this advanced recycling going to go forward? Are we in a conundrum about this, or should we be more committed? And so we've assembled this fantastic panel of experts that I want to give a little bit of honor to, just so that you know their backgrounds. Marco Castaldi, he's a fellow of the American Institute of Chemical Engineers and the American Society of Mechanical Engineers. He received the Fulbright Global Scholar Award for his work in sustainable waste management. He has published 2 books in the area of waste to energy and gasification. He holds 11 patents and has published over 100 papers. He received his bachelor's from Manhattan College and his MS and Ph.D. from UCLA, all in chemical engineering. Aaron Dowdy, we'll call him Mr. Houston. He is a University of Houston undergrad and a Rice MBA, bringing over 30 years of experience in commercial and operational leadership across the energy value chain, including midstream, petrochem, gas, and power. He has held key roles at Phillips 66, Total Energies, Reliant Energy, and Dow. And most recently, Aaron served as the Chief Commercial Officer at Mura Technology, an advanced recycler, where he helped position the company for global expansion, meeting increased demand for recycled plastics. And today he works as an independent consultant advising on energy and sustainable strategy and implementation. Debalina, I think we were introduced to her. Just a few things to add to that. She's currently the Assistant VP for Energy and Innovation at the University of Houston. Her work has been broadly focused on quantifying sustainability in the context of process systems and engineering. She holds a bachelor's degree from Jodhpur University and a doctoral degree in chemical engineering from LSU, and a postdoc research experience at the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, so has a lot of experience in policy as well. And she's the author of 2 books, one, Chemicals from Biomass, and another, Measuring Progress Towards Sustainability. And last but not least, we have Clint Thompson. He's the Chief Commercial Officer for Nexus Circular, another advanced recycling company. Mr. Thompson's organization is responsible for new site selection and development, feedstock for their plants, revenue generation, and advocacy. He has spent his entire career in the environmental and sustainability space and has been involved with Nexus since 2009. It's a long time. Mr. Thompson participates on multiple boards, including the Executive Board of Directors for the Plastic Industry Association. So with that, we are going to do a live adjudication, and I had to look up the word when I was asked to do this, but I think I got it down. We're going to be fast and furious in this. It is my first time to do a live adjudication, or a dead one, whatever. But anyway, bear with me, and we're going to have a lot of fun. So with that, we will get started. The way this is going to work, just to give you an overview, we've selected 4 different perceptions that are very common in the industry and that we hear all of the time. Is it on? Yeah. And so what we will do is we will have the first speaker will take 90 seconds to kind of give you their take on that perception. And then we will have 2 additional speakers that will each get 60 seconds. And then you, as an audience, will have 2 to 3 minutes to ask questions, and they will have to answer, and we'll move to the next topic. So we will have about 10 to 15 minutes per topic, so it will go fast and furious. Our goal is very simple. We want you to leave here with more information than you had when you came, and more knowledgeable that you want to dig in and really understand this more. So with that, we will get started. Okay, so perception 1 is advanced recycling is really just incineration or burning of plastics by another name. Marco, would you mind taking that for us and setting us straight on incineration and advanced recycling?
I understand that. So first, thank you for the opportunity. Advanced recycling encompasses several processes, but I want to focus right now just on one, because it leads to a lot of confusion. Pyrolysis, which heats the material for further processing, it's not incineration or waste to energy. Pyrolysis does not use air or oxygen, whereas incineration and waste to energy require oxygen from the air. Importantly, waste to energy harnesses the embedded energy in waste, uses complete combustion, and recovers materials from the waste stream such as iron, aluminum, and copper. Incineration also completely combusts the waste, but only for the purpose of destroying problematic chemicals. It doesn't have a provision for energy and material recovery. Therefore, the byproducts of waste energy are power, heat, and materials for recycling, while there is no usable byproduct of incineration. So what is exactly advanced recycling? It's the thermal or chemical process that deconstructs the waste plastic, and it yields a desired or target intermediate. That intermediate is then used as an input for a subsequent process to create precursors for new plastic synthesis. For example, pyrolysis melts waste plastics to primarily an oil intermediate that can be fed into a subsequent steam cracker or fluid catalytic cracker that makes olefins such as ethylene and propylene that then can be polymerized. So there's many attributes that depending on the waste stream that we're targeting, and we'll discuss on the panel today. Thank you.
Thanks, Marco. All right, Clint, for you. Since you're in the industry of advanced recycling, can you tell us why it matters to distinguish between incineration and advanced recycling?
I'll bring it down just a level. So incineration generally just has a bad reputation, right? So it emits at very high levels for things that are important to our EPA. So sulfur dioxide, carbon dioxide, NOx, I mean, there's just bad stuff that it emits. We're low emitters as an advanced recycler of all those things. So perception-wise, it's good for us to be detached. As you stated, there's no way for us to combust. We don't have oxygen. Just doesn't make sense. All the economic reasons, you have to pay a lot, $200 to $400 a ton, to take solid waste to an incinerator. We actually pay that for our material. But at the end of the day, what really matters is 20 years ago, the EPA classified advanced recyclers as a incinerator. And what that means is today, some states, as the EPR schemes are rolled out, we are not viewed as a recycling entity. And it's crazy to me to think that we take a waste product, we convert it to an oil, and it's made into a new product, and we're not considered recycling. But it's because of that definition, which I think will change, that we think it's extremely important for us to be detached from incineration.
Thanks, Clint. And Aaron, you worked with Mirror technology, which is a little bit different technology than pyrolysis. Anything you'd like to add to this discussion related to incineration and advanced recycling?
Yeah, it's definitely not incineration. The technology that we had was hydrothermal liquefaction. There's many other technologies, and something we need to do is encourage the use and development of all of these technologies. We have such a high bar. The world recycles about 8%, which I think is fairly liberal, on 400 million tons a year of plastic. The 2040 projection is 700 million tons a year. And so how do you get there and keep pace? It's going to take all of these technologies and to reach that bar.
Thanks, Aaron. Okay, and now we have a few minutes from the audience. You can type your questions into the Slido, the same chat that you had before, and I'll be able to see them here. Or if you, oh, there's the QR, thanks. While we're waiting for some of those to come across, I have a question related to the emissions. You mentioned that emissions are very different, obviously, for incineration versus advanced recycling. There's also maybe some differentiation between emissions and for advanced recycling going to feedstock or advanced recycling maybe going to fuels. Marco, can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. I mean, the advanced recycling, when you're putting it through a downstream process to make, say, olefins, ethylene, propylene, to then polymerize them, not all of that goes in that direction. There are efforts going on by the large companies to design catalysts and processes to direct it there. Right now, they can direct about 50% of it, but the rest of it goes to, let's call it mineral oils or lubrication oils, but some of it does go to fuel. And when you burn that fuel, you're producing CO2 as you would as if you just burn the material. Going through a pyrolysis process, you get an off gas that doesn't look anything like a fuel, but it can be used for the heating value of it there. And so if you think about that kind of process, you end up with the CO2 kind of output, if you will. But along the way, going through the advanced recycling, you can get more directional yields into products.
And is it safe to say that when you're going into a feedstock, you're then feeding that material into a cracker or whatever and creating feedstock for plastics, and that is an exothermic reaction. It doesn't require burning or anything like that. So the emissions are even lower in that.
The emissions are lower, right, depending on the process. It would be, it could be a little bit endothermic as well, depending if you go to fluid catalytic cracker, but it's using that material so that the emissions are lower going toward that product, correct.
Great. We have a few questions here. One is, and maybe we need to level set on this. I'll do this really quickly because I want everybody to follow along with us. What is the difference between advanced recycling and regular recycling of plastics? Regular recycling, which we often refer to as mechanical recycling, is basically a process whereby the polymer or the plastic articles are collected, they're shredded, put into bales, and cleaned, and then fed into an extrusion system whereby they are melted and then repelletized. They don't change their form in any way, other than maybe some degradation that may happen through that process, but they basically start and end in the same way, whereas advanced recycling takes it down to the building blocks, the initial feedstocks that you use to make polymers, like for instance, polyolefins, you would use ethylene, and propylene is the byproduct that you end up getting after the cracker. Okay. Some questions. Why are there only a few advanced recycling plants in the United States? Clint, do you want to take that?
Sure. I think one of the biggest things we've seen in this industry, there was a hype period 3 years ago, right? So everybody wanted to develop a new technology, build 100 plants, and make a bunch of money. So in reality, Closed Loop is an investment firm that did a study on this space, and they thought it took 17 years from the time you create the idea to the time you're ready to commercially scale the plant. We've seen so many plants or so many projects or companies that have come out, developed a pilot plant, or even some have gone just at the bench scale level and thought they would try something that worked in another industry, in our industry. It just doesn't work that way. So I think we've had quite a few just technical problems with people trying to go too fast and scale way too fast. Typically, when you're scaling a new technology, you scale at a factor of 10x from your pilot plant to your demonstration plant to your commercial plant, and people have been trying to skip those steps. And if I might, that was maybe the first few years of all the hype, but recently we've seen a flight of brands going back to virgin price material because of how distressed things have become for certain industry segments. And it's caused a big problem I think we've lost probably 25% of our mechanical recycling capacity in the US because of that, right? So unstable markets in general are not good for sustainability projects, in my opinion. They don't seem to ride the ups and downs of the industry. So getting good policy in place is critical for this industry to continue to grow into the future.
Great. Okay. We're going to move on to the second perception. The next one is, so we had Marco kind of level set on what the outputs of advanced recycling are. So you get feedstock, which is a liquid hydrocarbon basically that can go into making the initial ingredients used to make polymers. And then you have a non-condensable liquid that comes out of many of these, which is a gaseous thing like methane or hydrogen or ethane, which can be burned for fuels. So the perception is that there's a controversy about this feedstock versus fuel, stating that if the output is fuel, then this really can't be considered recycling. And so, Aaron, I'd like you to kind of, at a high level, explain to the audience why this matters for the industry and how these are being proposed to be accounted for, And any other thoughts you have on the concept of mass balance?
Sure. So, we'll start off with mass balance. One of the most difficult concepts is around this in the thought, because for all the engineers in the room, we were taught, here are your inputs, here are your outputs. And as a refiner told me in a discussion, he said, look, you're putting flour, sugar, milk, eggs, and you got a cake. That's it. And it's like, no, there's a lot more. This is mass balance accounting. So if you have a renewable power contract at your house, are they sorting out the green electrons to get there? No, it's all accounting that's done. So you have the solar and the wind, and all the other generation, and it's all separated on the back end. When it comes to advanced recycling, this is very important, because when you look at the controversies around, well, is it fuel? Well, you look at the overall impact is for what it's doing. And the argument, of course, is, so if we make a barrel of pie oil, you feed it into a cracker or FCC, and you get a split from it, then what you, in the mass balance accounting, that makes the most economic sense at this time is to count that, offset that barrel as a barrel of ethylene, and then into the polyethylene on down that value chain. It's very difficult, though, for the others to.
You can't shut it off.
It's a very difficult thing, and people want to say, well, no fuel for that, but you're discounting embedded capital that's already there that can be utilized to help process this without building new.
Okay, great. Debalina, can you talk about the fuel versus feedstock, because it produces both, in the scheme of like our waste management hierarchy?
Yeah, so one of the main things in the waste management hierarchy is that you have different ways in which you can recover the value out of this material. So at one of the easiest ones is waste to energy, where you're burning the waste and you're recovering the energy from it in the form of electricity. However, the complexity comes in, and this is one of my favorite quotes from one of our reaction engineering books, is chemical engineers are not gentle people. They like high temperatures and high pressures. So that's where this comes in, and it's the sweet spot between high temperatures, high pressures, or even low temperatures and pressures. That tweaking allows us to tweak the products in our system. So for a lot of people who have been in the business of naphtha cracking, you know we can tweak the system to produce more ethylene versus propylene. And that is the beauty of the engineering. That is the concept which we need to bring into tweaking the molecules and changing the molecules so that we can get to a certain desired product. And that's where advanced recycling really has the promise, to get the molecules into the desired products. Now, are we there yet? Probably not, but that's where our promise is taking us in that respect.
Right, and in that hierarchy, right, remember, I think Adam at the beginning talked about redesign, reuse, or redesign, reduce, reuse, recycle, recover. The recycle is the ideal thing that we want to get out. We want to get the feedstock back into making the plastic, but recover is still very noble and much better than landfilling and incineration. So in all of that, we're keeping, a barrel of of getting pie oil is a barrel we didn't take out of the ground, basically. And all of that in kind of a systems thinking is the noble goal that we're trying to get to, basically. Okay, we're gonna go to the next one. Oh, no, we're gonna ask for questions from the audience first. All right, let's see here.
This one should get questions.
Yes. Let me see. Can pyrolysis be only used with certain feedstocks? We're going to get a little bit to that, but maybe, Clint, can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. I think as it relates to the chemistry, there's only certain polymers that actually chemically convert. So high and low density polyethylene, polypropylene, and polystyrene. If somebody tells you that other things convert, they just don't. They do convert, but to bad things like char. So there are limitations on what actually will convert into a usable product.
Okay. And then here's another one. What is the panelist view on mass balance attribution in investment shift? You want to take that, Aaron?
Sure.
Yeah.
The general view is on the attribute. So now you're saying, okay, I want to balance it against it, but I also want to be able to pick what it is as for the attribute on the end. So I put the pie oil into a cracker, and instead of breaking it out by components that normal naphtha cracks, you're going to say this is 100% ethylene. So that's being liberal with the accounting. It actually helps everything move forward again in the market. But some people are very challenged by it.
And what are those challenges? Can you?
So I'll tell you the main challenge is that if you're an end user and you're saying this item came from recycled material, well, what did it actually come from? So going back to the very beginning of, it's a collection of waste plastic. You can't identify, I have this many high-density bottles in it or anything. It's a collection of material that carries through the system.
Go ahead, Debalina.
So one of the things, and this is attribution in life cycle assessment terms, it's more of allocation, or how do you allocate your product's emissions to the product itself, let's say. Sometimes that becomes a challenge because there are 3 different methods of allocation that we use: mass-based, energy-based, and economic-based. So what value are you putting to your product? And is it the economic value of the product that you're looking at, or the mass value, or the energy content? And there are multiple examples from the ethanol industry where the ethanol has a higher emissions per megajoule compared to diesel or gasoline coming from your petroleum industries. But that is because you have that emission in the petrochemical or petroleum industry divided over so many different products that comes out of a refinery as compared to ethanol and DDGS that comes out from the ethanol refinery systems.
Okay.
Can I just make a quick comment? Since we're live adjudicating, I'd like to just make a comment off of what Clint had mentioned. So pyrolysis systems, they can take the different plastics in. As the ones that he identified, those are going to have the best conversions and get to the best final product streams that you can have. But just think about, and we're working with some organizations that we're doing this, just think about taking a very mixed plastic that is not, well sorted. You can melt it. And his point of making char is that some of that is going to turn into a solid material that's not going to convert to a final product. And so there's a loss in that. So it doesn't mean the system cannot handle it. The question is, how much of a kind of final products and so on are you going to get out of that? And that all rolls up into the economics and the circularity of it.
I think it's a good point, by the way. We're trying to be a for-profit business. And so this idea of what converts to char, it's a low-value product at best. And at the end of the day, and we lose yield, which has high value. So I think that we have to get good at the end of the day, we've got to get good at managing it all. So we're going to we have a front end at our plant. So we receive stuff that we don't want. We separate it out and we try to sell it in emergent markets. But at the end of the day, we're trying to make money at doing this, and that means we have to have high yields and high value products. Yep.
Good. All right, we're going to move to perception 3. This one is that if advanced recycling were truly viable, it would already be at scale. And so we had a little bit of discussion about how there has been a number of closures and still a number going forward. And so it makes people wonder, is this really going to go? What is preventing it from going forward? And I'd like Clint, since you've been with Nexus for 17 years, and been with this whole advanced recycling probably for the longest out of all of us here. Talk to us about scalability and viability, and maybe what are the things that could really make this accelerate forward at this point.
Yeah, I think it's. I'm glad I got this one, by the way. It's interesting to me that we're asked to compete with 100-plus-year-old industries, right? And we're expected to compete in a matter of a few years with the same efficiency curve that they've had the chance to go through over a long period of time. It's just not realistic, and the expectations have to be set right. I mean, even when we look at things like biofuels, we saw ethanol take 30 years to get to 1 billion gallons, and it's close to 16 billion gallons today, which has been a tremendous success story for our country. So when I think about the things that are happening today that are hurting and that could help, there's 4 kind of categories. I mean, our customers, the resin manufacturers, have gone through the toughest time that I think any of them have ever seen in their entire career, right? It's created just real economic distress for those organizations. They should be the strategic investors into our industry because they're a part of the value chain that benefits. The second thing is, and probably the first thing, is the stability in the market. I mentioned this earlier. So brands have moved away. We've got commitments that are volunteer that are way up here relative to supply that's way down here. You would think that would be a good formula for building a whole bunch of plants and making a bunch of material. That commitment doesn't sit there today. We're going to need policy for that to happen. The good news is, Lee Zeldin, he has come in, he has stated he's all for recycling reform. We love this guy. He's changing things. He's making it happen. But at the end of the day, we've got to have legislation that's gonna work. And I think we've got a couple of bills that create some stability. The EPR schemes that are being rolled out right now, they are all over the place, and they're not going to make our lives easier by any means. But the last thing I would just close with is, 3 years ago, literally, we were being asked to build like 25, 50 plants, and today it's trying to get a good quality offtake to get financed is tough. But the technology was catching up to the market. Now the technology has passed the market, so we need stability in the market to build this thing out.
Great. Okay, thanks. Marco, other thoughts about judging the viability based on the time frame that we've had so far? And are there any technology breakthroughs that could help this go faster from that angle?
So, thank you. Let's see, technology breakthroughs. Let me start with that. From what I've seen, I've had the good fortune of looking at a number of different technologies, doing technical due diligences, really, because on the academic side, they allow us to really crawl all over it and uncover everything that's going on to yield to the organizations that have gotten us there a very in-depth report, right? So we could find some of the dead bodies, if you will, in terms of what's not penciling out. What I've seen is a couple of things. One is sensor technology. Sensor technology that can operate, it's always been there at the megahertz level, but now there's a lot more of them at the megahertz level. And that coupling to very fast computers and feedback. So forget about AI. I'm just talking about, conventional sensor technology with fast computers that could feed forward in terms of what's coming in and adjust the processes to handle a very heterogeneous material that's coming in. In terms of scalability, there's a lot of aspects of just the permitting process. We've mentioned a couple of them, and where it's considered incineration, and so you go into one area, it's like, well, we don't do that. It's incineration. You're like, no, we're not burning anything, and so on. And that's confusion, just leads to risk and uncertainty. And I think that's the real reason why these things haven't scaled.
Great. Debalina, any policy actions that you think could really help? I know you've done a lot of work on analyzing EPR schemes, and maybe for the audience's benefit, what is an EPR scheme?
For EPR, I think I will refer you to our booth. We have the EPR report for you to pick up. But one of the things that I will definitely take a parallel draw and from Clint's comment on biofuels. Biofuels worked because there were very carefully crafted mandates. Now, the mandates were not met for the third generation biofuels like cellulosic ethanol, but we were able to meet it for the first generation biofuels from corn in the country. So it was carefully crafted because it allowed the technology choices to have a free rein. Whichever technology you're able to put biofuels through, you had that, but the main goal was to have a mandate of a certain percentage, 10 to 15% biofuels. We did a lot of studies, and it just came out that some of the technologies were not there in place in terms of policy. I think we need similar technologies, and it's good to hear that advanced recycling is being considered as technology, but previously those choices were not there. And I think advanced recycling, in the context of scope and scale, it has the potential for a larger scale system than what mechanical recycling offers us at this current point. So in that scheme, one of our major findings was the lack of advanced recycling and the choice of different technologies that would qualify in the EPR scheme. And looking at EPR as a waste reduction strategy rather than a plastic to plastic recycling scheme, we need to think beyond the box in that sense of what products we're making.
Great, thank you. Okay, questions from the audience about viability and scalability or anything else that's on your mind? And I've got a million here, so we're going to be writing FAQs for the next 2 months, folks. All right. Are advanced recycling plants equipped to handle bioplastics? Clint, do you want to take that?
I think it's a good question. Again, I don't know when to give you a bad response here. I don't know if one of you guys might want to take that.
Sure. So in some of the technologies that I've worked with in technical due diligences and so on, the summary is, yes, it could accept it. Again, think about pyrolysis. You're going to heat this material. Most of that biological-based paper, whatever, is a contaminant that's in there. What's the issue? It's going to bring in oxygen. And when it brings in oxygen, now, again, you're losing that type of yield that's needed to be profitable. You're also going to change the output kind of product mix. So what you had on the downstream end that was prepared for, only olefin or only resin material that being recycled, when you get these biomass materials coming in, not only the oxygen, but you're bringing in minerals, calcium, magnesium, some chlorine, and so on. And this is going to gum things up even in small contaminants. So summary is yes, it could accept it and it can move it through, but it's going to greatly affect your output. And that, again, affects your economics.
So if I can maybe clarify that point a little bit. The question came in just as I read it. Bioplastics is widely misunderstood or misrepresented. So if bioplastics, we're talking about biodegradable plastics. That is exactly what Marco described there. But bioplastics in general are bio-based plastics. So they come from a biological resource like a plant. So let's say you get ethylene that's produced from sugarcane. That's a bioplastic. That is the exact same thing as polyethylene produced from naphtha. And so those, there would be no problem whatsoever. So bio-based versus biodegradable is really clear to separate those two things. And bio-based can certainly be put through any advanced recycling facility that exists. Good. This is a good one, and I think actually it goes into our next one, so I won't ask it. I think you mentioned, or Deb, you mentioned something about the scale of processing materials. I know, Marco, you had some comments about, can mechanical recycling on its own manage the degree of waste that we're producing, and why is advanced recycling really even important in the first place? And the one thing I know is that in general across the United States, landfill capacity will, on average, the existing landfills will fill up in 27 years. That's when my children are my age, right? So if we haven't figured that out by then, we're in a lot of trouble in my mind. And there is some urgency if you think about it. If you've been at this for 17 years and there's going to be new technologies that are going to take 17 years, we don't have a lot of time to wait and see. But Marco, I know you have some comments on that as well.
Yeah, so just on the mechanical recycling kind of aspect, as was mentioned by Aaron, mechanical recycling has been stagnant for 30 years, right? It's only been kind of leveled off at the 8, 10, maybe 12%. There might be some localities that are doing quite well, but on average, right, the recycling rates mechanically are just very low. Why? Of course, economics matter, but heterogeneity, the final product, and so on. So the other thing that you have to think about is the scale of what we're dealing with, right? Again, Aaron mentioned 400 million tons. That's globally, I think, right? But in the United States, we have about 10% of that. It's about 36 million tons a year. That's 2,000 pounds a second that needs to be processed of this material. You need something with high throughput. And if you ever go to visit a mechanical recycling facility or a material recovery facility, I encourage you to do that. They move fast. It's not 2,000 pounds a second.
Thank you. What about in this whole scalability aspect? What about the logistics? So is the infrastructure that exists today from collection, sortation, getting to you as an advanced recycler, is that all in place right now, or are we building it bit by bit? Clint?
It's definitely bit by bit. I mean, we're dealing with such low volumes right now. It's manageable, right? But the next lift of scale, there's a big lift for the industry to have to come through here. So there's plenty of MRFs out there, but they're basically serving the same old commodities they've been serving for 30 years, right? We need stuff that specializes around plastic. They're starting to pop up, and we're starting to see it. But it will lag, in my opinion, the growth, and that we'll probably have to have an active role in leading that to ensure we scale the way we want to.
Could I just make one quick comment? So this is a very good point, because right now what gets into the blue bin properly is maybe about half or less than what should be in there. So if all of us, if we all did a really good job, right, this waste is generated by us. If we all did a good job and put it into the right bins, you got almost double the amount that now needs to be processed. So the scale of this is enormous.
The other part is the awareness piece. We were talking about it in the e-waste recycling, but even in our regular recycling bins, we don't know what to put. Or we probably know what to put in this room, but there are people who are, the maximum population probably doesn't know what to put. So that's where a lot of the cleanups come in place.
We've told the consumer for so long, do not put film in your bin. And we've been part of a couple of pilots where we've tried to get them after a year of heavy education, and they still we got a long ways to go to get the consumer where they need to be.
Debalina, can you talk a little bit about how does this get paid for? So Clint mentioned that the infrastructure is kind of being built bit by bit. So what are the policy actions that are kind of in the works that will eventually help to pay for those kinds of infrastructure requirements?
I think there are two major policy mechanisms, incentives and subsidies. So that's where the systems thinking really comes into play, and we have seen so many ways in which things can be incentivized, but the right node in that system which you incentivize is very, very critical, because sometimes the incentives go to the people who are not making the maximum investments, and that's where like the return on investment is a decision, but for people who are putting these plants in place, they are taking the highest risk, I would say, in the processing plants, processing facilities. So those infrastructure investments need to be probably subsidized or incentivized so that you are having this. And then at the consumer level, like incentivizing the consumers is very important. We have seen different models of weighing your trash bins and paying for your trash, but you don't have to pay for your recycles. So the more you recycle, the better economics you get out of like waste disposal. So there are certain incentives and models for the consumer itself. But again, they are fragmented. As Clint said, we were finding the policies are all over the place in that incentive scheme as well.
And so in the EPR realm, the proposal is that the producers of, let's just take packaging for instance, they will be taxed or have to pay fees on their product if it's not recyclable, versus if it is recyclable, and those fees will go where? What's the proposal that those fees go?
So right now, the proposal is that they will be going into the recycling infrastructure. Now, what do you consider the recycling infrastructure? Is it the MRFs? Is it the collection systems? Or is it something else, the mechanical recycling facility? So typically, we've seen that it has been dominated by a certain group of people, which is trying to work for their own system node, I would say, and that's where we see there is ample opportunity to make it vary. But to your point, the definition of the producer itself is very, very ambiguous. So whether it's your final user of your pellets or the pellet producer itself, if you go back a node in the supply chain, that is very important. We have product manufacturers here. We have consumer goods manufacturers. So the definition of the producer itself is also very vague and very varied.
True. Okay, good. Now on to our last perception. So this one is around what kind of feedstock or waste advanced recycling can take versus mechanical recycling. And so this perception is that advanced recycling works best with clean, pre-sorted plastic and therefore doesn't solve the hard plastic waste issue and competes with mechanical recycling. Aaron, can you talk about some of the advantages of advanced recycling in terms of the feedstocks that they can accept relative to what mechanical recycling, and then what are still some of the limitations in this space?
Certainly. The advanced recycling, the processes can take a lot of different plastics. And to Clint's point, today the best yield, you want polyethylenes, polypropylenes, not nice linear molecules, give you a nice result. But to solve the bigger problem, they need to take other things. And so we've looked at taking all of the different plastics. The one that's a big problem is PVC. The chlorine in it eats at the equipment. It's got a lot of fillers in it. But you can take a lot of different plastics. And I think the future is going to be that you do take them and that it's then managed on the back end, like with the char, finding uses for that. The company I work for, Mura, makes a bitumen that was going into asphalt. So there are some applications that are out there. Those need to develop. But the challenge today is how do you get enough plastic that is plastic? Globally, I'd say everyone's still doing a terrible job. What I've seen across Europe and the US, you're still getting electronics. You're getting malicious laziness in the recycling system because, we all have horror stories about, someone intentionally put a cinder block into a bale of material. So we're going to have to solve that through policy, education, in order to move this forward.
Very good. All right. Marco, maybe you can talk a little bit about how advanced recycling is advantaged over mechanical recycling. Any comments that you have along those
Sure, lines? I want to comment because I'll comment on that, but also competes with mechanical recycling. It doesn't compete with mechanical recycling. At some point, hopefully it will, but it doesn't. Study that we've done in New York City some years ago, of the plastics that went into the blue bin, 49% of those actually made it to a recycler. Right, so now again, there's efforts going on that put in the right bin, but only half actually. So where's that other half going to go? Well, we were trying to track it. It went to a landfill. I have no proof of that, but where else could it go? So that combined with then the amount of plastic that if we pulled it all out of the waste stream, right, this is not going to compete with mechanical recycling. So you've kind of got that dual issue, kind of what they've spoken about, film plastic and so on. Yeah, go through in there and get pulled out, but it doesn't have an end market. And so I think that promoting both of them very heavily is the way to go. Getting better source-separated streams, that's you and me, making sure that we put the right streams in the right bin, that will absolutely help the whole process. And it'll be a good day when the mechanical recyclers and the advanced recyclers are fighting to get that material. There's no fight yet.
Clint, is there any, yeah, please.
Just to, when you think about advanced recycling and the materials that I said that we want, it represents somewhere around 20 million of the 35 million tons that were represented. When you think about a mechanical recycler, you're thinking of somewhere around 5 million at the very best of what they could take. PET bottles, our water bottles, that's probably 40% of what gets recycled today. We don't want that stuff. I've already told you that it doesn't convert, and we will stay away from that. And then the other material that they get, whether it's grade A film or high density polyethylene, it's too expensive. We have to have a business model that our business model has half the price of material than what they have. So I agree with you. There could be instances where they may drop down to a grade B film or something, but generally we will not touch the same material that in mechanical recycling. And we don't want to. We think what they do is good and just want to complement what they do.
Right. And are there some end markets that are just different, like require different properties and performance out of mechanical versus advanced?
Yes, so I appreciate that. So before, when you were describing the mechanical versus advanced recycling, so we would say that mechanical is you're just changing the form, right? You're changing it from one form to the other. We're taking it back to the original molecular building blocks of what you can do, which means all applications, right? So especially when you get into things like food applications, where if you're trying to mechanically recycle something, properties will carry through. Color, odor, it will end up in what you're making in that resin. So there's going to be applications that are not suitable for mechanical recyclers that companies like us will take advantage of. And when we look at EPR schemes, that's what we're looking at, or what are those applications that we need to target and be focused on.
Here's a good question that I'd like to put out there. I'm trying to find it again. But they said to the point of fuel versus feedstock, this is going back a little bit, if you can just go to fuel, what's the benefit of going to feedstock? Like, if we replace a barrel of oil, isn't that just enough? Or what's the higher order benefit of going into feedstock?
So, great question. That's a BTU thought, and the challenge with it, of course, is that you are burning something that is valuable, but also the CO2 emissions. We're trying to cut CO2 emissions, and something like natural gas is cleaner than burning plastic. So that's why there's a big push, and you see countries like Germany, they're really trying to mandate away from burning all the plastic that they do.
Yeah. So it's an emissions issue. Yeah.
I would definitely like to go back and talk about the hard waste problem. The harder waste problem is the quantity of waste that we generate. And that is where, whichever way you're able to reduce that waste, if you have the option of converting it back to feedstock, great. If not, your fuel is still keeping that barrel of oil in the ground, and you're displacing that oil amount from getting processed, and you're replacing it with the amount of fuel. So I don't believe that we have enough plastic in the world that would replace all of our oil. And we have seen that with the crisis that we are seeing in the Middle East right now. But that being said, we still have the option of displacing some of the oil products with the fuel products that we can produce from here.
And we have the huge advantage of not filling up our landfills. I think Michael, I don't know if he's here, but he mentioned yesterday, if we have to start building new landfills, think about the trouble of getting data centers in to neighborhoods and commercial areas. If you want to put a landfill down the road from a neighborhood, I don't see that flying. And we certainly, maybe Texas, Idaho, Wyoming, Montana has extra land. but who wants to be trucking waste across the United States to find places to bury it?
Yeah, and also, Jackie, one other point that I want to put in context of the Gulf Coast, Gulf South, we have a lot of capacity to process that intermediate product into the final product, which not all of the country has, but we have these facilities which are able to process that at scale. So if we are able to have that intermediate products, the pyrolysis oils produced at scale, we have the scale and the capacity to take those in, especially in markets when we are dealing with reeling in the petrochemical sector. We have been seeing this downturn over the last couple of 3 years, almost 3 to 4 years. So that's capacity that's unutilized.
Very good point. All right, I think that's it for today. We have a poll at the end that we'd like to get your feedback on. But basically, I think you heard here that we are at an early stage with advanced recycling in the relative scheme of things. Fuel and feedstock are good. Mechanical and advanced are good. And I think we also heard you and me. We all need to do our part to really move this forward. So thanks for your time.
Thanks, guys. We are now moving to lunch at the moment, and don't forget that we have 32 graduate student posters out there. So take your time and take a look at the posters, network amongst you, and then be back here for our 2 o'clock session. You don't want to miss it. My armchair discussion with Exxon's chief environmental scientist. So we'll be back at 2 o'clock.
Good job. Thank you very much.
I probably shouldn't say that one. Okay. All right. Welcome back, everybody. We are going to get the program started next, and I'm just so delighted to be here again with Exxon's Chief Environmental Scientist, Matt Kolsar. And so thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me. Is this on? Yep. Okay,
yes, we are on, and we are live. And so today's conversation is learning more about your journey and your perspectives on sustainability as Exxon is dealing with some of the geopolitical issues and challenges on recycling and sustainability in general. And there's a lot of students here today from the University of Houston and from Rice University. And so I think there's going to be a lot of learnings and takeaways for them. And so we are just really thankful for your time.
I am honored to be here, and you'll find out you and I haven't been on a panel together in a while, but I probably won't directly answer any of your questions. But I just want to remark, on that last panel, and particularly for any students in this room, that was sort of elite level emerging policy and science and business all together. I've been in this space for 35 years, and that was one of the most interesting discussions, and hopefully you and I don't have a 90-second buzzer. Is that back at your chair?
I'll leave that off.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll spare you from
Let's
that.
go. All right.
Yeah. All right. So very good. So your career has spanned upstream, downstream, everything in between, and you've had exposure on the technical side, operational side, and so tell us more about that. And were there any key inflection points that shaped your path?
Yeah, and I really, again, I'm not going to answer that directly just yet, but I met Tilsa. I don't know if she's back in the room on the 2 panels ago. We met at dinner last night, and she's from Peru. I'm from the Midwest United States, from Youngstown, Ohio. Anyone? But just seeing the picture that she showed of where she grew up and sort of the industrial footprint, that really resonated with me. And had I brought slides, sort of my introductory slide, would have had a picture just like that of my youth in Youngstown, Ohio, in a sort of a mature economy. This is, I won't date myself, but this was pre-Clean Air Act, pre-Clean Water Act, and heavy steel industry with unmitigated coal use as their energy source. And so I didn't, as a 7-year-old, I wasn't sitting there thinking, I'm going to become a sustainability professional because this is not acceptable. But certainly as I reflect on how I came to this path, those were very informative experiences, sort of seeing this shouldn't be how this looks. and the smell, again, sulfur-laden coal, and none of that was mitigated. So I've been with ExxonMobil for 28 years. I started here in Houston. And for those of you not familiar, ExxonMobil has one of the world's largest petrochemical facilities just down the road, about 30 miles from here in Baytown, Texas. I started there. And again, I'm a chemical engineer. Houston is the Disney World for chemical engineers. We have 4 times more chemical engineers than the national average. So this is sort of a natural place to come. But yeah, I've come through manufacturing, so chemical plants, refineries, in different roles as engineer and a leader. I've gone into technical roles to learn more about the science and engineering. And then I've gone the beauty of a company like ExxonMobil, which does everything from extract oil and gas out of the ground. We pipeline it to our refineries and chemical plants. We make plastics, which we heard a lot about here in the last session. When you have that diverse of an operation, an integrated oil and gas company, you get to learn, those are all very different operations. And so I've had the opportunity to support, again, not our manufacturing, chemicals, our upstream here in North America. And now I'm in a global role that I get to support really all the sustainability issues across the corporation.
And so was there something specific where you're, because that's a lot of different roles, and those are many years working for a company. And I mean, was there something specific you're like, you know what, I want to be the chief environmental scientist?
Has Lily gone? Because I used to say I had the coolest job in the world, but she may beat me, so hopefully she's gone.
Because I mean, I know for me, like I didn't say that, you know, I want to be deputy administrator of the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration.
You didn't?
That was never my goal. But somehow you end up there over a series of opportunities, and exposure to different sides of the business, experiences. What was it for you?
Yeah, I mean, this is all I've ever wanted to do. I didn't even know this role existed until maybe 10 years before I got it. And I didn't say, oh, I found this job, this is the one I want. But now that I'm in it, this is all I've ever wanted to do. I realized when I sort of, again, reflect backwards, everything I wanted to do, right? I'm a chemical engineer. I went into it for math and science. And my joke is I became a chemical engineer so I didn't have to speak in public, and here I am. And I've always been deeply passionate about the environment. I'm a runner. I spend as much time as I can outside, even here in Houston. It's just always what I want to do. And you know, you want to be in the game. Come work for ExxonMobil in the energy industry and sustainability. Every day is so exciting and so full of opportunity to really make a difference at scale. So again, there wasn't a day where I need to be a chief scientist for ExxonMobil, but I just wanted to have more and more impact in the organization.
For the students that are here and a lot of the early career professionals that are here and that will be listening after we post this online, what are the skills that you think actually matter? I mean, we teach a lot. We have a lot of students that we interact with, and they often ask us, you know, how do we get to do what you're doing? How do you get there? Like, what are the skills that you need? What's the coursework?
Yeah, honestly, and I've been out of school for a minute, but they don't teach a lot of the things that I think really help you succeed in sort of the roles that you and I have evolved into. One is humility, particularly working for a big international company, the ability to listen, and really what they don't really teach in many of the coursework is storytelling. Because I can't convince you, you know, one of the raps with ExxonMobil, right, we have more than 10,000 engineers, 1,200 Ph.D.s in our company. When we're trying to make a point, whether it's through policy or advocacy or talking to our community, we bring data, right? We are a company of engineers, so we are going to bring the facts. And then if it doesn't resonate, historically we'd say, let me give you more data. You don't understand. What you need is more data. And I think we can all appreciate, whether it's dealing with stakeholders or our family members or our children or our spouse, it's never about the data. I mean, it's certainly as we develop our positions and we develop technologies and commercial properties, it's all about the data. But how we engage with the outside world is all storytelling and meeting people in the middle and the emotional connections and the trust and transparency. they didn't teach me that in school. That was sort of the school of hard knocks and just experiential learning.
Yeah, and scientists and engineers oftentimes have challenges in translating very complex topics into bite-sized pieces or information that is accessible to a variety of diverse audiences that have different perspectives on things. And so that is a skill that I think is important and doesn't come natural for a lot of people, but one that is important to get the story across, and especially on very controversial issues like sustainability, right? And advanced recycling, and just the oil and gas business, the chemicals business. I mean, those things are really challenging. And how do you tell a story that builds trust that is also grounded in science at the same time?
Yeah, and I know some of you have heard this before, but so I have a college-age daughter, and my wife is in the medical field, and so they're deeply interested in this in their own ways. But when I talk about something that's going on at work, I mean, they keep you honest, and it challenges me to speak in layman's terms and in common principles. They're very intelligent people, and they understand the math and the science. The why is the storytelling, and I'm fortunate to have a very wife who likes to challenge me and challenge our positions, which is good and healthy, and I think it's made me a better public advocate for the company.
Yeah. Well, so you sit at the intersection of science, operations, and strategy, and then there's sustainability, whether that's like the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the overarching blueprint for this balanced future, or whether that's corporate sustainability. And so, from your perspective, I mean, what does that actually mean in that context when you talk about sustainability? Like, give us some background on that and how you approach that.
Yeah, let me tell you sort of how our company approaches that, and it actually makes my job easier. We use a phrase called the "and" equation. On our role as ExxonMobil as an energy provider is to provide the world reliable, secure energy, and help the world deliver more sustainable outcomes, whether that's climate or water use or carbon footprint of our products. And so those aren't treated separately as a corporation. Right? There's we have a group that goes and runs and makes oil and gas, and then we have a group that does sustainability. We do have distinct professionals, but they're all the same strategy. And my role is really just to make sure they're consistent. I won't say it's an easy job, but I'm not out having to sell to our operations, to our manager that runs our Guyana offshore upstream asset to say, hey, you really need to be more sustainable. That's all part of their objectives on being the most responsible operator. And it's written in our standards of business conduct that we will compete and lead our industry in every way you can measure it. And sustainability is certainly front and center of that.
And it's got to be challenging for a multinational company that is located in different parts of the world that are not similarly situated economically, socially, environmentally. And so how do you create that consistency and sustainability across diverse geographies?
Yeah, and again, we're engineers, so we broke this down into systems and processes. And as a company, we took those UN Sustainable Development Goals and said, how does that apply to a company like ours? We boiled that down into 14 focus areas that are broadly across sustainability: climate change, air quality, water, land use, socioeconomics, human rights. And said, I'm going to dedicate experts to each one of those to make sure, no matter where I'm at in the world, that they're being done consistently. So we continuously evaluate those on state of the science, what our stakeholders feel, what our shareholders think about, the emerging regulations. So we are constantly evaluating that on how can I be better. Sometimes we care what our competitors are doing, but that's actually the last thing we check.
And what about, so there's your corporate sustainability goals, and then the overarching goals, and then there's the public narratives on sustainability and how that's been defined over different generations and over different agencies and across different political environments. So you've got that disconnect between public narratives and then operational reality. And how do you how do you combine those two? How do you balance those two? How do you deal with that disconnect?
This is the advantage of being an engineering-led company, is particularly as we run our company, the noise is noise. At the end of the day, we do a lot of analysis on, so for example, right, we support the Paris Agreement and those aspirations for society to decarbonize and be an energy transition. The pace of that, we stepped back and said, here's how our company can contribute. Again, we can decarbonize our products and our operations. We can provide society products where we think we have competencies, and we can talk about that later, things like carbon capture and sequestration, at scale hydrogen production. We've got pilot plants going on lithium extraction, because those are things we're really good at, subsurface, molecule management. We internally say, here's how we can contribute. Here's how we think we can, if the societies, when they're ready to move to a decarbonized or domestic lithium production, we're ready. What we don't get into is things where we're not good at. Renewables, solar, wind, we're fully supportive of that. We think the world's going to need a lot more of that. We don't bring anything to that problem or opportunity. So that's something we're just watching from the sidelines. We're trying to lean in where we think we can make a meaningful difference at scale.
And I'll talk about one of those in just a moment, but I want to bring up, one of the earliest questions that we had today was on quantifying sustainability, quantifying across the three pillars, the social, environmental, and economic. And I've always said that sustainability can't be quantified perfectly, right? Especially if we take it from a systems level perspective. Not everything fits nicely in that, and there's a lot of qualitative aspects about that. And so how do you approach that? How do you approach, especially where you operate in different regions of the world where there may be impacts, or even like with the advanced recycling facilities and pushback from certain community groups on perception and impacts and health? I mean, how are some of those things quantified, especially those ones that might be qualitative in nature?
Yeah, and it's a real challenge, and to avoid some of that conflict on does this have a return on investment? How does this capital compete? We use a term value, the value of the company, and that sort of brings in the social sustainability objectives too. And so we do, again, we're a company of engineers, so we do try to put math behind some of these softer categories. I'll give you an example. An area I work a lot in the climate space is methane emissions from oil and gas, which is largely, right, in simple terms, as you produce oil and gas and get it to market, some of that can leak out, right? And it's methane gas, high climate potency. We didn't do any math on that. We said, you know what, that's a real societal issue. Our industry needs to resolve that. We're just going to do it. There was no deep analysis on how much it's going to cost, how fast do we go. We said we need to go as fast as we can because we know how to do it and we know it's a problem. So that's one example where we didn't get into, well, this doesn't compete against our next upstream oil and gas project, which has a 15% return. We have since done it, and it actually has paid for itself because we've saved all this product to tens of millions of dollars a year in savings, but that wasn't part of our calculus. On the softer things there are things that are pretty obvious on this is the right way to behave, whether it's community engagement in some of these emerging communities like Guyana or Mozambique or Papua New Guinea where we go, some of this frontier exploration. There's sort of international expectations and sort of being the most responsible operator that, again, we try to put into terms that a project manager or an operations manager can go execute, but we don't try and compare all of them as one. Now, what I will say, if we're going to go develop a new product line, whether it's hydrogen or lithium or carbon capture, that does have to compete. And so that's where you'll see companies like ours go at different pace, right? Lithium and hydrogen are great examples, right? We have a lot of project development on, we had announced one of the world's largest hydrogen plants here at our Baytown facility. There isn't a market for hydrogen yet, and so we just sort of put that on the shelf for now. Lithium is the same way. We have a facility in Arkansas, a pilot plant on can I extract lithium from groundwater? Significantly smaller land and water footprint than traditional lithium production. again, there's an incremental price there that the market's not ready for yet. So, but that's the distinction. If it's a sort of a sustainability social issue, there may be some economic evaluation. Most of it is how can I ensure I'm most responsible operator? The new business lines, they have to compete, because at the end of the day, we're a publicly held company. And that's the challenge we give to not only our engineers, but to our policy experts to say, hey, let's find a way. The society needs this to happen. How can we get those two together?
Yeah, I mean, so really what you're saying is like sustainability can't be condensed down to like a single or a series of metrics that define what it is. I mean, without oversimplifying very complex issues.
I mean, we obviously have those metrics, and we show a lot of those to the public in some of our annual disclosure reports. But they're not separate ways we measure our business. It's just one set of, are we successfully meeting our expectations?
Yeah, and so I want to talk about plastics and advanced recycling.
I don't know about that last panel, but let's go. All right, are they all left?
No, they're floating around here somewhere. But plastics is a big issue area for the world. It's extremely valuable and useful, but obviously there's a waste issue with that, and that's where advanced recycling comes into play in a lot of these discussions. But it's also an area that is just fraught with a lot of uncertainty and controversy and debate. And so like it's framed oftentimes in these binary terms, the way that people talk about advanced recycling. It's either transformational or it's industry trying to peddle a false solution to plastics waste. So what indirectly or directly, like, I mean, what are your thoughts on it? Because I mean, Exxon's involved in advanced recycling. You're building your fourth pyrolysis plants, and so it's clearly something that Exxon believes in, but there's also then just like the controversy surrounding that, whether that's the social conflicts or the energy, it's high energy, or producing it as fuel. I mean, just give me your thoughts on some of that.
Yeah, this is good, and we should have a discussion too, because I know you're sort of a renowned expert on this as well. And again, if the room doesn't know, ExxonMobil has the world's largest advanced recycling facility that we just sort of bolted on to our existing petrochemical facility in Baytown. And again, it's probably worth just restating. You may characterize us as an oil and gas company or an energy company. We call ourselves a molecule management company, because that's ultimately what we do. That's what a refinery is. That's what a chemical plant is. That's what an upstream production facility is. That's what plastic manufacturing is. So advanced recycling is just right in our wheelhouse, right? We're taking raw material plastic waste and turning it back into molecular level and recreating usable products. So our facility today is at 250 million pounds a year, again, the biggest in the world. And why that's, so we heard a lot of debate on, pyrolysis versus sort of 100% going back to monomers for polymer production, what's circular and what's recycled content. Here's what's good about this. Here's the facts of what we've done is, one, we have integrated that into an existing facility, so the additional carbon and energy footprint is negligible. We just literally, you could barely see the facility in this massive, for scale, our Baytown facility, when we put a new fence around it when I was there, it's 26 miles of fencing to around the perimeter of our Baytown complex. That we have 3 advanced recycling facilities in there, and they feed into an existing process. So some of that does go to fuel, some does go to other chemical products, some ends up in monomers for polymer production, which again, all that production is there in Baytown. The good news is, the facts are, it takes waste out of the waste stream. And so that's sort of non-debatable. And again, when you talk about what are society's objectives, that's certainly a big one, right? Let's get that out of there. Now, is it a full circular? Am I no longer pulling molecules out of the ground to make monomers or polymers? That's a debatable topic. Again, it came up in the panel, but at a minimum, even the molecules that end up in fuel, that's fuel that was produced that didn't have to come back out of the ground as a fossil fuel. So I think there's a lot of good about it. Again, we can scale it because we already have sort of these giant, massive facilities that we can plug right into. If you were building it from scratch and said, I want all of this to go back into ethylene and propylene, you might design it a little different. But again, we have a kit right there. And our engineers, again, all 10,000 of them are out trying to say, you're a chemical or mechanical engineer and you come to work for ExxonMobil, your whole job in life, your first 10 years, is to make the most money out of every molecule. So we have people that sit in refineries, and it's like a air traffic controller, right? They can send molecules all over the facility saying, I need more benzene because the market's really good today, or boy, the polyethylene market's taken off. I'm going to tweak these units to go to the ethylene, or wow, jet fuel's going crazy. Let's go all to jet. We have 30 engineers at Baytown. They do that all day. And so we're trying to optimize that same for advanced recycling is, hey, is there a market to drive more of this to ethylene? Do I need additional hardware kit to do this a little differently? Again, it would be all incremental to our existing facilities. So it's a healthy debate. I think we're very comfortable that we are solving a societal challenge, right? Plastic is good, plastic waste is bad. We should continue to have this debate about circular content or recycled content. I think that's a healthy debate.
Well, it does fall within the principles of a circular economy. If you want to keep things at economic value, keep them in use and in circulation. So there's a lot of alignment with those principles, but of course, like debate on fuels and plastics, and we'll continue to inform that discussion and look at that. But there's also the trust deficit, right? I mean, it's no secret that Exxon has a lot of issues with public perception. How do you work through that public perception?
Is that true?
I mean, and to keep, and that's where communication comes into play, right? And storytelling, but storytelling in a way that is scientifically grounded and credible at the same time.
And honestly, and to your question about what skills help you succeed in these type of roles, I don't think you learn this or get taught this. I mean, what I wake up every morning when I come to an event like this, or even if I'm talking to my colleague next to me, you have to be authentic and honest and transparent. And certainly our company has a long-standing reputation, and I do think that's a real barrier when you talk about advanced recycling, right? There are governments around the world that just says if ExxonMobil is involved, then that definition can't be right. And the science walks out the door, and while that's sort of short-sighted and it's unfortunate, that's the reality, right? That's their emotional bias that you have to work through. And some of that just takes time and discussions and honest, open, transparent dialogue.
So what are your thoughts in this politically charged environment and debates on things like sustainability? Where's the trajectory of corporate sustainability in all of this? How do you see that? I mean, because we saw last administration versus this administration, and kind of perceptions between the both, and things pulled back and retreated a little bit. How does corporate sustainability in Exxon? How are you dealing with that?
I have some government affairs in the audience, and they're going to buzz me when I say this, or get me with a laser in my eye. This maybe is more my opinion. We're sort of government agnostic. Again, we are based in science and engineering, and we have a sense for what we think we can contribute. So who's in the federal government or state governments, we're going to keep bringing what we think is the right message and how we can contribute and what we bring to it. And we think we have a lot of advantages. We have a lot of capabilities. We can bring answers at scale, solutions at scale, anywhere in the world. And so, yeah, there's some noise out there. It hasn't changed anything I do or anything we do, quite honestly. We haven't rethought our strategy or our corporate objectives. And I'm very proud of that, right? Because I know that our industry isn't consistent in that.
Yeah, I mean, sustainability is sustainability. It's not dependent on one administration. It's something that is an overarching principle or framework.
I mean, certainly there are nuances in policy, the pace and scope of those that we'll have to react to, but on our core strategy, it hasn't changed at all.
So with, I had the QR code up here for questions, because Matt was brave enough to take on audience questions, but I somehow lost the laptop that that tracks those questions. But I will ask one final question, and so you are operating in a very highly technical field, highly polarized area. Give some advice to the people in this room, whether they're students or early career folks, mid-career people looking to make a transition into another area. How do you navigate a field like that?
You know, I'm going to quote one of my favorite books, and this is a struggle for me to recommend because the author actually calls us out as a company at the end of the book. But she's got a saying in there, and the book is called Not the End of the World by Hannah Ritchie, who's the chief scientist at a data analysis group out of the UK. And it's actually a really brilliant book. I'd recommend it. But her sort of leading theme here, and I'll paraphrase it, is the world is awful. It's never been better. And for the first time in our history, we have the tools to develop a sustainable society. And so that's sort of her opening paragraph of her book. And I couldn't agree more. And so, man, if you want to work in there's never been a time in human history better time to lean in, and no matter what your capabilities are, there's a way to make a difference.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you so much for your time, and we appreciate it. And let's give Matt a hand.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. I want to grab a photo of you too before we leave. Are you staying for?
I gotta head out.
You're gonna head out. Okay. All right. All right, let's see. We are not taking another break, and we're going right into the next session, and that is going to be, let's see, do we have Ken Medlock here? Ken Medlock, who is the director of the Center for Energy Studies, is moderating a panel with Sophia Cunningham. There they are. Executive Director, the new Executive Director of the Greater Houston Partnership's Houston Energy Transition Initiative, and Ed Emmett, who is our Fellow in Transportation and Energy at the Center for Energy Studies, and the former Harris County Judge. So welcome, both of you. All three of you, I mean.
You don't need one. Yeah, I'm right here, yep. I don't have to do anything now. You got that? All right, good deal. All right, so, as you've been doing, if you have questions, feel free to submit them as we're going. If I can get to them, I definitely will. Sort of fun to see what you guys are thinking about as we go through this. Congratulations to Rachel for pulling together a phenomenal summit yet again on this front. Today we're going to kind of zero in this discussion on the Houston region, really try to understand what's going on locally, what the challenges and opportunities are around driving more sustainable outcomes. Sustainability is a very broad topic, so we are not going to get to everything, obviously, but we will certainly hit on some points that both the two individuals up here with me, Sophia and Ed, are very familiar with. So the way I like to start this, I'll start with you, Sophia. If you could just briefly introduce yourself to everybody and sort of tell us a little bit about what you're doing at HEDI right now.
Absolutely. Well, thanks so much, Ken. It's great to be here. Thank you, Rachel, also for the invitation. For those of you who don't know the Greater Houston Partnership, we are really three organizations wrapped into one. So we are the Chamber of Commerce for the Houston region. That means we represent the business community. And we are the Economic Development Organization for Houston. So we cover a 12-county footprint. That's the MSA plus a couple of other counties. And we work to recruit business and attract companies to develop large capital investments and large bases of employees here. And then thirdly, we're also the international trade group. So as foreign companies are thinking about investment in new markets, we work to attract that to Houston. In 2021, we founded HEDI, or the Houston Energy Transition Initiative, and that has really morphed into a coalition of industry first and foremost, but also academic institutions, nonprofits, some environmental groups, other trade organizations, some government offices and institutions. And we are all about this idea of a dual challenge, that our world continues to need massive amounts of new energy from all energy resources. And at the same time, we also have this opportunity and responsibility to reduce emissions. And that's what makes it a dual challenge, is you try and do both at once. And I would say today we've found quite a bit of success in kind of galvanizing communities and industry around these goals. But there's a whole lot more that we have to do to meaningfully continue to produce affordable, reliable energy that's also lower carbon over time.
So before I move yet, can you also tell everybody what you did before?
Oh, yes, absolutely. So I'm about 3 weeks into my new role as executive director leading the initiative now. I've been with the initiative since 2022, but with the Greater Houston Partnership for the last 10 years. I covered workforce development issues, ran a construction craft training program at one point in time, covered policy, local, state, federal issues, and by the time I left the public policy team at the partnership, I handled our work in energy, flood mitigation, as well as transportation. So, variety of things.
Thank you.
It's nice to focus on one industry, even though there's 5 million subject areas within that.
Absolutely. Ed, same question to you.
Same question. Well, good afternoon, everybody. As Ken said, I'm a fellow here at the Center for Energy Studies at the Baker Institute. And most of my work has been focused on supply chains and logistics and, frankly, how do you move energy resources around. But more recently, kind of dovetails into what she does. What are going to be the fuels of the future? You know, for the longest time, everything was fueled by steam, and then it was petroleum. Well, now every mode of transportation is looking at multiple opportunities. And who's going to be the winner, who's going to be the loser, and that requires looking at availability and efficiency and cost, and what kind of regulations are going to tip the scale one way or the other. And so that's what I'm doing sort of full time these days.
Full time.
Full time.
I can give him a hard time. He works here with me. So, so just to kind of put what both of you are doing under the lens of sustainability, I'd like for you each to reflect a little bit on what is sustainability. That's sort of like the $1 million question, because I can almost guarantee if you walked out on the street and you asked different individuals what that is, it would give you a slightly different answer. So just to kind of put a frame around what we're going to talk about, if each of you could sort of dive into that, that would be great. Ed, we'll go back. You want to go back to front on this one? Ed, you go first. And Sophia.
You want me to go first?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, the simple definition for me of sustainability is leaving things at least as good as they are now and probably better for future generations. So how does that tie into what we're talking about? Well, if you talk about fuels of the future, for example, the environment is a big concern, obviously, around the world, but so is the economy, and so is society and quality of life. And how do you fit all those things together? How do you go to alternative energy sources and not damage any of those things? It's very difficult. So that's kind of my simple definition of sustainability.
I mean, from a heady perspective, we certainly think about it in terms of reducing emissions, but it's much broader than that. You know, it's how do we make sure that our energy is affordable, reliable, secure, that then the cascading supply chains that feed into the production, the processing of those resources are also something that we can maintain over time. And then another way people are starting to talk about it too is just a bit of more diversification. So what are the energy resources that are available to us? How can we grow and expand that pie? And then continue to invest in the development of new technologies and innovations that can meet that dual challenge of more energy but also lower emissions.
Great, thanks. So given the context that you both just defined for thinking about how we think about sustainability, and I'll start with you on this one, Sophia, I wonder if you could maybe reflect a little bit on the challenges, the biggest challenges that we face in this region around achieving sustainable outcomes.
Yeah, it's a good question and a big question. One of the ways that I talk about this is we set out and wrote through a lot of research and interviews with companies in 2021 a strategy, an initial strategy of here are the things that Houston is fundamentally advantage in, and therefore we should be investing in some key pathways that could achieve a lower carbon future. I would say some of those strategies are still very much intact and a part of our work today. Some of them have just shifted down the priority list or up the priority list for us. So number one, one thing that people talk about today more than at conferences, more than probably a lot of other subjects, is power, for the purposes of meeting large industrial load growth, advanced manufacturing, AI, data centers, all of those things. That was not part of our original strategy at HEDI, but still hugely important to the Houston region. We have a good generation mix in Texas, relatively more affordable energy prices below the national averages. But at the same time, that wasn't a part of our work, and it's become a part of our work over time as we've realized that we need to continue to invest in our grid. At the same time, hydrogen was a huge part of our strategy in 2021. It's ebbed and flowed. It's been challenged. I think the big challenge is policy gets discussed a lot, and that's certainly part of it, but a bigger part of it is developing offtake agreements and understanding where the market's headed and how you're going to make sure that the project that you're building has an end customer in sight. And that is one area that has continued to face some real challenges. Carbon capture, use, and sequestration has continued to be a part of our strategy really from the beginning, and the idea was we're very good at physical chemistry here in Houston. We have infrastructure, we have emitters, we have pipelines, we can take it, sequester it at another site. That should be something that we would be inherently good at. If you look at the numbers in terms of actual, millions of metric tons that we're sequestering today, it's in the United States overall, it's very, very small. So there's a whole lot of progress that we still have to make. But for us as a region, it's been looking at overall, what are we fundamentally good at? So we have more chemical engineers in Houston than anywhere else. Those types of thinking through those systems challenges, how do you integrate processes, how do you develop and scale these technologies, those are things that we can be fundamentally good at. And then finding the right projects, pathways to commercialization.
Great. That'll set us up well for the next question I have. But Ed, I wonder if you could reflect on the challenges that you've seen through your career, not just
I
what
was
you're
going to
doing
say,
now, so.
my previous position sort of color my answer to this question.
Right.
I guess I see two major challenges. First is geographic location. We live on the Gulf Coast of Texas. We live in what is basically a large floodplain. We get hit by hurricanes. We've seen that time and again. I got to deal with two fellows named Ike and Harvey over the years.
They weren't very nice.
Those were not fun. And it's going to happen again, and we know that. And unfortunately, still when I go out to speak to groups, they confuse prevention with resilience. Prevention is you keep it from happening. Well, we're not going to do that. But resilience, to me, is a key, and that's a challenge to make sure we are a resilient community. And resilience is simply being able to recover after something bad happens to you. And if you look at history, there have been cities and economies all over the world that have gone away because of some weather event or some challenge like that. I mean, let's face it, the first port in Texas was Indianola. Got wiped out by a hurricane, they rebuilt it, got wiped out by another hurricane. And then there was Galveston. So the whole question of where we are and our ability to meet those challenges. And then the second is, do we have faith that government's going to do the right things? You talk about maintaining the grid. You talk about maintaining an economic structure that allows growth and allows innovation. And we can point to examples, again, all over the world where government policies got in the way of keeping things moving the right direction.
That's what we do well here, actually, is think about those issues. So a little plug for the Baker Institute. But, sort of taking that framing, and Ed, I'll start with you, and we'll go to you, Sophia. You know, given those challenges, given what you're, Sophia, in your case, what GHP is focused on, what HEDI is focused on, what are the opportunities that are present? What sorts of things can be done to drive investment in ensuring more sustainable outcomes as we sort of think about not just the future of energy, but of society, economy, commercial health across the industrial landscape, all of the above?
Well, I think we have great opportunity simply because of the type of industries and the type of workforce that we have here. It's anybody who thinks that the petroleum industry is going to go away anytime soon, that's not going to happen. We're going to continue using more and more petroleum-based products, and so that's going to continue. But at the same time, as we make the energy transition, a lot of the skill sets and a lot of, frankly, the industrial complexes that we have can easily transition into future fuels and things like that. But then you add to it, get away from Center for Energy Studies a little bit. We're right across the street from, one of the world's greatest medical centers. And so medical technology, that's going to be something that will keep our region growing. And if the space effort continues to grow, we do have this thing called NASA down the road. And so if you start tying all those technologies together, I think we're in really good shape going forward if we don't get in our own way. I always have to add a little pessimistic note.
That's okay. That's okay. I was trying to build that, positive, negative, positive sandwich, but anyway. No, but I mean, in all seriousness, you're really talking about market designs and regulatory architectures that, allow resilience, right, to actually prosper. So.
And allow innovation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said. On the power side, we're certainly seeing a whole lot of discussion about market innovations right now of how do we think through things like distributed energy resources and use that as a means of managing the grid, because electricity is not like you put oil on a ship and then ship it off and it arrives, to its final destination later. It's balancing all of those things all of the time, minute to minute. And so I think that we're going to have a lot of evolution in the next couple of years, whether it's thinking about how do we interconnect new loads onto the grid in a way that's timely and responsive and recognizing the market where it is, but also things like, how are we going to make sure that we're preparing for the future and developing resiliency, like you said, at the same time while keeping costs affordable for folks. Sometimes those things can be somewhat at odds, and you have to figure out what's the best compromise between the best of all of those pieces. Other opportunities, I talk about CCUS a little bit. One thing I haven't talked about yet is nuclear. There's certainly, I would say, a lot of hype in that space right now, and we need to kind of continue to see progress made. The Texas Energy Fund, the state of Texas has developed a fund to support not only kind of firm dispatchable power in terms of natural gas, but also to support nuclear energy development in the state. And we need to see how both of those investments pay off over time. The other kind of key areas or themes, I would say, overall is that, and one of the reasons why we started HEDI in the first place, Bobby Tudor started HEDI and is very connected, of course, with Rice as well, was this idea that energy production continues to increase over time, but the number of people that are required to extract those resources doesn't necessarily increase in direct proportion to that, and that we've gotten more efficient over time with how we use people and in a lot of the traditional spaces of energy. We've gotten better at it and more efficient, requiring fewer people. And so what we're ultimately talking about at the end of the day is the development of truly new energy value chains that can be all anchored here in Houston. And so I think in terms of opportunity, that's a huge one as you think about economic development. but we still have a long ways to go. There's a number of companies that have grown in size and new company formation in Houston, but they still have a ways to grow and mature before they're really successful. And there's been some net positives over the years, when most recently Expand Energy and Devon both announcing that they're moving their headquarters to Houston. That's obviously a net benefit for us in Houston, but then you also have mergers and consolidation in the traditional space that can take away jobs here. So it takes time to build new companies at a scale that replaces some of those jobs or allows for that transfer of skills.
Again, let me add one more thing.
Please,
Put on my transportation hat for a minute. The other thing we have going for us is geographic location. The same thing I said was a negative. Port Houston, Freeport, this part of the Texas Gulf Coast is the perfect gateway of North America, to and from North America. So as global commerce continues, we're in a good position. And I think that's going to be an important aspect of our growth here too.
Absolutely. Glad you brought that up. And based on actually what you both said, I've got a few questions that have come through. I'm going to ask, looking at the time, I think I may have time for one, but Sophia, maybe you can talk to this first, and then Ed, maybe you, just in terms of your experience, both working with the port, but in your previous roles. How successful has Houston been with attracting investment for energy transition related projects?
So we need to do a little bit more work internally on comparing and benchmarking to Boston and Silicon Valley and those types of places. I think those regions are still thought of as some of those places for truly climate tech entrepreneurship and innovation. But we like to think of Houston as the place where hard tech can really scale. One example of that is the Department of Energy's ARPA-E program, and the Defense Department or War Department, however you call it, also has a similar sister program called DARPA, which a lot of energy projects also go into. They've invested about $90 million in the last 15 years in Houston-based companies. And those companies have grown to a valuation of about $3.7 billion and employ about 900 people today. I will say a good portion of that is Fervo Energy, so one of those companies that's reaching sizable, heft at this point. But we need a whole lot more of those types of examples. We've, I think 2024, 2025, we tracked around $10 billion in energy and climate tech investments in Houston. That was, some of those were mergers and acquisitions, so it gets a little blurry, but year to year. But there's a steady clip. I will say it's not as robust as what you would see perhaps if you went back in time a few years during the shale revolution, where there was, a couple tens of billions of dollars going into new company formation every year. So we have a ways to go, I would say, but we're getting there.
Yeah. This is something I'm really optimistic about, and it's things that we don't necessarily know. A lot of major companies here, big companies that are currently in the petroleum space, they're doing a lot of work on energy transition. They don't talk about it all the time because a lot of it, frankly, they see as a competitive advantage years down the road. And the example I give all the time about companies that change, I'll give two examples where companies changed. Neste, which was the Finnish oil company for the longest time, still is technically, but their big economic footprint is in renewable, sustainable aviation fuel, renewable diesel, things like that. But my favorite example is Marriott. Marriott started as the Hot Shops, a little cafe type operation. And one of the sons decided to build a hotel, and the dad said, "We're not in the hotel business." I rest my case.
Well, I'm conscious of time, and I'll just real quick let everybody know I've got several other questions here. We are archiving these, and we will be actually posting them with answers later, so just kind of stay tuned, because I do want to try to get to everybody's questions. We just don't have enough time to do so, but I do have one more question for each of you. And Ed, I'll start with you on this one. If you could go back in time and give your college self some advice, particularly as it relates to sustainability and how it's intersected with your career as it's developed, what would it be?
Well, that's going back a long time for me. My flippant answer is I'd stay away from Southern comfort. But you reckon? But no, I guess my more realistic answer, and this is more social really than anything else, I'd get to know more people. I mean, you know, we all have our little narrow groups of friends and interest. And I think by getting to know what other people are doing, you realize there are these other things out there that are going to sustain all of us for longer periods of time. And I know that's a bit of a soft answer, but that's the thing. I do think about it a fair amount. I think back to people I thought, you know, why didn't I go to dinner with that person? Or why didn't I get to know what they were working on? And, you know, not to bring up, I will bring up a name. John Doerr was in Lubbock College. John and I always got along. I wish I'd been a lot nicer to him now. But no, seriously, you know, I didn't know that we talked and we had dinner some, but the college system here at Rice really lends itself to giving you the opportunity to touch other bases. And sustainability has to be based on the fact that you don't just do your thing, that you understand how it impacts other people and other activities. So that's my kind of weaving answer to your question.
There you go. Sophia?
So I'll tell a couple of stories. So I kind of fell into the sustainability realm and have loved it, invested in it, went back and got a master's degree so that I could talk with engineers and technicians and business people all alike. But I started out as an English major and at one point got deeply into art history. So I remember going back and visiting with a professor once from my alma mater. And I told him what I was doing, or actually it was my husband. He told him what I was doing now, very proud of me. And one of our old mentors and professors, his response was just, That was all he said. He was not pleased that I had taken this turn in my career. So the other thing is, back when I was in school, the divest movement was in full swing of urging, in university endowments to divest from certain corporations. And I think that connects to my other story, where we had our board chair is Armando Perez from H-E-B Houston. He runs all the H-E-B stores in Houston. And he said, in relation to the energy transition, in Houston, we don't choose sides, we choose solutions. And I think that's my biggest piece of advice, is that it's easy to get caught up in the ideologies of it, but there are, like you said, big companies that are making investments, and some of them are louder than others. And I think it's just follow something that's a technology that's of interest to you, invest in it, learn all about it, and take the road from there.
Great. So for the students in the room, hopefully you can take little nuggets from both of those answers. If it's the Southern comfort story, if that fits, wear it, right? But, so be it. But I think, to the extent possible, definitely pick the brains of the professionals in the room, because I guarantee they all have a similar kind of story or lesson that they can share with you, and it'll bode well for your career. So everybody please join me in thanking Ed and Sophia. Great, so we'll move to a break.
Yeah, we have a break now, a short break, 15 minutes, and then we're going to move into our next session. It's going to be totally riveting, so don't miss it. So the last panel, and I assure you this totally is a magnetic, riveting panel. So I'm excited. I'm excited to introduce this panel on advancing sustainability and reducing plastic in healthcare. For those of you that don't know, I focus on plastics a lot, and I focus on circularity and sustainability, and so all of these issues merge together into this dynamic panel that is going to be run by Dr. Hardeep Singh, who is now at You're now at Houston Methodist. He was at Baylor and the VA, but he's their director of Safety, Quality, and Wellbeing Institute at Methodist. And I met Hardeep several years ago through Debalina, when we were working on medical and healthcare plastics and trying to understand how do we create circularity in medical and healthcare plastics? How do we increase recycling rate? How do we get to homogenized feedstocks and all of those fun issues that we all love talking about? And so Hardeep is moderating this panel, and with us we have Catherine Hoffman at the end from Eastman. Thank you so much for making the trip out here to do that. Jason Fisher, director of the Office of Sustainability, also at Houston Methodist, and Robert Render, who is at Lakeside 360 Partners, president and CEO there. And then, of course, Debalina Chu, who used to be the former executive director of the Healthcare Plastic Recycling Council, and who is now the steering committee chair at CPHI Sustainability Collective. And so, let's see, is this? Yep, here they are again. And I think they're the same headshots. But anyway, so I'm going to turn it over to you. Thank you, Hardeep.
And happy Earth Day, everybody, and thank you to Rachel for organizing this panel that includes healthcare. Any healthcare professionals out there, or anybody who works in healthcare, raise your hand. 2, 3, 4, maybe. We need to change that next year, right? We're going to have some more healthcare folks around the table. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to quickly do some polls and try to get some engagement from you. Now, this is meant for healthcare organizations because I usually talk to healthcare organizations. You could rate your hospitals if you want to, but I think let's just rate your organization. Whoever you work for, whoever that is, including ExxonMobil or Chevron, rate your organization on this scale of how well they are doing on environmental sustainability, on prioritizing environmental sustainability. Okay, I want you to raise your hand if you are in the red zone, not doing enough, not doing much at all. Your organizations, they try? Okay, maybe a couple. Okay, how many of you in the yellow, or orange, sorry? Okay, more hands went up. How many of you are in the green zone? Okay, okay, all right. The healthcare people would love to talk to you, so stay around afterwards, because we're usually behind. Usually when I do this for healthcare audience, most people are on the 1, 2, and 3. And of course, if I was to do this for your hospitals, anybody you think, any one of your hospitals is in the green zones, raise your hands. No one. See, that's what I mean. There you go. Okay, anybody seen this picture before other than today? Maybe a little poster that one of my students had. You saw this picture. Okay, this is one person's. This is a Dutch artist who was going to have a double mastectomy. She told her surgeons, save me everything that you would throw away in my surgery and give it to me. And she created an art out of it. It does not even fit on that one slide. There's so much stuff. One surgery, bilateral mastectomy, one patient. We create a lot of waste in healthcare. Okay, so why do we want to have the healthcare people in this audience, and why do we want healthcare people to talk to all of you? One is we waste a lot. So a quarter of our waste is plastic. We have a significant supply chain impact. Quick question, what proportion of US healthcare emissions come from healthcare, roughly? Shout out a number. 520. Okay, it's about 9%. Okay, 9%. And we think in healthcare that's a lot, right? And most of that comes from what we call scope 3, a lot of supply chains. It's the stuff that we consume and we produce. So it has a huge impact. Plastics is a big part of that. A lot of people in healthcare don't know all the materials that we are using. Where does that come from? So a lot of the chemicals that are coming in plastics that we wear every day in terms of gowns, gloves, all the PPE, a lot of that stuff, people don't even realize where it's coming from. It's, obviously, as you know, it's fossil fuel based. But this is the kicker. Mostly people are now realizing that certain chemicals in some of these plastics are harmful. And so the harm is from sort of two things. One is the chemical, which is sort of the endocrine disruptor, so they can cause some kind of endocrine problems in humans. But there's also some emerging concerns about microplastics, where one study in one of our top journals said if you have any microplastics, nanoplastics in your carotid atheromas, you are at 4 times the risk of dying, of death, MI, or stroke. So that study came out in New England Journal in 2024, really caught a lot of attention. And of course, you can now see all the microplastics headlines coming out. There's some discussions about effect on brain, but the work still needs to be done. There's a lot of evolving work. So there's a lot of interest on the potential concerns from plastics that we consume or we are exposed to. So we really need to involve the healthcare people, right? Next year more. Okay. That's what the systems approach will look like in healthcare. I did hear some other folks talk about some sort of a systems approach. Here's what a value chain would look like. Some of you are familiar with this. If we are going to work on plastics in healthcare, we're going to have to work across the value chain. So yeah, you can tell the docs, reuse, use less, right? Recycle, but we also need sort of engagement across the value chain. And there will be sort of more discussion on this in our panel. Okay, another trick question. You want to just answer this question, or you can just shout it out? What proportion of healthcare plastics are recycled? I can look at the answers if you don't want to say. 1, 2, okay. People who don't want to say anything, your answers are going to be coming. But we can just go to the answer. You guys are right. It's low. It's really low. It's about 5%, right? It's not a lot. So we could do a much better job of doing this. So can we create a circular economy in healthcare? In healthcare, we always sort of get into big discussions between sort of science, what we can do. There's infection risks if you don't use certain, if you go towards, more sort of non-disposable items, et cetera, et cetera. So there's always discussions about these things. And so we came up with a little bit of a framework in healthcare to kind of guide the conversations on healthcare plastics. And we said there are 3 levels. The first is that yes, we can do it. These are the things that are, high value care. We can easily implement interventions. We can do this stuff. Can we consume less gloves in healthcare? Yes. We don't need to be wearing gloves when we examine patients who are completely without any precautions, right? They have no risk of infections. We don't need to use gloves, but I see my trainees always using gloves every time they would examine anybody, like even without any infection risk. So we can definitely do some things. The second category is let's explore some more. That's where you get into some debates and, some more studies are needed. It's a classic, I need more research kind of or more data kind of approach. And then no or not now is the last category. And sometimes some of those things is heck no. We're not going to go back to glass syringes. Right? So that's in the heck no category. That's at the bottom. So that's sort of the way that we approach this topic. Okay, we need what we call sort of this socio-technical lens. And I think this panel will sort of illustrate this, that we're not going to be just as tell the clinicians what to do or tell the hospital, your organization what to do. We're going to have to use this holistic socio-technical approach that we wrote about in a medical journal, where we're going to need some data for some things. We're going to need to get the technology people involved. How many people work in materials and technologies to do with, okay, there you go. We need people involved. We need a sort of a culture change in healthcare. We are very much now dependent on disposables. They're cheap, they're easily available. We use a lot of disposables in healthcare. And then this is going to be a shared responsibility. And so I'm glad that healthcare has a sort of like a seat at the table where we could discuss who else needs to be involved, the R&D folks, the regulation folks, the FDAs and the CDC whenever things change. Our peers, they can incentivize. I think I heard people talk about incentives this morning. We need a new model of incentives to get the clinicians and the healthcare to move forward in this space. and of course, you all who work on some of these other sites, other sort of areas where we have this supply-demand, sort of shift, you can sort of shift this and help us do it in healthcare. We cannot do this alone, I must emphasize. So that's all for me. What I'm going to do now is, yes, we're going to take audience questions. I'm going to ask this esteemed panel, because I am not a plastics expert. I'm just like a healthcare guy. I work on quality and safety in healthcare, and my passion project is sustainability in plastics. So I'm going to ask these esteemed audience. I'm going to start with an opening pitch they all have to give. And the questions that we need to get answered is, one, any reflections on all the stuff that I told you from this panel? And second, why are healthcare plastics unique, and why do we need to make them a high priority? All right, who wants to go first? Pelina, I'm going to look at you. Pelina, I'm going to look at you. I know Pelina the longest, so go for it.
Okay, Hardeep, that was a great introduction. And Rachel, wherever you are, thank you so much for putting this together and inviting us to talk about healthcare plastics. It's been a personal passion for me for probably the last 15 years when I was helping to lead the organization, the Healthcare Plastics Recycling Council, and it's a pleasure to be here to be talking to this audience about it. So your question about why focus on healthcare plastics? There's probably about 15 million tons of plastics used in healthcare today, and I think we all know the benefits that it's brought to healthcare around the world. But of course, it comes with an accompanying environmental issue and also a social issue. The plastics that are used in healthcare are really high quality. They're consistent in their quality, and it's in a very controlled environment. So ideally, it should be a very nice target for collection and for recycling. And that's what HPRC has been really working on for the last 15 years, together with hospitals as well as resin providers and packaging companies and medical device manufacturers, the whole value chain across the plastics industry, focused specifically on healthcare. So I think you'll hear in the discussion that we'll have today what barriers we found, what opportunities we have found, and some of the areas where we think progress can be made over the next few years.
All right, Bob, you're up next.
Again, thanks for inviting me and putting this panel together. I am also an HPRC veteran of over 10 years. I think it's almost 12 years now. And now I'm a senior fellow. I'm 44 years in plastic recycling. And to answer your question as a sort of a plastic recycling person, it's like opportunity. We as recyclers want streams of material that we can get our hands on and create value from. So I'll just take from the perspective that this is an untapped resource that we're not taking advantage of, that we have to figure out how to take advantage of it through technology and systems thinking to capture the value.
Thanks, Ron.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yep.
My name is Jason Fisher, Director of Sustainability for Houston Methodist, and I have a very diverse background, starting in organizational leadership and nonprofit management, moving into environmental services within healthcare, and opened our Office of Sustainability in 2023. And when I look at this, I think of our duty to be sure that we're conserving the resources that we have. But as an extension of that for healthcare, we really want to make sure that we're focusing on protecting health and well-being. And so, with that, I think about Robert and Pelina's discussion and their feedback on that high-quality plastics. And yes, we want to focus on that, but how do we take this out of our waste streams? How do we look at the biodiversity, as we've learned today, from other manufacturing and mining, and how that impacts cultures and health, and how do we have a positive impact for healthcare at Houston Methodist and our community and downstream, and making sure that we're not drumming up business through the activities that we're doing day in, day out in the hospitals.
Jason.
I'll thank everybody too. No, this is awesome. It's really great to be reunited with Paylina. I work for Eastman, but I'm also part of the Healthcare Plastics Recycling Council, and I actually work directly with Jason on a program that we are diligently working to make successful. I'm a polymer scientist. I love plastic. I think it's the coolest. But I also really care about the world we live in and all of the people and the animals and the plants that live on this planet. So I really like to bring these two things together. And that is how I operate in my own work and in my own life. And so when I look at healthcare, there's opportunity, there's great materials, there's health impacts for the community and the hospitals. And I think I see like why healthcare, why now is there's actually starting to be growing awareness of the issue around plastics and healthcare, just the sheer volume that's out there. There's awareness from the staff and a willingness to want to participate and actually make a difference because they understand the impact that's having on community health. And then I also think there's an opportunity from a policy side. And so we're consistently seeing policy come out right now globally around you need to make stuff recyclable. But healthcare is always excluded. And so rather than excluding healthcare from all of this policy, let's actually start to bring that into the fold and help make this part of the requirements, because then that helps build that systems change that we need. It helps give it some of that oomph that we're looking for.
Great point, Catherine. So, Jason, I'm going to start the next question with you. So it looks like there's a lot of opportunity. I think every one of you mentioned that this is a huge critical time, huge opportunity. But what are the barriers? I mean, you work in this large health system that is the best, right? We're part of the same, yeah. What are the barriers, and what barriers, not just for us as a health system, but what would an average hospital, what are the barriers that we're facing to reduce this plastic waste?
Yeah, I'll start off with there are no barriers, there are only opportunities.
Okay. Nice one, nice one.
But I think it really boils down to three areas. I think the first one is education. The second is the economics. And third would be resiliency. And so when we look from within the hospital, education, not just of our employees, but of the communities of what's possible, what's feasible, and what direction we're moving. And then specifically on the pilots that we're looking to roll out and that we are rolling out, how are we getting in front of our overburdened nurses who have a million things to do in front of them? And how are we able to train them or create processes for recycling that is lowest barrier for them to participate? And there's such a passion from them, from our frontline staff. They see the amount of waste on a day-to-day basis. And in the 10 plus years that I've been in healthcare, it's a constant question I hear from clinicians, our frontline clinicians and our support staff. How can we do more recycling? How can we reduce the amount of waste that goes into our landfills? And so I think that's a big key piece. When we look at the economics, the margin compression in healthcare is real. And when you look at, I believe it's 2022 or 2023, 50% of hospitals ran at a net deficit. And no hospital is immune to that. And so that's the reality of the landscape in healthcare. And so how do we deploy this and how do we pursue recycling responsibly from a return on investment, or at least looking to break even? And how do we utilize the opportunities in an economically responsible way? And so I think there's a lot of opportunities there that we're exploring. When you look beyond just the numbers as far as costs of aggregating, you look at staff time, you look at the space allocation. Can you allocate so many square feet to collection of materials, or do you need that for patient care areas? How are you utilizing that square footage? Because in healthcare, it's at such a premium. When we look from a resiliency perspective, we look at how do we ensure that what we're producing today is going to be there tomorrow, be viable for our processes. So when we look back at COVID, and I know one of the research looked at, COVID increased a significant amount of single-use devices and single-use plastics On the flip side of that, especially at the beginning, there was a compression and lack of supplies to where we were reprocessing a lot of things, from gowns to masks. We moved from disposable gowns to reusable gowns that were laundered. So there's both sides of that. But then we quickly moved back as soon as the supply chain was able to move back to that single use. So how do we ensure that whatever we're pursuing from a supply chain perspective, that it's resilient? And I'll give one more example with that, is looking at saline. And in 2017, with the earthquakes and the floods in Puerto Rico, we saw that one of the largest manufacturers of saline for healthcare was under duress. We didn't have the supply. And so we pivoted. We learned how to use more oral hydration opportunities in the ER and other cases. And then we also learned from that and said, well, let's build a facility in North Carolina where we can store reserves in case another hurricane comes through. And of course, we saw what happened there a few years ago. And again, our saline was impacted, and we were left struggling to find out how we were going to operate with a reduced supply of saline. So resiliency is an extremely important piece of this, extremely important barrier.
Great. Let others reflect, because many of you work with health systems too. Go ahead.
I was going to add on, you said education, and you talked about educating the clinicians. I was going to say there's also a number of partners that you need to educate as well. And one of the common things that I think is one of the common barriers is we call it the ick factor. So a lot of recyclers or waste handlers that are not don't usually work with hospitals, they're very much concerned about what they're going to get in that recycling bag from a hospital, right? I remember a recycler telling me he would never take a bag of materials from a hospital because one time something came through and he had to shut down his facility for 2 days to decontaminate everything, and he says that's just not worth the risk. But I think hospitals have much more rigorous processes in place to manage what goes out of the hospital. And then it is a conversation with the logistics provider or whoever is handling the waste about what is in the bag, what is not in the bag, what to do if they find something in the bag that they don't think should be in the bag, and to have that dialogue so that it's not just, oh, we're not going to do that anymore.
Catherine?
I was going to hone in on the economics piece a little bit more, and so we've had some good learnings out of the program that we're working on, and two pieces with that. One is sortation, and so we're thinking about that sort of back end economics of recycling. There's got to be an end market for where the stuff is going. Somebody's got to buy it. But at the same time, like Jason said, the nurses have a lot to do. So trying to ask them to sort plastic, it's just not feasible. So they need a single stream to actually do collection. Single stream is not what anybody wants to buy. So there has to be a step between collection and that end market to sort it. And that gets at where Paulina was saying, hey, this ick factor is a problem. We need to be able to separate this into value add pieces, sections. But then with that comes scale up economics. So you can't turn on the entire Houston Med Center and start recycling everything in one go. That is not possible. I would love it to be, but it's just not real. And so we have to start almost floor by floor in one facility and then grow facility to facility. The problem with that then is volume. And so again, we're talking about that end market and that sortation facility. The sorter needs a certain amount of volume to make it worth their time to try to even split it up. And then that end market needs a certain amount of volume to make it worth their time. And so there's this transition that we've got to get through, because Houston's got the largest medical facility in the world. If we can't do it here, we're not going to be able to make it real anywhere else. So we've got to figure out this transition of turning it on and getting to those needed volumes that make the money work.
So I've designed recycling programs in hundreds of plants, and getting people to change what they do is a huge challenge. So just on top of the fact that we have dedicated people who want to do things, we need systems and SOPs and marked containers and all the things you need to do that's repeatable to ensure that the effort's worthwhile, that you've dedicated this time and resources and you don't want to still get a mixed bin of trash. So I start there in thinking about how best to manage change. And I've often found that organizations that already have tools to manage management transition change, new equipment, new procedures, let's just hitchhike onto those. So I think that just understanding how to manage change within the organizations are important. But I wanted to talk about the fact that there's things that were definitely barriers 10 years ago or 12 years ago are less so today, because technology in sorting dramatically improved. There are more options on the recycling side besides just mechanical, and even all those technologies are better. Mechanical recycling is better filtration, compatibilizers to make the plastics work together, and then you have advanced recycling. So I think that there's a little reason for some optimism that at least the capabilities are there if we can collect the material in volume.
So you mentioned education and also sort of economics, which always is an issue for hospitals. I'm just thinking, are there ways to put more pressure or incentivize hospitals and health systems to do this? And we're all our patients, right? Hospitals listen to their patients, their patient experience scores. How many of you have done like a patient experience survey that your clinic or your hospital sends you? Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. And I'm just sort of wondering, I was just speaking to a sort of a public audience the other day, and they were telling me how one of the mothers was shocked. They took the kid to the urgent care. Somebody took pulse ox, blood pressure, single use, and threw it away in trash. And she was telling me she couldn't believe it, that there was no mechanism of reusing and all that. So I'm thinking more and more people are seeing all these plastics headlines, microplastics. They're getting concerned. Can we try to use the community? You mentioned community as well, Jason. I mean, can we use sort of our community and sort of the patient voice to try to accelerate some change within healthcare? Thoughts from the audience or from you all? I mean, it's not a question on the. I went off script. Yes.
I'm going back to the idea of setting up procedures and examining all these different methods of doing things and then changing them. But I want to flip the script a little bit, because hospitals are resource challenged, and the vendors who are selling their products into the hospitals are less resource challenged. So I would like to see more active collaboration between and stewardship. This is not working?
Yeah, you lost power.
I would like to see more active collaboration and stewardship models from the providers of the medical devices and themselves. And I am personally working on a couple projects like that. I'm highly encouraged so far, but the likelihood that the cost of the actual collection, treatment, processing that will be equal to the value of the materials is highly unlikely. So that means those organizations have to subsidize or come to the table to help pay for the cost. And I think that is something that needs to be talked about more. And I know that Jason would love that, because in the end, they are providing the packaging, they're providing the waste that Jason has to dispose of.
Yeah, I'll add on to that. First of all, I do think that patients could be a lever for change. I hear what you're saying, that hospitals pay attention to those patient scores.
Well, it's generally what patients are telling them, yeah.
I do remember when the Joint Commission a couple of years ago came out with a sustainability
They do have a certification, but a lot of the
But
hospitals,
now
just very few hospitals have
it's
signed
voluntary,
on.
right?
Yeah, it's voluntary,
it
right?
used to be it was mandatory when it first came out.
Initially, they were planning to make it as a part of accreditation.
Right.
But they got such pushback from the healthcare community that Joint Commission backed up. Joint Commission is basically our largest accrediting organization. And they had to they did a pushback, and Joint Commission said, okay, we'll make it voluntary.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a lever that should be re-examined,
Yeah.
because I think this is where policy does have a role to play. To the economics, I agree with what you're saying, Bob. This is going to cost money, and I think there has to be some way to figure out how to get the pot of money, like you said, and then what is the right incentive or subsidies. I think one of the earlier speakers was talking about you've got incentives and then you've got subsidies, and I think both of those could be effective levers, and somebody can figure out from a systems approach, where is the right node to be incentivizing or subsidizing.
Just from your patient care or patient feedback point of view, I think it's an interesting one, because we see consumers in general, there is a choice that's happening because they want to be seen as more sustainable. Not necessarily that they are, but they just want to be seen that
correct.
way.
Good.
And so if it's something that helps from an image standpoint, then absolutely that can help build that rapport. I view healthcare slightly differently than some of our other market spaces, because at the end of the day, if you need healthcare, you're going to go to the hospital, whether or not they're implementing a specific sustainable practice or not. And so it might not be as big of a lever in medical choice, but for like your routine care or your primary care, I could see it showing up more there than in like the emergency departments or something to that, or certain surgical procedures or expertise. So that I think there's maybe a spectrum of the impact that the patient feedback would have and patient choice, but there is definitely a trend of choice happening.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I think to add to that, I think, like you said, when it's unplanned care, you're not really doing the research on who's the most sustainable. And as to, how do patients feel about, is their hip replacement more sustainable or lower emission than another competitor's? And I don't know that we have the data on that. I think it's an opportunity for us to explore that. But we do see the data in younger generations of where they're choosing to work, where they're choosing to live, and wanting to see the organizations that they're a part of to be more sustainable. And so when we look at our employee population who are asking these questions about sustainability, they're the best indicator of and representatives of our populations in the Houston area. And so I think that says a lot to the demand from a consumer or healthcare consumer perspective. But I think that when we look to this from a community aspect, I think that goes back to the education, and a lot of communities and a lot of researchers and individuals don't know how big of an impact from an environmental perspective that healthcare has. So going back to that education, and especially locally in the community, how we are understanding, because there's a lot we don't understand that we need to lay the foundation. There's a lot of information and data we need to collect and discern, especially from microplastics and other materials, and help understand that in conjunction with the community. So they're kind of going on this journey with us to understand, to help them create that narrative and that imperative.
Okay, great. All right, next one's from the audience, and I think, Bob, this one's for you. Sustainability success stories, pilots, success stories. What kind of lessons do we have? You could talk about recycling or anything else. Any success stories that you want to talk about in pilots?
Well, probably one of the most impressive success story I was a part of was with a company called Cologuard, which many may know of, particularly if you're of a certain age. You send your materials to them to be tested. And when they're done with,
students are not going to get that, by the way.
When those materials have been used, there's a lot of polypropylene. And so they were treating that material and they were incinerating it. And they changed technologies to a from a autoclave type of a system to a low temperature steam system, which then allowed for the polymer to not be degraded and to be recovered. And so that material was then treated and then sent to a recycler who then separated out some of the other organics and some of the other materials and recompounded the polypropylene. And ironically, one of the applications was septic tanks, which is kind of funny. But comedy aside, there was a distinct process. There was a dedication and a leadership element of wanting to recover the value of this material, even though it cost more money to do it. There was no regulatory demands not to do it this way. They just felt that that was important to their organization and to their patients. So that was a very successful technical exercise of being able to take the material, figuring out what to do to treat it, what to do to recover the value, and then find a consistent market.
Great. Good example. Did you want to add on something?
I wanted to ask Jason to tell a story, actually. One of my favorite success stories has been part of this project. You did a lot with education, and you started in one place, and then you learned from that, and you moved through, and you were able to expand because of that. So I wanted you to tell that story.
Yeah, I think that's looking back, I guess I'll take a step back even further. When I came back to Houston and launched Houston Methodist, the Woodlands and Environmental Services, we didn't have a recycling program because we were told the recycling was going to the landfill. And so we went through several different opportunities trying to find some other recycling pathways. We ended up starting a composting program. That was the first for healthcare in the Houston area and has since expanded to 7 of our hospital locations. And went back to the drawing board in 2022 to try to find a pathway for recycling, and hit a barrier. And I think the success story is, one, HPRC and the community of individuals that are working together and coming together. And I've learned so much, and hopefully they've learned so much through us and our processes in this. And I think for me, with that, being able to develop out a 5-year plan for recycling and goals for recycling for us has been a huge win. And being able to connect with polymer experts and to see the passion from our polymer scientists and the engineers around sustainability, and know that there's individuals that are working hard at every level of the value chain has been, for me, inspiring, and I feel like a really true success story.
Okay. Thanks, Jason. So one of the audience members says, one action practice I like to see happening is a push on suppliers to collect their waste back and be responsible to recycle and dispose. And Debalina, I'm just thinking about you saw the life cycle and you're so familiar with it. If you look at it, what are some of the strongest solutions to create a circular economy in the life cycle, in addition to something like this? But I don't think we can recycle our way away from what we are doing in healthcare, but think broadly.
Yeah. I think hospitals with procurement is a huge lever. It's and it's not one hospitals. I think hospitals, if they could align on something that they want, you're using the same suppliers essentially. If you could align on common sustainability criteria that you're going to procure from, that sends a clear market signal. Because I think what the suppliers are struggling with is they've got one customer that wants this, one customer that wants this, one customer that asks a lot of questions, but they don't really know how that plays into the procurement decision. So if there could be a clear market signal, then suppliers know what to invest in, because then they know that's what is going to be bought. I think, I'll stop right there.
I just wanted to quickly add, because I was talking earlier to Jason about this, and the way to do that also is to memorialize that in contracts, where there are either incentives or goals or commitments that are made by the suppliers that actually appear in the contracts.
Yeah, I want to take this back. Sorry. Well, one of the things that is required, I mean, if we're asking suppliers, if hospitals are asking suppliers to make a change in a product or a service, it's going to take investment, and they need some way to minimize the risk of that investment. That's where the contract comes in. So whether it's a partnership, so you look at the blue polymer partnership. I mean, that's a great example of a collaboration between two organizations as to a future vision, what they're going to invest in together, and there's a certain outcome that's expected for both parties. Right. So if we can do something like that for the healthcare system, where hospitals and their suppliers, and ideally it's a collection of hospitals and a collection of suppliers, to be able to agree upon certain criteria that they're going to procure against within the next 5 years, because that's what it's going to take to make that kind of investment. That's what's really going to move the needle.
I was just going to add that also then gives the incentive ability for the packaging designers who are working at these med device supply companies to actually invest and look at how could I redesign, what new materials could I use, so that then gets into our material suppliers. So that one node in the value chain, by saying, yes, we're going to require this for procurement, it actually helps all the way back to be able to get those new materials, do the redesign, go through all of the regulatory approvals, because that is a big lift. And so for somebody to say, I want to be able to put this into an RIC1 recycle stream, and that is a requirement for me to buy your stuff, that will make a change.
Yeah, this is perfect with our Vice President of Supply Chain here, Cynthia Dempsey, and we'll nod to you.
Perfect, great.
She's been a really great support as we have some of these conversations to look at, what does that look like from a contracting language, and do we have a tiered approach to that? And I think one of the biggest impacts, if we're going to these organizations and asking for these changes, is one, again, how do we develop that collaborative across healthcare? But two, how are we developing those strategic partnerships with the suppliers and embedding our resources and knowledge and collaborations to where we can invite them in to see, what are the barriers, or what are some of the key items that we're looking at that we would like to request changes to make it more compatible for end recycling, and to make it easier for our employees to participate in recycling.
Great.
I'll add, it's not just your equipment or device suppliers, but also your service providers, your waste haulers, and your recyclers, and cleaning services. Yeah, all of those.
Great. So we have a saying in healthcare, at least, we probably borrowed it from somewhere else, but culture eats strategy for breakfast or lunch or whatever else you want to call it. And, I think I'm just sort of thinking there's a couple of points here from the audience that talk about the culture of sustainability in healthcare. So as we think about it, and Catherine, I'm going to point this to you, how do we envision a model where we could do collective action and stewardship at the same time, and use that to sort of start to think about reducing plastic waste in healthcare? How do we build it? What are the essential elements?
Yeah, so I think HPRC actually is a good example of this, but we need to build in a little bit more in HPRC. It's something that Bob and I have talked about many times. So the Healthcare Plastics Recycling Council, the key to this whole thing is that there is representation across all of the stakeholders. And so within the hospital, we need procurement, we need sustainability, we need nurses, we need EVS. We have to break those silos across the hospital. And then you need community participation. You need material suppliers, you need the waste haulers, you need the recyclers, you need the med device suppliers. So literally the entire value chain, all of the stakeholders, they've all got to be coming together and working towards this single purpose. So if we have I think I've said we have a project, but I haven't told you what it is. We have been for 3 years now working to create a scalable, economically viable recycling program for healthcare plastics with Houston Methodist. And so this was HPRC, Alliance to End Plastic Waste, the Vinyl Council, Sustainable Packaging Coalition. That is a lot of people who are all working towards trying to create a system that will actually work to recycle this material. And so we have meetings every week. At least I'm in meetings every week. How about that? And so we are actively trying to figure out, okay, we found another barrier. Who do we need to go to in the community, in the stakeholder, in the value chain to go and try and work through this and get past it? Is there a conference we need to be going to talk to these people? Is it another one of Bob's clients that he can bring in and introduce to us with another potential solution? And it's that constant coming together, breaking down the silos across that value chain. Everybody knows then these are the issues we're facing. This is how we're trying to move it forward. Hey, I've got an economics problem. Until you tell me you're going to buy it, I can't do it. And great, clear signal. So having that full value chain representation, full stakeholder, I should say stakeholder, because we also want to make sure communities, nurses, and that transparent communication and that willingness to keep working together through the barriers, because there are opportunities, as Jason said, to keep moving together. And so we're kind of there with HPRC. We're doing it, but I think there's more. And we've talked about how we can continue to improve. Bob's got a great new project with the procurement side that I know he's working with Jason on as well. So that's trying, and we'll tie that in. And then sortation. If there's anybody in the room who does anything with sortation and would like to talk about sorting healthcare plastics, please let me know.
Any other comments from the panel? Otherwise, I'll go to an audience question. So this is a little technical. People want to know a little bit more about the types of recycling. I'm going to put these two together. I heard mechanical mentioned, what does that mean, and what are the highest priority recycling things in healthcare. The other one is also a little bit more what I consider technical. Is it possible to reuse healthcare plastic materials? Clearly, some of them need to be destroyed because of the biohazard, but what about sanitizing and reprocessing them? So I think you guys should sort of educate the crowd about this, yes.
We look to, there are some reprocessing programs that are available. We partner with a couple different organizations to collect and send those back, and they're broken down, they're sterilized, they're cleaned, and everyone goes through the 100% quality check for reuse. And so there are some avenues there. When we look at recycling of materials, again, to Dr. Singh's point, when we look at the amount of items that are potentially contaminated, there's a regulated medical waste. And so anything that is grossly saturated with any kind of biomaterial that has to go through a treatment, whether it's autoclave or otherwise. And so a lot of that renders the product to where it can't be utilized for recycling. There are some newer technologies out there that are making this more feasible. There's a microwave technology to be able to disinfect it, and then you could sort material to be able to reprocess it. So there are some avenues there. There's also some other avenues for recycling it through high heat processes into graphene and graphite. And so those are some of the emerging technologies there. But when we look at beyond that, when you look to other medical plastics such as saline flushes, and so empty saline flushes end up in our municipal solid waste stream. And that goes back to Paulina's discussion about the ick factor, and everyone wants to treat it as a regulated medical waste. It goes back to that education and helping them understand it's like, well, we don't want to touch it because it's a regulated medical waste, and we need to get that approved. And when you go back to how DOT identifies and defines regulated medical waste and say, well, this isn't technically a regulated medical waste, and it's like, well, you could still be cited, or we don't want the risk associated with it. And I was like, well, if there's a risk there, then you could cite every hospital in the U.S., every hauler, because there's so many materials that touch the patient, are not considered contaminated or soiled, that are in our municipal solid waste. And so having that understanding, that education is extremely important.
Building on that, there's just popped up. Advanced recycling, can that be the solution for healthcare materials?
It's part of it. So advanced recycling to me is a bigger umbrella than just pyrolysis. It's advanced or chemical or molecular, whatever you want to call it. So there's multiple technologies to handle multiple materials, and one of the things we didn't talk about as a barrier opportunity is that the form factor for a lot of healthcare plastics is a little bit unique. We've got a lot of flexibles, a lot of lightweights, small items, not things that go through a typical material recovery facility very well. A lot of textile type materials as well. And so when you start getting into that, they are pretty well suited for that advanced recycling space. And it is really high purity, like Paulina said. So actually, advanced recyclers really like this as a feedstock because it's really good stuff that we want to recover. So it is part of the solution. I won't say it is the solution, but it is absolutely in the solution set. And it enables an opportunity that you don't get with mechanical recycling, where it can actually then go back into healthcare plastics and into the sterile barrier products. Whereas right now, you can't use a mechanical recycle back in because of traceability, contamination concerns. But if you're using an advanced recycled material, you're taking it all the way back through to those molecules, so you're removing those contaminants, and now you've got a product that could again go into that sterile barrier system. So it's an opportunity as an outlet for the material, but it's also an opportunity to create circularity within healthcare.
So I would just also know the difference between, say, a potentially circular program and non-circular. So I'm obsessed with patient room stuff, and basins, pitchers, tubs, all that materials. Most of it's polypropylene. When that stuff is made, the scrap that comes off the molding lines is put right back into those products. Those are great candidates for circular type of programs. And there have been some of them before, and I think there's more can be done in that area. However, if that material cannot be segregated and pulled out or sorted easily, that same material is excellent feedstock for advanced recycling. So I think it's just how we set the programs up, what the goals are, what the partnership might be with the manufacturer of those items, to make a program like that successful. And one other comment is, going back to training education, I was recently in the hospital for a procedure and watched them, the staff put stuff in the red bag that they shouldn't have. Mm-hmm. So that adds cost to the hospital. Yeah. But it was also material that was recyclable. So I think that those are also opportunities that actually could save the hospital's money.
Part of the preparation for the project with Jason and Methodist, HPRC did a study with, I think maybe about a dozen hospitals where they collected samples of a variety mixed plastics from about a dozen hospitals, sent it to 3 or 4 recyclers that are HPRC members and said, 8. Run this material on your advanced recycling process and tell us, is it good feedstock for you? And overall, there's a white paper that's published on the HPRC website if you want to read the details. But overall, the conclusion was it's good feedstock for the most part. They want to avoid the PVC and the halogenated plastics, as we all know. The basins, pitchers, and tubs obviously are ideal for mechanical, and of course then they'd be ideal for advanced recycling. The one thing that we were really interested in is there's a lot of flexible multi-laminate peel apart packaging used in healthcare. So all the sterile little scissors and stuff, it's a little peel apart package. A lot of times it's got nylon or polyester sandwiched between different types of polymers, whether that would be able to be put through advanced recycling. And it can be up to a certain percentage. At some point it starts to impact the yields and stuff, but overall the mix, it was acceptable.
Okay. I think we have one final question, and we talked about sort of sorting earlier. Can medical equipment be coded that would make it easier for a scanner to sort them automatically into various grades of recycling?
Well, I'll start with most of the work that HPRC has been doing has been on packaging because it's so clean, visible, easy to identify, easy to pull out, and things like that. The medical devices, you can correct me if I'm wrong. A lot of the medical device manufacturers have a program where they will reprocess their equipment. And so, they want that equipment back. It's expensive. They can look at how they can reprocess them and reuse that. So most of the time, we're not trying to recycle the plastic in medical devices. It's primarily the packaging.
Yeah, and I've heard about the potential of putting some type of tracker to be able to, but I think the sustainability, viability of that is just not there. But to your point, the reprocessing programs, there are a lot of manufacturers that have reprocessing. There are end recyclers or there are vendors that do this that aren't the owner or the OEM manufacturer of the devices. And when we look in some of the tours that I've done, I've seen end of cycle, there's only so many times that they can be reprocessed, or certain materials break down on it or break and they have to be disposed of. And I think there's an opportunity from that point at the end of life from a reprocessing perspective. Are we making sure that those are making its way to an end recycler?
Bob might talk about this more, but there is effort going on in general for packaging around watermarks that can be read, digital watermarks that could be read by optical equipment. And that could be incorporated into medical packaging. They're not in that space yet. Again, medical gets exempt. But it absolutely could be brought into that space. The other piece that I wanted to add was that we have another project in HPRC right now around labeling of packages and making sure that that is uniform, because it's not today. And then also, what's easy for the nursing staff who has to deal with this? What would make it readily identifiable for them to put it into the correct space for capture and making sure that you're not contaminating whichever collection bin you're creating. So 2 other options there.
I was just going to add that adding tracers just adds cost. It may impact FDA type, regulation and compliance, and that I would bet more on watermarks or improvement in optical sorting or NIR sorting than tracers. Though I know tracers are used by the Defense Department for certain other kinds of products successfully, but they're expensive.
Well, thank you, everybody. That brings us to the end. If anyone of you is interested in healthcare, sustainability, and related issues, Clean Med is the name of the conference where most people hang out that you might want to talk to or present at. So they have a meeting in May, almost every year. Next month, May, is also one of the meetings. And thank you for listening. And please give a hand to these panelists. Do you want to say something?
Thank you, my friend. That was.
Jason
Go ahead, Jason.
Just a quick plug. We'll also be hosting the Healthy Environments, Healthy Communities conference this October in the TMC3 in the Medical Center. And so we would love to invite you all out to that as well.
Thank you guys, and also for the attendees here, we have a table that has a whole assortment of different types of medical and healthcare plastic waste, and I also want to acknowledge Devika Dua student. Oh, there you are. Thank you so much. She worked with myself and Dr. Singh to put together a poster for medical and healthcare. So check that out when you get out during the networking session. And I also want to say that Dr. Singh is also a non-resident fellow here at the Baker Institute Center for Energy Study, working with me on medical and healthcare plastic waste and all things related to sustainability with that. So thank you all for your time. Was I not right? It was a riveting panel. And now for our closing session, this is even more illuminating, or just as much illuminating. I want to introduce back up here our Director for Center for Energy Studies, Ken Medlock, who is moderating an armchair discussion with Ben Ratner, who is the Executive Director at JP Morgan Chase & Company, and then Amanda Halter, who is the Managing Partner at Pillsbury, Winthrop, Shaw, and Pittman. And they are going to talk about capital markets, how financial markets are pricing sustainability trade-offs. So you guys, thank you for joining us, and thanks for being the closing act.
Rachel, those are all three up there Rice graduates.
Oh, look at that, representing.
All right, well, thanks for the intro, Rachel. We'll just kind of jump right in because I know that we are, the bar's been set high. We've got to close strong, and we're the only thing between you and a drink. So just want to put that out there.
So be succinct?
Yes.
Okay, got
it. So I know the title is How Financial Markets Are Pricing Sustainability Trade-Offs. We're going to touch on that a little bit, but what I really want to bring out in this conversation is how the views of both Amanda and Ben of sustainability have evolved over the course of their careers. It's a really, I think, illuminating kind of conversation to have because, you know, when you're in college and you're thinking about things, sometimes you tend to be a little bit more ideological. There's nothing wrong with that. Big goals, big ideas. But sometimes, I like to say reality is a binding constraint. Sometimes reality will sort of hit you in the chest pretty hard, and you start to think about things a little bit differently, understand trade-offs a little bit differently, and it begins to shape your views about it. Doesn't mean you're not as sort of strong-willed and you know, hold the same firm beliefs, but you begin to understand what actually is achievable in a realistic sense. And so I'm hoping that comes out of this dialogue in particular. And as Michael actually mentioned, both Amanda and Ben were our Rice grads, so they're here a few years ago. I'll let you guys talk about your journeys. I don't want to give away what they majored in, but it might surprise a lot of you. So it just goes, so we're just talking about it. It's not sort of what you major in, it's what you do with it that matters. So keep that in mind as you all, particular students here, sort of embark on your own journeys. So Amanda, I'll start with you. Please introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about what you do now and sort of how you got to where you are.
Sure. So Amanda Halter, I'm the managing partner of the Houston office of Pillsbury. For those of you not familiar with it, it is a global full-service law firm. We focus on energy and natural resources and technology sectors. We're probably most famous for long ago incorporating the predecessor to Chevron Standard Oil back in 1900. So we go a ways back. And in 1966, long before my time, we started the world's first nuclear energy law practice, and we had the first hydrogen law practice that launched in 2020 as well. So we've spent a long time working with clients across the supply chain in energy, natural resources, and technology. I'm also a co-lead of our firm's minerals and metals trade group. I found my way into environmental law by accident. I actually started as a securities lawyer. So to translate, that means I was advising companies around their public disclosures and insider trading allegations and shareholder lawsuits and all this sort of thing. And in 2008, the market crashed, and suddenly I was a baby lawyer with a lot of energy and not nearly enough to do. And even though one of my degrees was environmental policy here at Rice, I'd actually never considered the idea of going into environmental law, but I got quickly shifted into the environmental team, and that was clearly where I fit, and the rest is history.
the rest is history.
Excellent. Ben, same question to you.
Well, first of all, Ken, thank you for having us. It feels at a personal level just very rewarding and meaningful to be back on campus and to have this chance to visit with you all. So thank you for sticking through the day. I think it was Matt Colasar who said something earlier about the importance of storytelling. So I'll at least try my hand at an autobiographical version, just of the highlights here. Look, my career in environmental sustainability started a few hundred feet away. I was a freshman at Rice before I'd even declared my philosophy and history majors when an environmental lawyer from New York came down and gave a talk that was open to all of us in the Student Center that I have to say looks today somewhat similar to how it looked then. So there's something as an alum that's comforting about that. And I was just enthralled. I was sparked by this talk about environmental protection and environmental conservation and about using law and specifically litigation as a tool to protect clean air and clean water and the like. And so I made the decision as a Rice freshman that environmental protection was going to be my career, that law and specifically litigation, fighting it out in the court system, was the way that I was going to pursue that passion. And I went on, I had the privilege to attend Stanford Law School and focus on environmental work there. For particularly the students, the few students that we do have, sort of two big pivots that I made that have, I think, made all the difference in having a career that's been rewarding and fun. Decisions I made that really shaped my trajectory after that. Well, the first was I decided actually that using legal tools was not the most exciting way for me to apply myself and pursue that passion for environmental protection. I discovered when I was still in law school that I had more optimism about business levers for driving environmental sustainability solutions relative to, let's say, litigation levers. And so that led me to make a decision that I think some had a question about at the time, many others thankfully were supportive, which was to leave a legal career, spend some time at McKinsey & Company, the management consulting firm, and then go on to Environmental Defense Fund, the nonprofit organization where I worked in their corporate partnerships group, working with big companies, particularly big oil and gas companies, to support their work on emission reduction and the dual challenge that we heard about earlier. The second big pivot, and then I'll end, was after about 10 years at Environmental Defense Funds. So think of circa 2021 as corporates and banks and investors were really entering the conversation on climate and finance and investment solutions. I pivoted again and exited or transferred, let's say, from Environmental Defense Fund to JP Morgan Chase into their sustainability team, maybe appropriately enough for the title of today's summit. And then more recently, I joined the Center for Carbon Transition, which is in our investment bank that hopefully I'll share a little bit more about later on.
Absolutely, and I come right back to you for that because the next question I'll pose to both of you is, first of all, pivots in your careers that sort of led you to where you are now, and so that really speaks to flexibility, resilience, sort of how you think about your own career paths. A lot of analogs really to the real world in terms of physical infrastructure and in the energy space, plastics, recycling, everything, right? But bringing that resilience sort of into your own frames, right? And thinking about how your career's pivoted, what you're doing now, and how it intersects with more broadly, like the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Not that you need to march through all 17, but just sort of connect what you're working on now to those broader goals of, environmental improvement, basic welfare improvement, access to affordable, reliable energy, all of the things that are sort of listed there. How does that actually connect to what you do now?
It connects. So the Center for Carbon Transition was JP Morgan's organizational answer to putting into practice its goal or pledge even circa 2020-21 of aligning its financing with the goals of the Paris Agreement. And so you'll see a lot of echoes, although it's not explicitly tied, but to certain of the UN SDGs, like the ones you mentioned around access to clean, reliable, affordable energy, environmental care and attention in what JP Morgan has developed as one of our tools for supporting and monitoring the progress of our contributions, which is carbon intensity targets for 2030 for our financing portfolio. In other words, for the companies in the real economy, the clients that we lend to directly or we facilitate capital from investors. And those now span, and this took a few years to build the foundation and to develop and communicate these targets to the markets, to our clients, to our own banker colleagues, and to different parts of the firm. 9 targets that go across not just oil and gas, power, automotive, but aviation, iron and steel, some of the other sectors. And we use those as a way to support our clients and to challenge ourselves to do what we can to support the kinds of outcomes I think that we all want to see. While also, I think, having learned as a bank, and I've seen this as a practitioner, the limits, frankly, of what any one sector or what the financial sector or of what one particular firm can contribute. So we do like to remind people, and it's a conversation we have with our investors, what we can do in terms of mobilizing and deploying capital for, let's say, clean energy solutions. And you mentioned this, reality, constraints. What is the public policy set of conditions? What kinds of technological progress and innovation has been made? What do costs look like? What is consumer willingness to pay? And so these are the kinds of real world balancing considerations and dimensions that are important for us as we move forward in a commercial way on doing our part to support our clients in low carbon transition and progress toward the kinds of goals that we've established as a firm.
Amanda, same question to you.
I think when I started my career, and probably part of why I didn't immediately see myself as working in environmental laws, I thought about sustainability in a fairly binary way. Good guys and bad guys, either you want to recycle or you don't. And it just isn't that simplistic. And it took really kind of getting into the real world to understand that we are all interconnected. These are very interconnected systems. And as I have made my evolution in my own thinking, it's really been alongside clients and markets that are also making their own evolution. So whereas, for the early part of my career, environment, health, and safety was kind of in a single department. Now we see more and more that these are board level discussions. These are enterprise risk management considerations. And those are the kinds of questions that we're helping our clients navigate, not only as they think about where they're going to pursue projects, what investments they're going to make, where they're going to withdraw, where they're going to divest. These are core considerations, both quantitative ones and qualitative ones.
So I have a question that came through that I'm going to inject into the middle of what I actually had planned, because I think it's a really good one. Because it connects to the current policy environment versus what we were living in 4 years ago. There was a lot of government attention, remember the IRA, for example, right? The IIJA, we can go back through the litany of litigation, legislation that was passed, but a lot of that has been undone. And there's a lot of commentary about how that is disrupting the flow of capital into new energy technologies and clean energy technologies. And I wonder, from both of your experiences, do you actually see that, or do you see things still moving in the background?
Can both of those things be true?
Yeah.
Yes.
So a couple ways to start unpacking that one. Look, wind and solar energy is a real success story. If you take the arc of history, when Amanda and I were walking around here as undergraduates, which wasn't that long ago, right? Wind and solar represented a very small fraction of the US power mix. Now it's 17, 18, 19%, I think I was reading. And as this group knows, costs have come down considerably. Banks like ours and others have become familiar with the repeatable, de-risked, processes, business models, technologies around renewables, and you're continuing to see certainly significant solar deployment. Most new deployment of installed capacity is in fact solar and storage today. So it can be true both that the policy environment matters, and we may see some material slowing and delays as policy conditions change. It can be true both that that's the case, and also that certain, let's say, energy technologies like the ones that I've talked about are economic. They are competitive. It's also worth bearing in mind sort of another class of technologies, and some of these we can talk a little bit more about maybe later, for whom the policy incentives in the Big Beautiful Bill either remained strong and intact, or in select cases became even more favorable, right? Geothermal energy, carbon dioxide capture to produce lower carbon intensity oil are a couple of the examples that we can talk about. And I also think, lastly, that it's worth taking both a long view and also a global frame. And many of the corporate clients that we advise, they're not just planning for the next quarter, right? They are planning and making capital allocation decisions for the next quarter century. And something like the geopolitical disruptions, and Ken, you hosted a great talk here a month ago with my colleague, Derek Cholet from the Center for Geopolitics at JP Morgan. Things like energy security concerns and disruptions touch down differently in different regions of the world, and in some cases may actually prove to be a tailwind or a catalyst for countries saying, we better double down on developing our own domestic energy resources or near ally trade relationships that in some cases are going to go in the direction of cleaner energy technology and innovation. So I think it's a nuanced picture.
Amanda, you're on the litigation side of all of this stuff, so I wonder if you could address the same question through
Yeah,
those lenses.
and the investment side. I mean, what I would say is it's an incredibly nuanced picture because the cost structures are also changing in unpredicted ways. For example, the growth of data centers has changed the viability of certain renewable resources like geothermal, like nuclear. I mean, I know God bless my nuclear colleagues, 10 years ago, they kept telling us about this forthcoming nuclear revolution or renaissance. And, and folks would say that's such a great idea, but there just won't be the public support for it. And yet here we are at this precipice of the next nuclear renaissance, and that is in fact unfolding. And we're going to get to witness that in our lifetime. And so, and that's part of what you couldn't have foreseen because of the incredible growth in demand. Also, as the conversation has changed around things like security, the importance of energy security, that also changes what the mix should be and can be in any given scenario.
So I want to connect a couple of dots that you guys just laid out. First of all, energy security. It is literally the topic of the day right now, particularly because of what's going on in the Middle East. But back in the 1970s, we had the Arab oil embargo, which was followed 5-6 years later by the Iran-Iraq War, the Iranian Revolution. These were, at the time, very large disruptions for global energy markets, and they sent shockwaves through markets, and energy security became paramount. Countries like Japan, in 1973, 70% of their energy was oil-based, and this is electricity generation I'm referring to. By the time you got to the mid-1980s, it looked radically different, because one of the things they did is they took concerted effort to expand and diversify into other sources of energy. So nuclear was one of those. So your comment about nuclear being on the precipice, energy security, it's interesting to look back at history because we've seen this act before, and you kind of wonder if it might not play out in a similar way where countries begin to really think in a different way about how they actually provide energy domestically, and nuclear certainly stands to be one of the beneficiaries of that game, just like it was in the 70s and early 80s.
Well, and I think part of the nuclear story too has been about, I mean, to Ben's point about you can't just think about the United States, you have to think about the global landscape. Nuclear has advanced dramatically globally, even as it went through a period of pause in the United States. So we're not sort of starting this renaissance, so to speak, from square one. We're starting from a place of being able to leverage global intelligence.
Yeah. I don't know if you have anything to add to that, Ben. No. Okay. So I'm going to ask this question because y'all both asked me to ask this question, so I think it's great. I love it. I love it when this happens. Right?
This is a great start.
Exactly. No, it's literally. So I asked Ed and Sophia a very similar question about what do you see as opportunities as we go forward? What are you optimistic about? What are you excited about? And I guess, Ben, I'll start with you on that because it's a wide open question. Sort of take it anywhere you want to go,
yeah.
but certainly.
So let me share a few considerations here. We've seen some shifts in the sustainability mindset and dialogue and frame in the last 5 years. 3 stand out to me. One is the shift from ambition to implementation. And I'm talking in large part about the corporate sustainability world that I think Amanda and I know pretty well, right? The currency of the realm 5 years ago for corporates on environmental sustainability was how ambitious can our press release or can our target be? And that was an era. I think we've seen that subside. I think we're now in the getting down to brass tacks implementation piece of the energy transition and more broadly environmental sustainability journey. The second thing that this means, and this is something that I've learned and would like to think have grown in my mindset and my frame since leaving Rice, I think there were some folks in the sustainability domain 3-5 years ago even who were thinking single dimensionally about environmental sustainability. How do we achieve net zero? How do we solve climate? I think the frame has expanded, and we've heard it from speakers over the course of the day. It's become almost routine, secure, reliable, affordable, clean. But my personal opinion is, that's a good thing because we are thinking, multidimensionally. And I think what perhaps we've learned in recent years is if you only look at one piece of the puzzle, if you only look at one set of stakeholders, if you only look at one of the outcomes that the society and economy wants to solve for, as passionate and as well-intended as you might be, it's likely to come up short, and in fact, it may even set you back. So I think these broader frames, they make us open to a larger set of sustainability solutions, nuclear, which we've talked about, and the one that I would close this answer on, I mentioned it briefly moments ago, was geothermal. Jamie Dimon, our chairman and CEO, announced last fall a $1.5 trillion security and resiliency initiative for JP Morgan for us to do our part to make America and our allies more secure and resilient in a volatile and changing world across 5 themes, including energy. Nuclear is part of our work on SRI, so is geothermal. We had the privilege to bring together in the Washington office of JP Morgan an event with about 100 clients and partners on this topic about a month ago. We had a Republican senator, we had a Democratic senator, we had oil and gas, geothermal, power clients, we had stakeholders from this side of the aisle, the other side of the aisle, right down the middle, and a really broad-based coalition learning about how we can repurpose oil and gas technologies, workforce, know-how to develop 24/7, base load, reliable American energy from beneath our feet. So that's something that we're excited about and want to do more across the suite of solutions because our view is we need it all to meet that rising energy demand with diversified solutions.
Amanda?
Yeah, so I think the 3 things I'm most optimistic and excited about is in key respects, we are just very much at the beginning of our journey. We have so much to do. There are so many ways and angles to contribute. I think someone earlier said, lean into this journey. I wholeheartedly agree with that. Even a couple of philosophy majors might have a thing or two to contribute. So I say lean in from whatever your angle is, because this is an all hands on deck sort of arc that we're on. So that's very exciting. I think the second thing is I am seeing this migration away from very binary thinking, from either or world, even from terminology like energy transition, to kind of all of the above creative systems thinking. I think that is very exciting. And I'm seeing it at all kinds of levels, within corporate boardrooms, within investment discussions, even sometimes within courtrooms, which is kind of interesting. And then I would say the third thing that I'm really excited about is data democratization and transparency, and how information is coming together at mass scale to accelerate innovations and collaborations. Now we have a corresponding challenge with misinformation and noise that we've got to manage. But writ large, directionally, our ability to bring information together to make breakthroughs is accelerating.
Excellent. So I'm conscious of time and the fact that the bar is open out there. So I want to close with one question, but before I do that, I just want to put this on the table because I think it speaks to a lot of what both of you have said just now in terms of your journey and your thinking about sustainability and what you do today. Does anybody know what the 17th sustainability goal is? UN SDGs? It's about collaboration. I mean, that's one to really internalize, because you can't accomplish all of these goals without working with somebody who doesn't necessarily see eye to eye with you. Right? It's a really important point. If you're not collaborating, you're fighting. And if you're fighting, you're not getting anything done. And I think that's a really important point. I think it's come out in what you have all said. Stay true to your core. Stay, dedicated to what you actually believe should be the case, but be willing to be open and collaborate, because it's the only way to actually find common ground, understand trade-offs, and actually get to real constructive outcomes. So the last question I'll ask you, and Amanda, I'm going to have you go first. It's the same question I asked Ed and Sophia to close. If you could go back and tell the college you something about what you've learned in your journey, what would it be?
I think I would say just drink it all in. Really appreciate
Southern Comfort.
I was about
for me,
I was about to go there.
75-cent beer back here. But anyway, Rice is it's such an incredibly rich education and rich educational community that extends even beyond the student body to the kinds of folks who sit in this room. And so as a student, I think leaning into that and kind of embracing all the things that there are to learn while you have the opportunity to really do so.
Ben?
I loved what you said, Ken, about collaboration. And so I want to go there. What I would tell my college self is learn what EQ is and invest your time in developing it. There's a lot of really smart people walking around this campus, Nobel laureates. I was very focused on grades and things like that. I know Amanda was too. I don't think I knew about emotional intelligence when I was a college student. I'm not sure I had a whole lot of it. And the most impactful thing that I've done, and it's an ongoing journey, it's not a mission accomplished, but has been to study with the same rigor and seriousness principles and techniques of emotional intelligence that we took to our philosophy classes and our other classes at Rice. Let me connect this back to environmental sustainability and to this summit. What does it actually take to achieve the sustainable outcomes that I think we all care about? I know you do, so you're here at the end of the day. It always requires doing something differently, doesn't it? Every panel we've heard about that, right? The sustainability outcome always requires doing something differently. Well, what does it require if you're going to do something differently? Probably a group of people that are going to take some risks. Because if you're going to do something differently, you may not quite know how it's going to go because it's not the way that you've always done things. And what does it take for a group of people to choose to take risks together? It takes building trust. It takes building trust. And that's where I think investing in emotional intelligence, building relationships, building coalitions, finding common purpose, even when, or maybe particularly when, you're with folks who have some differences or some different starting points from you. I think layering that on top of the technical and academic and foundational and domain knowledge that places like Rice teach so well, that is the full picture that we need as change makers to actually deliver sustainability outcomes.
Excellent way to end it. Join me in thanking Ben and Amanda. Outstanding.
Thank you guys. That was excellent. That was a great way to close this program. And I just want to take a few moments to just wrap up today. And Debalina is going to come up here and do the same. But I think one of the resounding messages is that sustainability is complex. It is not easy. It involves a whole lot of trade-offs. And the partnerships theme was, just excellent, because we can't do this alone. This is why I've been focusing so hard to build the relationships that we have with the students and the institutions like University of Houston and the Recycling Science Council and others. And if you have found this program valuable, if you found it insightful, please consider contributing to our efforts here, because your contributions are what fund these events. It's what fuel these events that can showcase the research and the students that help elevate this research. And so if this is something of interest to you, please contact us and support our sustainability initiative here and the partnerships that we're building with the University of Houston and what we're going to build together in Houston and the Gulf Coast and beyond that. So so the theme of partnerships is really strong. I love that. And second, the life cycle awareness, that is foundational, that is key, because sustainability isn't just a single dimension, it is multidimensional, and we have to understand life cycles, we have to understand supply chains. They're all complicated, they're all interconnected, and this is especially important in a world of trade-offs. And then of course, the human dimension, the social dimension, that is something that we focus on a lot. It is integral to understanding sustainability, and we can't do that without understanding how products connect with people, connect with societies, connect across the board. And so if there's one takeaway from this is sustainability is not about simplifying the system, it is about becoming better at managing the complexity, and that is what we're doing here. And I want to thank all of you who are a part of this, because you're helping us create better data, understanding how to design differently, how to create better policies, and all of that is translating to something that policymakers and industries can take away for better decision making. And that's why we're here today. So thank you to our partners, thank you to the students, thank you to all of my colleagues at Rice University, at the Baker Institute and Center for Energy Studies. I really appreciate the partnership and the collaboration. And so I want to turn it over to Deborah before we head out for more of the student graduate poster sessions. And hopefully many of the students are still here, but please engage with them. And thanks again, everybody. Debalina.
Thank you, everyone, for staying back. And this shows our commitment towards sustainability. Again, I think a lot has been said today. A few key takeaways. We have been able to move away from the mindset of sustainability being just environmental sustainability. It is all of those 17 different goals. And as Ken said, one of the biggest ones is the collaboration aspect of it. If we do not collaborate, we are not going to be successful in the future. So it's not just environment, it's all of the above. It's the other keyword that I'm going to take away is resilience. I think we have to move into the mindset of thinking about resilience in the context of sustainability that we have been able to put together. Again, thank you very much, Rachel, for organizing this, and Ken for this partnership. And we are very excited about the partnership and going forward in this domain, looking at energy in a different lens, through the lens of sustainability. And the Center for Energy Studies and the Energy Transition Institute at UH are looking forward to make this successful. And as Rachel really said, that we do need to have this being funded. So please, if you're interested in seeing these sort of efforts going forward, we are really looking for making this collaboration a lasting impact in the Houston community. So thank you very much for joining us today.